Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Battlestate Games channel, live on Twitch, partnered up with the Hunt Premier channel, live also on Twitch to bring you guys the finals weekend. That's right, it's Friday, and it's time to settle who really is the best across the CIS and EU regions for the Arena Cup Series 4. My name is Cracked Wisdom, delighted to be here to be able to commentate, cast, and present this amazing event to you, sat alongside one of the best mustaches in the business. That's right, it's Hort Sauce here to help me out for finals weekend. How are we doing today, Hort? I hope you've had a great week. And are you enjoying the sun this weekend?
Oh man, I'm excited. I'm enjoying Tarkov this week, and I'm not even worried about the sun. I am here parked all weekend long, the action packed. We are done with those best of twos. We're into best of threes, and well, I'm just excited for the playoffs. Now, two exciting matches for the day. And if you happen to lose today, we've got that lower bracket. So we saw a great, exciting lower bracket run last season. I know we've got another one in store this season.
So much to come for the viewers at home, and it wouldn't be possible without the work that goes on in the background. So we're going to have to take a moment to take a second to thank all of the great work that goes on in that background, alongside the partnership from Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games together combined for this ACS4. A third party has stepped into the arena looking to catch the right time in the fight. That's right, Steel Series have been out here slamming with their support as our brand new sponsor for the Arena Cup Series Season 4. And alongside that sponsor, they've brought some insane equipment.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at it. We've already given away quite a few of these Mouse Rival 3 Gen 2s and that amazing keyboard, the Apex 3 up there. But take a look at the wireless headset, that ultralight mouse, the Aerox 3, the mouse pad. So much wonderful gear here from Steel Series. Certainly just ecstatic that they're able to be a part of this and allow us to give away such awesome prizes to those hanging out with us here in chat today.
Yeah, absolutely. And not to mention just that, we have tons of things to be given away in the chat today. But you've got to be present to be able to get involved in those giveaways. So, like we mentioned, two amazing pieces of gear provided by that awesome sponsor in Steel Series. And a tip of the hat on 07 to Steel Series. Thank you for helping us out in providing those. We'll be given out later on during the broadcast today. Alongside that, ladies and gentlemen, if you fancy tipping yourself off with a bit of summer swag and getting a little bit of cool gear to tip your drip inside of the arena, then we're also going to be giving away 10 USEC day off drippy skin packs for you to look really swag whilst you're slamming. So keep your eyes peeled, keep your fingers ready on the keyboard, hot on the tap in so that you can get in on the action. The hot prize line, courtesy of Hunt Premier partner Battlestate Games and Steel Series. We'll be dropping that to you in an airdrop very soon. Now, all of the great stuff out of the way, Hort. It's time to get rid of the summer glasses and put on the serious ones. You know what? I got that relaxed, I forgot where I put them. Because it's time to talk business. All right, we have got amazing teams that made it out of that group stage all the way through last weekend. We had some insane games to display who really was going to be cruising out of those groups. K3 put in a good performance. They did see them challenge themselves at the top level after a great first season in the HPL, finally qualifying. But we did say arrivederci. It was not for them that weekend. And likewise for Jumbo Team, respectfully good performance from Jumbo Team and more than ready to be able to meet the makers inside of their region and the EU region in the groups, but not quite able to meet the match to be able to get it over the line. So we said goodbye to 2. We now have our 6. And we're going to start off with an explosive head-to-head that has a lot of history, right, Hot?
Yeah, I mean, Virtus Pro, Outcast, and I mean, down to that final day, it was XPA by 1 round differential to give them that bye. So Virtus Pro having to get through this first game here as well. Tarkov help, both XPA getting to take that day off. You know, they get a little USEC day off as well, maybe chill in their sweet drip and kind of let the action unfold and figure out who they're going to be playing in the next days to come. But Virtus Pro, Outcast, EPA, I feel like probably the majority of the people are going to favor Virtus Pro here. They're the back-to-back champions looking for that three-peat. But I think if Outcast EPA shows up and is in top shape, we very well could see a very competitive series.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of competitive, I hope you've all been busy in the week because, ladies and gentlemen, you've only got a small amount of time to complete that quest line that was released exclusively here live on stream last weekend for you to be able to get a hold of that ACS white graffiti paint. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you're cooking away for that amazing paint. And in addition to that, to be able to help all of you guys out there be able to get a chance to get your hands on that, we've unlocked this game of Escape from Tarkov Arena and its amazing content that comes with it for you for free, thanks to the Arena Cup Series weekend. That's right. So from 1400 British Standard Time, that's right, 2 o'clock in the afternoon BST, all the way through till 2 o'clock in the afternoon BST on the 21st, you are going to be able to play Arena, Escape from Tarkov Arena for free. You can get new quests, exclusive rewards. You do not want to miss out on this opportunity, as alongside of it comes a brand new quest line exclusive to this drop. In the meantime, it is going to allow you to reward yourself with a limited edition Grenadier tactical tee, Battle Pass experience, Battle Pass and GP currency, as well as Liga medals. I mean, from the 18th to the 21st, experience the unmatched adrenaline rush of Escape from Tarkov Arena. Dive into intense, fast-paced matches and feel the thrill of true tactical combat.
That's right. Best Served Cold is that quest that's going to be out there. I know I finished my Pantheon quest last night, actually. So I got me some new drip as well. And speaking of new drip, we talked about the USEC Day Off shirts that we're going to be giving away a little bit later. But maybe you're not lucky enough to win one of those. Well, they're available in the store. So toss a few funds that way. You can get that drip anyway. And that shirt, or outfits, are going to be added to Arena soon as well. So you can enjoy them in the base game in the meantime, but you will be able to enjoy them in Arena as well.
Yeah, this moment in time in the casting booth, we're tripping over our words because there's so many free prizes around us in the office that we just can't find our way around the madness. It's insane how much effort and packages of prizes have been brought to the table thanks to everybody getting involved in Escape from Tarkov Arena at the moment. The growth, great to see. We love to see it. So whether you are sat in the chat representing your base gamers out there and you're looking to maybe take a bit of time out of grinding for that tracksuit, whether you're a Counter-Strike player, an Overwatch player, or maybe just not even a game player at all, you like to watch your videos on YouTube. If you're present here watching with us today, we appreciate you greatly, and we are going to be delivering you some exciting action on the day to close out the finals. I mean, it's Cup Series 4, baby. That's right. Virtus.pro here to try and knock out a three-peat. They are already two-time champions. And to start their road and their journey down finals weekend, to be able to try and make it a three-peat, they've got to start off with a best of three versus Outcasts.epa.
Well, I flash back to the last ACS where Virtus.pro, they dropped some games in the group stage. They even got 2-0'd by XPA. But once they hit the playoffs, they didn't drop a single game. We'll see if they can keep that fire burning hot here on our first one of the day. It is a best of three, as we had mentioned, taking on Outcast EPA. So I'm excited for the start of the day. A little bit later, Pandaric, Apex, Sicario, two teams that have been going at it for a while now. It was all Sicario in the beginning. Now it's been all Pandaric, Apex. Does Sicario have that strength to muster back and seek that revenge that they so desperately want?
Revenge is a dish best served cold. And it seems like cold cases is what we're all handling inside of the arena, whether it's the competitive teams trying to find their way through to the grand finals here, or whether it's you out on your best endeavors to try and claim that all-important quest completion and the rewards that come alongside of it. Back-to-back, two sets of best of threes. Virtus.pro taking on Outcasts EPA, the first of the day. This head-to-head now on screen for the folks at home will be able to allow us to talk a little bit more in detail about the two lineups. The Virtus.pro squad, the Polar Bears, Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Andreezy taking to the field in the first match of the day in this best of three to try and continue that endeavor towards titling themselves third-time champions. The Outcast.epa squad, though, Hort, they've been playing really well throughout the tournament so far, but not quite found the same level of results as Virtus.pro, so considered the underdogs in this one.
Yeah, but, 5 additional legends on this squad, and Walker, Blitzer, Nemo, Fox, and Pablo. They've got a tall task in front of them here today, but I know that they're excited to show everybody what they've got here. They've been putting in that work both on and off screen, and, I'm just excited to see what they can do. I think at a minimum, they've got to try and take away a game, but obviously they want to try and topple these Polar Bears, continue that upper bracket run. Regardless of the outcome here today, though, both of these teams, whoever loses will get that second chance opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, who would not be grateful for a second chance opportunity when you're playing for a total prize pool of 25,000 euros? Okay. End of the day, 10 big ones for the first place team in this. And I'm telling you right now, Mr. Hawk, you don't get that kind of value on a gift card. Speaking of value, we're going to look at the maps being picked between these two teams on the day. The Outcasts.epa squad are deciding we're not having no nonsense. So we're not going to the tip of the iceberg. We're breaking the top of the mountain off straight down the middle, and we're throwing that one out into the backyard. The bowl, also, not a fan of cereal. Apparently, breakfast time. These EPA and Virtus Pro players, they're all very EP from what I'm getting from this one, Hawk. They don't like the early morning action. They like to fight on into the night and the darkness. So, bowl and iceberg, off the table.
I have to feel like this is Virtus Pro doing their homework, and I think it's to be expected. But Outcast EPA play very well on bowl. At least historically, they've played very well on bowl. So I think Virtus Pro, a wise decision to go ahead and get that one out, try to make their path a little bit easier for both of these teams. Very comfortable on, but Outcast, we've seen them play on a lot more. Virtus Pro, they are the Virtus Plow of Skybridge. I wouldn't expect anything less. And if we need it, that final one will be headed to Bay 5.
Oh boy. And that's set to be an absolute barn burner of a decider if we end up getting there. Bay 5, we say it so many times nowadays as teams step into that environment. It is a very unforgiving environment. Bay 5 does not allow your team to make a mistake and leave a rotation open for it to be fixed. It doesn't get fixed very well in Bay 5. Normally a rotation, especially when the attacking team is driving the momentum of the round. A rotation isn't necessarily to go to the other side to plant the bomb. It is merely to hook, line, and sinker, fishing rod bait somebody into a rotation where you have a better fight into them because of how those tight angles work. So looking really, really forward to seeing whether we do get to Bay 5 respectfully. And as I'm sure all of the people in the chat are going to do, get your channel points voted on those predictions to see which of the two teams you think is going to take it home. But I'm not throwing one out there to begin with on the day, Hort. I'm going to take the golf club. We're going to pull out the driver, and we're going to see if we can knock it out of the driving range so far that the golf attendant has to come and tell us to try and just, keep it in below the net. All right, I'm going to claim that the Outcast.EPA squad, if they have any hopes of making anything impactful this weekend, they need to take a 2-0 right here, right now.
That's crazy. Obviously, that's what they need. I just don't see them taking Skybridge away from Virtus Pro. So I definitely think they have the ability to take one and potentially take two maps away from a tough team like Virtus Pro. You have to play flawless for the entirety of that game, but I just don't know if I see them beating them on Skybridge. I think if they take Fort, they make a strong case that they could also win on Bay 5, but as you say, time will tell. I'm not going to be putting any points on this as well because I have a hoarding problem. I'm almost up to 250K. You know what I mean? So I got to see that number hit there first. But hopefully everybody in chat will be getting those bets in. Already some of them starting to pour in, it would appear.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's very keen to let us know who they think is going to be taking it home on the day. And something we've been rather keen about whilst producing this Arena Cup Series style tournament for you guys across 2, 3, and 4 is having that advantage of one of the big brains in the background doing some extra hard work for us to help us understand the weapon picks a little bit better. Shout out to Kirk on the lurk in the chat out there who did his digging as he does in the best way possible and provided some Arena Cup Series 4 weapon pick statistics. The Sig Spear at 138 picks right now sits currently as one of the top tier picks dominating that bracket. Slightly below that, the MCX at 133 picks, which are respectively 27% and 26% of the total overall weapons picked throughout the tournament. So the Spear and the MCX at the moment, Hawk, they're the two that are making the difference. And no surprise, just below that, skulking in the shadows, is a Saiga 12 full auto.
Yeah, literally, I think on almost every team we see 2 Spears and 2 MCXs. A couple teams, dancing a little bit. You've got, your marksman, your TRG, or your enforcer on that Saiga. So I think that's where we see some of those differences. But yeah, the Spear, the MCX, incredibly deadly. The stopping power, the fire rate, whatever you want to go with. So, I think hopefully in the future we see a little bit of a shift, but I think over time we have, right? We saw that meta over the last 2 or 3 Arena Cup series slowly change. Now the Spear has kind of made its way in. And so I love the fact that we do see these weapon changes kind of shift from Arena Cup series to Arena Cup series. But the Spear, the MCX certainly getting it done here in this one.
Interesting that the last 2 tournaments have got a very similar draft of the top 3 of the classes, right? It might not be the same weapon, but the percentages sit in a very similar place. Arena Cup Series 2 was a little bit less of a similar scenario. The M4, they're sitting at a 63% pick rate. That doesn't really have that top 3 bracket, but you look at the ACS 3, Sig Spear, MCX, and then the TRG are your top 3 up there at about a 10% or higher pick rate, and then the same again, 15% or higher for the top 3 in ACS 4. It does interest me. This is something that we go through with the overall meta For the gamer that turns up to watch the tournament that maybe doesn't have the same amount of time to put over 10,000 hours into the game and, sweat their ass off at it in the pubs and the ranked games daily, they might not have that knowledge. So it's good to be able to bring that to the guys at home in the chat and be like, hey, if you really want to improve your chances at the moment, recommendation from the players that are doing it at the top of their game, say take a spear, take an MCX, or take a shotgun. That's your best chances for success so far. Appreciate Kirk. Thank you again for the hard work put into those statistics. Good stuff.
Well, thanks to you and your Saiga build, that's helped me unlock my Pantheon last night. I've been cruising through some Blast Gang and some of the other Checkpoint. I know I might get some guff for this, but I enjoy Checkpoint. I think it's a really fun game mode to kind of switch it up a little bit. So, I'll take the guff. I don't care. You can meet me out on the battlefield with my Saiga, baby, because I'm here to enforce today. And but yeah, speaking of that, Fort gonna be that first map, a map that I like a lot. We talked about so many great nade lineups here. That's what I want to see from Outcast as well. I can expect it from Virtus Pro, but I want to see a little bit of that from Outcast. I know Walker has been cooking up a ton of different nade lineups, so that's what I want to see come into play here. I think utility could be a big difference maker for the Outcasts.
Capping aside, okay, jokes in the bin. All right, the hopeful wishes, thoughts, and dreams put to a pocket for the time being. All right. Let's talk about this in realistic terms scenario. I think we see Virtus Pro maybe take map 1 quite comfortably. I think we see map 2 being the one that's heavier contested. I think that's the one where we maybe have a bit of a dice roll. I think there may be a surprise in the pocket there from that one. If we see the second one taken for the favor of Outcast CPA, I do see us going to a third match, but I think it is 2-1 Virtus Pro favored. So, honest prediction from me, I'm going to say 9-5 Virtus Pro game 1. I think maybe a 9-7 Outcast.EPA game 2. I think it's close, but doesn't quite make it to overtime. And then probably like a 9-2, 9-3 on Bay 5 from Virtus Pro. I do feel it's a poke the bear scenario today. I feel if we get to that deciding match and Virtus Pro has not been put away by the decider, I feel like they just have that 8th gear, that 9th gear to just be able to flatten any team at the moment. And they've shown it so far. When people have contested them in the group stages, they did step up, and the team that was playing against them at the time was then unheard of for the rest of the match. So
yeah, for me, it's almost opposite, right? I feel like if Outcast is going to win, they would have to win Fort. I mean, it's very rare that we see Virtus Pro lose on Skybridge. Now, to favor you, I think if Outcast does find a way to win Skybridge, they very well could go on to win Bay 5. But Virtus Pro is so strong on Skybridge. Like I said, very rarely do we see them lose. They're very, very aggressive. They have great use of util. Magic shines on this map. I mean, this is, I think, where we saw Magic have a 17-0 at halftime. Eventually found a death right before the end of the game. But, I mean, this team is so good on Skybridge. So it's just hard for me to bet against the Polar Bears on a map that I've seen them dominate time and time again.
I'm looking forward to seeing the Polar Bears potentially put out that fierce pressure straight out of the gate. The one thing we've seen out of a couple of teams so far in the Arena Cup series is not quite having finished the breakfast before they come to play the game. It does feel like teams have been a little bit sluggish, round 1 through 3 through 5, even some games where that gap that gets opened up is the difference for the end of the game. Like you see them round 3 to 5 actually like pull back to being even teams, and it goes even all the way down the line. But the damage is irreparable at that point. That 3 to 4 round cushion of putting consistent rounds together at the beginning of the game really did seem to make a difference for me in the group stages. So I'm actually looking for every team today, not necessarily even in the first match, but in both matches we've gotten the best of 3s. I want to see teams come out and take rounds off of each other early. I want to see a 4-4 split half in the first half, and then the second half really settle the game for people and keep it quite dicey, because I mean, it's finals weekend. We're due an absolute blockbuster. And if last weekend wasn't good enough because we got a fair amount of entertainment and action from that, then this is set to just, blow it out of the park.
I mean, a 4-4 half would be great against Virtus Pro unless you're starting out on offense. I feel like if you're on that team that's on offense, you're going to have a winning half because they are so good with that aggression. But enough about the talk. It's time to let the guns do the singing. We are ready for our first one of the best of 3 here on Fort. Virtus Pro taking on Outcast EPA.
Raskia in one of the best positions to be able to hold to mid-control, playing out under hell. Not aggressively, play very reserved in that position. You have to get out there quickly. FMX is going to go for a little bit of a dinky dance onto Fox and Dark. First is good, Rask. He's going to pick one up in the background before we see the kill on screen from FMX go on down 2 to 3. Now FMX on a triple with Nemo picking one up before he does. Hard's going to take the kill on Blitzergill and close the round out as we were sitting on board with the destructive member in FMX. Fat 3 from him, and that's a great start from Virtus Pro.
Yeah, you talked about coming out swinging, finding those explosive early rounds. Virtus Pro has already shown they're capable of that. Now we need that quick response here from Outcast. So they've got to try and answer back at least one of these next 2 rounds. You can't allow a team like the Polar Bears to run away with it early.
No surprise, no changes to the kits. Walker and Fox both on a shotgun. Nemo on that spear. Blitzer Girl running the AK-12 this time. We've seen her go back and forth between the spear and the AK-12. Nade out towards 90. Andreezy's going to find the first pick with the shotgun onto Blitz. Fox gets the response though, and Andreezy goes down. Good trades out of the Outcast.EPA squad to try and take aggressive pressure onto the safe site. Nade out to the 90. Nobody home. Nearly mirrored health bars for. Look at how you can cut the teams. Oh, never mind, we'll change that one immediately as Virtus Pro decides to be offended by my beginning to the commentary. Take 3 of their own, and the teammate in the way. Walker's got one back. The second one's caught with his gun in his pockets. Walker's going to have that down to a 1v1.
I mean, it was all blue in the kill feed there for a moment, but we find ourselves in a 1v1. Walker looking to work the magic here as well, and maybe looking to bait this out. I think he hears that audio cue of this rotation coming into play. Rather than go for the plant, just opting to get the kill here. There's magic in the play. Walker does it. And Outcast answer back. They find the second round.
He said, knock, knock. And unfortunately, the Virtus Pro member fell for the joke. Who's there? Sorry, no salespersons on my doorstep today. Piranha comes snapping. Goodbye, sir. One piece, and this is the kind of game we were looking for, Hawk. That went from, and you're kind of right, it was all blue in the kill feed, but I think, unfortunately so for Virtus Pro, it's just a little bit too much blue as we saw the team-on-team action, leveling those numbers to a place where Walker could make a difference, and then convert on it he did. Top teams in this Arena Cup Series Season 4 we've seen, the best ones, the ones able to immediately capitalize on a mistake.
And I've seen Walker already throw a couple of these Andreezy easy nade lineups that I talk about, so I'm excited already, but Hard wasting no time. He finds Fox here, and now Blitzer Girl goes down as well. Hard on a 2K tear, and he's looking for more.
Down, deep tuck, bend into the arm. Gonna have to top up a little bit of that health. Gives Nemo a window of opportunity to swing out and pick one back to level the numbers. He does so for first. Pablo's gonna have to try and cross out of danger through showers. But now the Outcast.EPA squad is fully safe and have retracted out. A 2v1 towards the B site's looking favourable, but this ramp position could be really sneaky. Just outside, Dark's going to pressure bomb. Shots don't come down. The cover doesn't manage to stop it, but the bomb is going to be planted. Oh, no, it's not. No, he got off the bomb as well.
Big plays from FMX. He finds the 2-piece, denies the plan, and still picks up Pablo on the rotation. Virtus Pro right back on top here as they take round number 3, and FMX 7-1 already.
Counter ramp, defensive anchor from Virtus Pro plays their rollout perfectly. The 2 versus 1 rotation comes in, and knowing that they are weak side on that defending side of the map, they don't push to try and contest before they get onto site. They try and lure them into the force sensor security, in a great position actually out of Dark. Allows them to not only put enough pressure down on the planter to make them get off the bomb, but enough room to be able to fight the second that's there to protect as well. That nade into bedroom dangerous. Rask somehow living with his back turned. Cool guys really don't look at explosions.
Oof, FMX continues the hot fire, finds Fox Nemo a quick trade back, but it's Andreezy right there to pick up on it yet again, allowing Virtus Pro to maintain that player advantage. They're looking to extend the lead by 2. Outcast will slow down just a bit. We see Pablo on the other side here with this device, maybe just being patient at the moment, looking for a pick to even things up, and Walker from the backside will find Rask.
I think you said the key word there. Patience was necessary, and a little bit of itchiness there catches movement out of place. Bedroom, a very hard position to hold, and you have to play that left-hand wall so tightly because Palace has you pretty much pinned in there if you are aware. Information gathering in mid, like we mentioned a lot of the time, super crucial for this though. And Walker's not going to move position unless needed to. Yeah, Outcast.EPA do need to get on site, but as you can see, Util is being sent towards Andreezy's position. And it's only a moment of time before the Outcast begin to burst.
Blitzer Girl's going to try to make her way toward the site here. Has to be careful. Pablo put some shots downfield, not able to connect just yet. Blitzer Girl's aware that there's one lurking just on the other side. Pablo at free fire. Has to be careful. Blitzer Girl stepping out of the way. We'll find Andreezy hard on the fire back. Pablo goes down. Blitzer Girl from the side. She's got the 2K and make it 3. Outcast EPA has come to play.
She's behind you! I almost felt like we got into a pantomime for a second there. Blitzer Girl gets the first, then somehow weaves her way into the night, into the darkness, and just comes out like a ghost from the back lines, cleaning up 2 more. I mean, the third member's still looking towards Con after 2 of the teammates have been killed from behind, and you just got to credit it to her positioning. She's been that stealthy about where she's played that from and got the kills from that they can't call out a position to be able to face her. Great work out of Blitzer Girl, a good 3-piece, pulls the Outcasts back 2-2. Virtus Pro doing a really good job of putting that pressure down out the gate, like you said, though.
A lineup over the top. You could find toward Mini Donut or even Stripper here. We'll see where this one's going to land. And FMX Fox already finding picks early as you're already into a 4v4. Hard Rask dangerously low, and Walker takes out Hard. It's Outcast with a player advantage.
The shotguns are doing all the work in this one. Round number 5 starts off with shotgun for shotgun for shotgun. Fox, Walker, both trying to bring their 2 to bear. Rask doing the similar work. And currently holding off this position just right of Mini. Got good pressure over Secret. It is a left-hand versus Ramp, but is at such a position that Ramp does not get a good challenge into this unless he overexposes. The smoke comes out, allows a reposition. And Dreezy sitting in spawn, looking to try and bring extra support. I think he just maybe took the majority of Magic Self off of him. A little bit of team fire there, not helping out.
Virtus Pro's had a few issues with some PK action early on in this one. Andreezy looking for the jump shot. The device is planted, 40 seconds on the clock. They begin to shift through sight here. Spots one, it's Fox now. Andreezy to answer back on to Pablo. It's a 3v2, and Walker is walking on him now. Andreezy goes down. Rask in a 3v1. And is not going to be able to do it. Look at that. Outcast EPA find themselves up on top after round number 5.
And forgive me for being confused a little bit, but Virtus Pro look a little bit clumsy so far. Couple of misplays during the chaos and a little bit of nerves, it looks like, actually. I think Virtus Pro may be feeling just how much of a big game this is for them, and same for the Outcast EPA squad, but at the moment, the Outcasts are doing a better job of handling it. I mean, you got to give it to them. The first 2 rounds looked like the Outcasts were playing from behind. Virtus Pro had the better of the chaos when the dust settled, and the Outcasts were having to scrape what they could back afterwards, but now it's starting to feel a little bit more even.
Yeah, I mean, Walker, Outcast, they talked about, they knew this was going to be a tough matchup. But I know they came prepared, and prepared they are. Magic finds the first, but it's Walker with a dirty little nade kill to answer back. Rask will continue to shift through mid here. We see most of the action lingering outside of the A side at the moment.
That's a great pick and timing as well. I mean, you see a teammate go down to that player and then you grenade them back. It helps the mental too. It's like, it's all right, I got your refrag. And with such a crazy kill, you know, that person's not exposed themselves at all. This quick peek from Hark is going to be really good. Hard's discipline and how he's approached that peek is outstanding. He even gets the info from the bomb tuck deep left by just not over-aggressing and stepping out. Rask for one with the shotgun, the angle again being cut by Hard. He's just burning time from the attacking side now while the rest of his teammates take advantage of the distraction.
Shots continue to ring out. It's going to be Rask this time as the Piranha rounds. We know they shred that flesh. Walker on the back pedal. He's caught by FMX, and Virtus Pro will slowly begin to reel it back. We find ourselves tied up yet again, 3-3.
2 good adjustments from Virtus Pro here. They put more pressure towards top mid. They got into Palace up top mid before Walker could, and that has been one of the crucial parts of play that the Outcaster EPA squad has looked towards for rotations. If Walker is up there in that Palace anchor, he's going to stay there and hold that midsection down all day long. Planting B, planting A doesn't matter. The job there is to just hold, give info, and anybody rotating too aggressively or over-enthusiastically is going to have their ankles taken by that shotgun, so interesting to watch that mid-battle. We'll see a lot of util going out towards Cannon again. B-site looking like the target to play. A towards Mini is looking good. Oh, lost it all the way just in time. Gets a kill onto Hard. Responds from FMX with the smoke, though. You can see him barely not quite hitting the silhouette. Then he finds it.
Fox will try to pressure forward. Walker in good position. Has to be careful. Looking for the leg. Pops up. Shots ring out. Nobody falls down. FX finding Pablo. Walker back onto FMX, but it's Andreezy who is waiting in the shadows to find this one. Blitzer Girl up top rains down a hailstorm of bullets to find the headshot onto Rask. And we are back to a 2v2. The device down over here at the moment.
Device is the toughest part right now. Virtus Pro have the great position set up against where this bomb is placed. There's a bit of gap from Donut up, which can be challenged by Dark. There's enough time and space for them to challenge that. As soon as that bomb tone, oh, this is smart from Blitz. Going to try and pick Tuck into Vault. Fox covering. Bombers out safely. Outcasts managed to get themselves some distance. They called the rotation here. Where is Fox going to challenge? This is crucial. There's 2v2, but you've got to think, can we cut this rotation? Into lobby.
At least they've got the numbers here. It is a 2-on-1 at the moment. Magic has the audio cue. You can see that rotation beginning to shift into play here on that mini-map. But Dendrizi will rotate around. Magic spots one. Shots ring out in both directions. Nobody falling just yet. And now dipping into that smoke here. They're going to hear that device go down. Do they opt to spray through the smoke? No, it's Magic. He's going to pressure forward. Does he find one? From the side he does. And he gets both. Magic working the magic yet again. And Virtus Pro will find the lead once more.
It's honestly, you've got to give Magic 100% credit there. The decision-making process, not to just yeet into the smoke to try and find the planting member. Instead, he kites and uses the smoke that's like working against him to deny the plant to his advantage instead. Just goes straight behind it, clears the box, finds the member that should be covering forward pressure as Fox is doing so, gets that first kill, and instead of trying to retreat out or reload a mag, has presence of mind and awareness to know that that bomb planter's probably getting off the animation too. Immediately converts, transforms, and transfers the aim into the second kill. And it turns out to be a clean wipe on site. Well played from Magic. Virtus Pro take themselves back into the lead, 4-3, but Hawk, that 4-4 half we're asking for, it might be a little bit of a reality if we're not careful here.
Yeah, it's up to Outcast now to answer the call of Cracked. 1 round away, but it's hard to start off this one with a headshot on the Fox. Outcast, they'll have to do it a player down, but they're going to equalize that a bit here with some action from Pablo.
I think hard's the right word. Hard was always going to be the task of the day when it comes to Outcast CPA, thinking about whether they can take down Virtus Pro. Walker's got a second, though, and it's starting to feel just a little bit more real. Extra numbers, that extra player advantage, but it's Virtus Pro, and you can never count the polar bears out. Towards that CT spawn's going to be reinforced with 2-3 members going to look to come towards a similar direction. FMX dodges the nade, gets in to Mini, playing a game of dodgeball and damage dealing at the same time. He's going to take out that bomb from Mini and put that bomb down directly on site in probably one of the most dangerous places for the Outcast right now. Crucial battle to CT.
Dendrizi on a little pixel jiggle peek here. Shots ring down, and now eventually finding Nemonos. Back to a 2v2, and for Outcast, I feel like if they want to win these rounds, they got to find a way to handle FMX. They get Dendrizi, but the Juggernaut still standing 13-4 at the moment, and somehow continues to avoid all these nades. Device down in an awkward spot. It's a snapshot decision, but Blitzer Girl will walk away still standing. Outcast has done it. They weathered that storm, and they find us tied up here 4-4 at halftime.
Interesting decision-making process in Mini at the end there. Find the last Virtus Pro member isolated themselves in that donut for a fair amount of time, which allowed Outcasts to use the information they'd gathered from the kill dying on the bomb in front of Mini to convert into, he's probably still Mini. You see them play to that effect. Blitzer Girl managed just to win out the gunfight, and we were at a 4-4 split half. Virtus Pro looking good, but the Outcasts also looking like they're here to challenge today.
Yeah, Outcasts are looking phenomenal. I mean, they've made great adjustments as this series has gone on, even after struggling in those first couple rounds. And so that's what you love to see from another equally as talented team. Honestly, right now, it's FMX that's kind of been that glue. I mean, realistically, we could be looking at a 5-3 half that favors Outcast here. So FMX right now standing strong. 13 kills is insane, but Walker just cresting into that double digits himself with 10.
We're going to be watching this early utility. We don't call them Dendrizi using nades for nothing. It's not nades that are doing the damage to begin with, though. It's the damaging queen. Blitz out on the scene, down to the 90. Somehow those don't connect. FMX is going to take her out. Pablo gets us back onto Magic. The shotgun from the flank is really quick and rapid. Walker taking the namesake of a former teammate into his own gameplay and style. He's already inside of the back lines of VP.
Fortunately, he does get taken out here, but Walker's been so good at those long lurking plays or those big flanks. It's kind of been what he's known for here these last couple weekends as well, putting in some big work. But let's go down here now. Nemonos answering back on the hard. It allows them to maintain this player advantage. Pablo going to stem back up here, though. And now for Outcasts, they can be patient. They can allow Virtus Pro to kind of play into their play style for this one.
See the safe rotation from the Outcast EPA squad actually coming to reinforce short as cover towards long and 90. Recognizing the rotation is good though, actually. Timing from both teams is relatively even here. This is going to be rough for FMX. I don't think he realizes how many people he's going to run into. Faking for the re-rotation is a smart play though. Oh, have they done it? Look at the number 6 player on your screen. Pablo picks him off. The anchor on the A site wins a crucial fight, and now this is tough for VP.
Well, if there's one person you want as that clutch factor, I guess it would be FMX, but Pablo's going to waste no time giving him a free 6 feet dirt nap. Outcast back on top by 1. Can they find a way to topple the Polar Bears here in the first game? Or will Virtus.pro find a way to climb back in it? I mean, these are two teams that you can never count out, but it's good to see Outcast start out with a dominating performance, just showing that they are all business this weekend.
Oh boy, oh boy. I might have to wear myself a hot sauce cosplay at the end of this game, for I am going to love being wrong if this one goes the way it does. I'm going to be honest with you. Shots out. Courtyard pressure down. FMX is going to be the one that's taking out the captain. Walker banished to the bench in round number 10. Interesting spread from the attacking side from Virtus.pro here. A line of scrimmage almost across the B site and mid, but Outcast still keeping that player anchor. Pablo over towards the A site. This is all on Fox again, and this is just set up for this ramp push. Look, they've read this. This is red coming. One up in dark. Timing is crucial here. First, Fox goes down. Really big, good push from Virtus.pro.
He comes in, doesn't find anyone. Hard on to Nemenos now as well. And Outcast looked like they were set up, but unfortunately the domino effect in full effect at the moment. Blitzer Girl letting that AK-12 Sing eventually finds Andreezy, but FMX is there to trade it back. Pablo picks up on the Rask, and it's all down to Pablo in a 3v1.
Yeah, he's being covered off from Palace towards that beacon area. Magic playing the position that Walker plays very commonly. You see Pablo's aware of it, but it's very tough to be able to land shots from the downward angle up into that little cupboard. 5-5 Virtus.pro level it up. I'm going to be honest, Hort, it all balanced on that entry then. It all set up for Fox versus the World. And I'm going to be honest with you, the World hits pretty hard.
It does indeed. Shout out to production in the background, though. They were letting us know that the only time EPA has beaten Virtus.pro is in a tournament setting, was also on this map here on Fort. So they've been victorious against this team on Fort. It's something that they're comfortable with here on Fort. So still trying to take this map away. A couple rounds needed yet. 9, that magic number. Magic, though, shifting through the smoke, finds Blitzer Girl, and what a big opening pick here for Virtus.pro.
He almost deletes Pablo on the back corner too. That pre-fire just to the right-hand side of the box, ever so slightly to the left, Nephew, and you're sending him home too. And a couple of extra players lurking towards the backside. Hard's gone to check it, but this could be a bit of a timing war here. He's going to know. He's going to commit to it. He knows Walker's coming. He's not even going to bother risking it to chance. He's going to keep his eyes covering on the back. With that numbers advantage, they can spare the player to watch him. Stepping in is FMX. Stepping up is Nemo to respond. One around that 80-90 is dangerous. It's a smoke. Thank for that.
And Walker again on that flank, finds one, immediately shifts away from that flank as Fox picks up on Magic, and Walker trying to play mind games with Virtus.pro at the moment. Again, they've got this player advantage. Rask and crew is still worried about Walker being back here. I don't think they realize that he's already rotated over, and he might just pick up big on this rotation from Virtus.pro.
Oh, man. Look at how much respect they gave him as well. You can see them both looking back towards the lobby. They know he's somewhere. They're just searching for him, and here he is. He pops up underneath Helen. Hello, goodbye. Oh. It is the demon in the night. You might be looking for him. You might find him, but you certainly ain't taking him out of his spot. Walker claims 2 to close him out. A great 3-piece on the round, and it's like a 5-dimensional chess game at this point. He's like, am I flanking? Am I not flanking? Do you know? Do you need to care? I don't know. What are we doing here?
I mean, you got to keep a team like Virtus.pro guessing. Walker doing a great job of that. Looking like Texas Walker Ranger out there. Quick roundhouse kick, some sweet chin music, and Outcast. They find themselves up by a point, but they can't get complacent here. It's so important to be able to close out these important games, and it's FMX to start off with the first kill on Nemenos.
full well that Virtus.pro are going to come out a swing in the next round. Outcast.epa have taken the lead a couple of times in this game so far, but Virtus.pro have done exactly the same thing in equal measures. The shotgun from the top from Fox is good for one. The bomb goes down. The second on Heavens, the pick he's calling for. There's a third in the bedroom and a fourth to support, but Fox can re-swing with a full reload.
Pablo, with the assistance, picks up a headshot on the Magic, and now Outcast have that player advantage. The device down at the moment here as well, and we see FMX trying to take a peek here, looking to see if it's clear before he does collect that device. 1:10, still plenty of time to work with here, but Outcast, they now can kind of play that patient role, force VP into their crosshairs, and see if they can come up with a big round win here.
55 on the clock. Outcast on the defense. The bomb not planted means time to just settle down a bit. Don't need to make anything too crazy happen when you've already got it all set to your advantage. Tempo and forcing the plays in the hands of the Polar Bears right now. And Dreezy's in a good spot. He's wedged himself in between two members of the defense and the backline. If he finds this angle onto Blitzergirl, he has space and opening. B-site acquired, 2v2, and Virtus.pro look good to plant.
25 on the clock. They're going to pressure in here. FMX will hit that plant. Fox, does he quicken the pace? He's got to be careful because Virtus.pro has that teammate here. Shots ring out, and he's able to get in. The plant goes down, but Fox finds FMX, who's been that juggernaut with 19 kills. It's a 2v1 against Andreezy. Pablo letting the gun sing once more. They shift into better position here. He could bait out that plant. He's tucked behind the box, and now Fox down, waiting patiently to peek the head, and Fox finds the headshot onto Andreezy. Outcast has done it. They're one away from match point.
Well, they've almost done it. They've almost done it when it comes to the first map, and it is only the first map and a best of three. We've got many hurdles for both of these teams to get over if they want to keep themselves out of that loser's bracket. The first step here, like you say, is getting to that match point. The Outcast.epa squad put themselves on the precipice of 8 rounds of success. At number 7, it's the curse for the enemy team. That pressure just doubled. The shoulders feel that extra bit heavy, and Virtus.pro need to find something, excuse the pun, but just a little magic to get out of this one.
We'll see if they can work that magic here. Blitzergirl tucked in toward the corner here. We see that smoke beginning to plume out. Just looking for a little bit of vision through that smoke. If you're old like me, you're definitely squinting very hard to see if you can see just a skosh of any pixel here, but both of these teams being very patient, and I think Virtus.pro realizing how important every round is from here on out.
And for a moment, silence descends upon the arena as both teams realize how important this next round is. Virtus.pro, arguably more important than the Outcasts at this moment in time. Nobody wanting to give their life up for free. Just want to be the difference maker. That's Blitzergirl, one of the common difference makers out of the Outcast squad. Pablo's there for a response. The third swings into Kitchen. It's Pablo for 2. Bit of an over-aggressive push out into Garden's going to bring it back from Virtus.pro. Hard and Magic together take 2 back. The bomb in Kitchen is in a good place, but there are lots of lines of sight from backside that might just keep this held well. Pablo's ready for it. Magic's out.
But they're just going to push on the side here. They don't even care about a rotation, and now with only 23 seconds, they're going to have to start to quicken this pace, but there's a firing squad waiting patiently here. That smoke lineup comes out, but Fox steps forward and finds 2. Outcast has done it. They're the first to match point, and they need one more round to close it out. They've got 3 opportunities to do so, and this is what we often talk about, the importance of being able to close out these huge games in these big situations. Outcast now has an opportunity to do so, and what an upset it could be.
Eight 5. 3 rounds for a chance at success in the first. Remember, Virtus.pro not going to go into the night easily. And the idea of taking this to overtime will not go on either of these two teams. Fox is there for the first. Walker's got a second on that shotgun. The shotguns are just tearing it up in the fort. Magic is still going to be good for 1 again inside of the mist.
I think I've got more anxiety than these players at the moment. Just holding with bated breath, waiting to see what happens. Walker and crew displaying great patience here at the moment. Again, they've got that player advantage. This is their round to win. Magic up top, looking for some intel. I believe that was FMX down below here as well. They're going to spot Blitzer Girl, and that's a big pick here for Magic.
Just really smart. You can see the precision on all of these Virtus Pro members as they slice the angles. You can see just how far they need to peek to catch that corner of the model to be able to get enough bullets down to get the kill. And notice when I can go for a headshot here. I just need to hit a body shot here. Speaking of Walker, he's hidden. He is sneaking underneath the bomb of hell. My geez, he's got great shots though. He's found the hidden Walker.
Nemo, though, able to answer back, does find Andreezy. FMX, one player left to go, but it's the player with 19 kills. FMX has been tearing it up here today. A little bit silent in the last 2 rounds, though. And this could be that big clutch factor to rekindle that flame. Unfortunately, he steps into the crosshair of Pablo, and Outcast EPA has done it once again, this time on Fort 9-5. I'd say that's in pretty dominating fashion.
You're not wrong. We said 9-6, 9-5 for the first game, but we didn't say it this way around, or I certainly didn't. What an insanely great performance out of the Outcast.EPA squad in map number 1. The performances out of each individual members and the kills spread across the board, especially bearing in mind, like you said, that FMX had got himself up to one short of a 20 bomb, is intimidating, no less. But a phenomenal performance out of the captain in Walker. 4 MVPs, 15 kills, and 10 deaths. Alongside that, out of Fox in 13 and 9, gets Outcast.EPA over the mark in map number 1.
I mean, 7, 8, 9, 13, 15, everybody filling their role nicely. And I mean, this is great to see from Outcast. I mean, you take a look back here in Virtus Pro in both the Arena Cup Series 3 and the Arena Cup Series 2 combined, they have a total of 1 loss in playoffs. So Outcast already given them their first one here in the Arena Cup Series 4 to match the last 2. And they're going to need 1 more, though, if they want to advance in this upper bracket. Virtus Pro will get to go back to the old stomping grounds, their home court, as I like to call it, of Skybridge. So an opportunity for them to answer back. But, man, what a showing it could be if Outcast come out in 2-0 Virtus Pro. I don't think anybody would have that on their bingo cards.
Yeah, don't even think me with my optimistic or extravagant guesses at the beginning of a day are going to put that one on the cards. I am going to be honest with you. It's a phenomenal first map from the Outcast.EPA. And it's actually funny we brought up that cool stat inside of the game. And we mentioned that this was the one map that Virtus Pro have been tested by EPA and successful on before. And it was, actually, if you think back to it, Hort, when Fort first got dropped as a fresh map, it was the Outcast.EPA squad at the time that were one of the first few teams to really engage with that map, to really be confident to play the map as one of their map picks, and they became known for it as well for the Arena Cup series at that time too. So it doesn't surprise me to see this Outcast.EPA squad come back to some form in a map that was previously considered a familiar environment. I do, however, lean towards Virtus Pro in this one and think that they have themselves every card on the table to be able to bring this back to a tied match, because it's Skybridge. As you said, this is their home domain. And my problems in Game 1 from Virtus Pro was their clumsiness, their sloppiness. There was a lack of discipline and a lack of cleanliness to the play and execution sometimes that they were punished for. When they were disciplined and they were precise, they destroyed the people in their crosshairs. When they weren't, they fell short. I think in a comfortable map, that's the best place to get that mindset and get, a bit of rhythm going, because it's your home turf. You feel like you can not put too much stress on it. It's going through the motions a little bit to just get that rhythm going. So I think this is a good, restart of the engine for Virtus Pro here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is we often see almost every character in double-digit kills, and we didn't see that here in Game 1. Obviously, FMX was having a very fun time out there, but needed just a little bit more from some of the other members. So you're right. I think Skybridge can be that stepping stone to rekindle that flame for them. For Outcast, I'm looking for 2 things. One, can you topple them on Skybridge? If you can, job's done. But at a minimum, 2, you want to keep it close. I feel like if Virtus Pro comes out here 9-2, 9-3, something crazy, then all of a sudden you feel like they're heavily favored for Bay 5. But if Outcast at a minimum can keep it close, a 9-6 somewhere in there, then I think they have that fighting chance to then topple them on Bay 5. But honestly, Outcast is looking for the big upset. They're looking to get it done in two. And man, I didn't think I could get any more excited before the day began. Well, I'm here, baby. I am all for this.
And if that wasn't a reason for you guys to be getting excited, I've noticed there's a lot of talk about a couple of different bits and bobs that are going on this weekend alongside this event in the chat. So let's just take 2 seconds to quickly remind you guys, it is free weekend in Escape from Tarkov Arena and the Arena Cup Series 4 finals from July 18th to July 21st at 1400 British Standard Time. That's right, 2 o'clock in the afternoon BST. Experience the unmatched adrenaline rush of Escape from Tarkov Arena for free. Dive into intense, fast-paced matches and feel the thrill of true tactical combat. Importantly, in the meantime, all players will have access to a new chain of in-game quests called Best Served Cold. Completing these will reward you with the limited edition Grenadier Tactical Tee, Battle Pass experience, Battle Pass and GP coin currency, as well as Liga medals. Arena awaits. Make sure you're in there to go and get all that amazing content, as well as finishing off your quest from last weekend, folks. Don't forget that ACS Graffiti White Paint is available until July 19th to complete. With that being said, Hort, there's so much action to feast our eyes on.
Yeah, honestly, if an old timer like me can complete the Pantheon quest, I know you can too as well. I've been having a ton of fun playing Arena, and I'm actually excited to get right back into it. So if anybody's ever looking to, carry some dead weight, I am here for your carrying. But yeah, a reminder as well, new drip, the Hawaiian shirt, the USEC day off. We're giving some of those away a little bit later, but they're available in the store right now as well. So get some extra flash to the wardrobe there as well. And those skins are going to be available in Arena coming soon in the future as well. So would love to see everybody showcasing all the drip that they've got, including in that battle pass. I mean, so many free rewards. If it's free, it's me. Everybody loves free stuff. Get out there, download Arena, and come find me on the battlefield.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. There's loads of little bars rolling along underneath us throughout the broadcast. Check out the sponsor SteelSeries. Don't forget to check out the QR code to explore all of our channels. Do all of this whilst enjoying these amazing highlights. We're going to be back to join you in about 4 minutes' time after those highlights to be able to bring you the second match of the Outcast.EPA taking on Virtus Pro. Don't go anywhere too far. We'll be back real soon.
And we're back to day 4 of ACS number 4, brought to you by Hunt Premier and Battle State Games in partnership with the lovely Steel Series. My name is Hot Sauce, and still in the booth, the legend, the old wise, cracked wisdom. Map 1, we had a feeling that Outcast could maybe take Fort, but man, to do it that decisively gives me strong hope for this next one.
I do agree with you from the performance. The facts on the paper did say that it was a very good game, but we did have a little natter about this in the green room whilst we were in the intermission there about some concerns for the future. And this Virtus Pro map pick is a comfort pick if I've ever seen one in my entire career in this chair. It's just set to be exactly what they need to turn it around. It looked like Virtus Pro was sluggish. It looked like they had a little bit of a lack of attentiveness to detail, a little bit of attention, slight maybe loose muscles, first game jitters, first game Andes, whatever you want to call it. But being able to settle in a map that you're comfortable on might just be the tick that Virtus Pro need to catalyze that full force to be able to bring it back. If you're an Outcast.epa squad member, at this moment in time, you're trying to put the metaphor home, right? The ant is under the boot. Now you just got to step to squish it out. At this moment in time, Virtus Pro are feeling a lot more like a shelled armored turtle than an ant, and maybe something akin to Mario, it might just slip out from underneath the boot off a wall and, knock them off the ledge that they're currently standing on. So I'm looking forward to seeing which of the two teams can take it out in Skybridge, but I do think it is going to depend on how they both turn up. Map 1 was decided on who showed up. FMX, 19 kills and 10 deaths in total. That's showing up. But you need 5 people to do that for Arena Cup Series to really be successful.
Yeah, and FMX was kind of stuck at that 19 kill mark, I think, for those last 3 rounds as well. So that fire kind of fizzled out just a little bit toward the end, which is why you have to make sure your whole team is firing on all cylinders. So, I would say that this is a heavily favored Virtus Pro map, but the way that Outcast is playing, they could definitely upset the Polar Bears here. I mean, Walker, so many lurking flanks. Sometimes, the rat's on top action. But mixing up the ebb and flow, changing the strategy, keeping Virtus Pro guessing has been a huge factor here. And I know that the Outcast have been putting in a lot of work off screen. So it's nice to see it pay off against a tough team. But we have to remember, they're not out of that deep water yet. The Virtus Pro, the Polar Bears, are still technically the sharks here that smell that blood, but they find themselves in a position that they haven't really been in too much before. So we'll see how how well they play under this type of pressure.
One's got to ask yourself, how many wonders has Walker still got left inside of the wardrobe? I mean, we've seen on Bay 5 where he tucks himself into that A site on the right-hand side of the Silver Corridor and holds the gun up and just waits. Lets as many people into the trap as possible for picking the right timing and swinging onto them. We've seen it there on Fort where, I mean, I'm getting to the point where I'm checking my corners before I come back to my desk because I'm wondering if there's a Walker in the background somewhere just lurking in the corner with a shotgun. It is becoming a little bit of something that is seeming to be so hard to be able to track. And we saw it in Fort in the first match where it made such a crucial difference in one round that 3 members of Virtus Pro were petrified to look away from the flank for fear that he might be there at the worst timing. And that just stalemated the round for 50 seconds. And for those that maybe just new to Arena or are having a go for the first time because it's free weekend, the round's only 2 minutes long in total. 50 seconds, that's almost half the round that he's just stolen away from that attacking side just by being present.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him get the kill on the flank, immediately rotates very, very far away because he knows that team's going to be looking for him a little bit. And now they're going to consider that rotation as well because you've got 2 tucked under the side. I mean, we see him eventually dip back to mid, just kind of hang out and wait. And then they pressure in. He finds a couple more big picks. It was big plays like that, I think, that really set them up for success. But I think we have to look for that full team of Outcast EPA. They were playing very, very well together. They were trusting in each other to find those picks or at a minimum get those trades. And it was a job well done here on the first one. But consistency is king and consistency is key. You got to do it for at least 2 of these 3 matches. So this next one, I think, will probably be their toughest test of the 3. But again, as long as they keep it close, I think that they still could take Bay 5 away. If they upset them on Sky, though, I mean, this would be the first time that we see Virtus Pro knocked off this early down into that lower bracket. And what a confidence booster this would be for Outcast EPA. If they 2-0 Virtus Pro here, that might just be the fuel to flame them right into the grand finals.
I'm going to give you two little things to put into the mental notebook of the thinking process right now. Okay, number one is that losers bracket in the eyes of Panderic ain't going to seem that daunting. In fact, if ACS3 was anything to go by, then some might consider that run up the losers bracket to be a favourable option to go for. I don't know if Virtus Pro are going to be wanting to be in the losers bracket. I'll guarantee you that's not the case. They will be wanting to crush everybody in their way, but I'm going to have to be able to do it on the day. The second one I'm going to bring to your attention, which I think might grab a hold of your seatbelt, Hawk. You might need to lock in for this, but just think back to game one. Can you remember an Andreezy nade kill?
You know, I think you're right there. The easy Andreezy nade lineups on 4. In fact, it was Walker that I saw the one throwing toward 90 there as well. And so we talked about utility being a big factor. It's going to be a big factor here in Skybridge as well.
I'm looking to it. Again, I actually was very careful. I don't... Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb. I don't think I saw a single utility kill come out of Virtus Pro on 4. Which is something that you very rarely say. If there were, it's maybe one or two that were part and parcel with how the game plays. It wasn't as impactful as we're used to seeing from Virtus Pro. I mean, Andreezzy's known for his nades. The other thing is that we've got to look at, between these two teams, Fox, shotgun, Walker, shotgun, Rask, shotgun, Andreezzy, shotgun. Now, we spoke about Fox, we spoke about Walker, and we spoke about Rask on the shotgun. Andreezzy's had a quieter game all round so far today. We did have him in a couple of kills and good trade-outs on that shotgun, but not the same impact we're used to seeing from Andreezzy in the back of the rounds. Virtus Pro, we spoke about members that overperforming, maybe FMX 19 and 10. Quieter performances out of a couple of people from the Virtus Pro lineup, and I don't expect that will last for long. Like, we talked about Virtus Pro after interviewing them at the back of their success from the Arena Cup Series 3. They are current champions, returning champions right now, twice over, by the way. They work in a house together. They are sat back to back across desks from each other in a gaming setup in a gaming office. They are working as a unit. If any one team member is struggling in this intermission, they'll have been patting them on the back, having a chat, maybe throwing some shade for banter just to bring that mood up. And I guarantee you're probably going to see some of the best performances out of those members that you've seen in this next game. Because, I mean, you don't poke the bear. Isn't a phrase we say very often for no reason, is it, Hawk? You don't poke the bear. You just don't poke the bear.
You know, and I got to correct myself because I got ahead of myself through all the excitement. But the lower bracket run doesn't even start until tomorrow. So whoever loses here is actually out of the tournament as a whole. If Outcast can find a way to beat Virtus Pro, that would mean there is no chance at a three-peat for them. And what a shakeup in the bracket that would be.
Could you imagine? First match of the day, one of the Titans considered to be favored for taking the title. I mean, this is the other first place favorite alongside of that of Tarkov Help, purely due to their previous history in Arena Cup Series and how dominant they've been. I mean, goodbye Virtus Pro. Day one of finals.
That would be weird to say.
That doesn't sound right. That's crazy. But then again, I mean, you said Panderic Apex last ACS3 in the grand finals also sounded ludicrous, but that happened. So hey, we call it the FA Cup of the UK football's metaphor of its equivalent, because anything can happen. It depends on the team that turns up on the day, and whichever one turns up best normally ends up taking it. I mean, this is potentially going to come down to how many clutches we get to see from either side here. Is FMX going to pop off and drop like a 25 to a 30 bomb? Because that might just get it over the line, by the way. A couple of 1v5s, the mental goes very, very quickly.
I mean, FMX was on fire. Absolutely on fire. I think there's two big things, because we did see him fizzle out a little bit at the end. Does he keep that fire rolling here on Skybridge? And is there another shining star, or that some of those lower members now step up and fill that role that we're used to seeing them fill? And I think that's why Skybridge is a great map pick for Virtus Pro, because it is that quote unquote home court advantage that we like to talk about. A map that they run a lot, a map that they perform very, very well on. Historically, I think I personally have only seen them lose on this map once, I think against XP Academy in a group stage. So This is their stomping grounds. And so I think again for Outcast, though, if they beat them here on Skybridge, nobody can question whether or not Fort was a fluke or that. You know, they Outcast has come to play. They performed very, very well on Fort. They deserve all the credit there. But again, closing out big games in big moments, in big tournament settings, and the Arena Cup Series is the biggest one. It is so important to get it done here today. Can they do it on Skybridge? That is the big question that's just lingering around in this empty noggin of mine.
Now here we go. Match number 2, Outcast.epa versus Virtus Pro Skybridge on the cards. Outcast.epa have advantage at the moment in time in the best of 3. 1-0 up after that great map on Fort.
Walker, known for this early aggressiveness. Unfortunately, Hard was already there. FMX finds Fox as well, and Virtus Pro right back to Polar Bear things on Skybridge. Nemo, though, nice headshot. Can't find the second as FMX does answer back.
Bomb being planted on site very aggressively by Virtus Pro here. Going to knock an extra 20 seconds off the clock early. FMX down on bench is going to get deleted. Blitzergirl looking to make herself known as the last 3 more on the cards. First is free. 1v4, more to go, and Rask from the shotgun positioning inside of VIP is going to claim the last one. Virtus Pro start off with a comfortable round. 3 from FMX to kick it off. I mean, he's not stopping.
Nope.
I'm not surprised to see the intermission has not stopped him from destroying people in his path.
I mean, it was Virtus Pro who took those first couple rounds on Fort pretty decisively as well. It wasn't until, you know, the kind of the meat and potatoes that we saw Outcast begin to find their footing to run away with it. So something similar here again for Outcast. You know, they need to win one of these next 2 rounds. They don't want to allow Virtus Pro to run away with it. And I think it's about weathering that storm. Virtus Pro often has winning halves on this attacking side. So how close can you keep it? And there's Vimo from Belltown. Magic goes down.
Here's one of those grenades we're looking for out of Virtus Pro. That one through the smoke. And Sanders is going to try and cover off an aggressive push through the smoke, which could have been one of the places Walker is lurking. You see that position from Walker actually pushing up aggressively towards Hole. Hard. Just respecting the angle out of heaven. See Walker tucked up in that familiar position that he normally likes to take up aggressively out of bench. Got to think both teams are relatively aware of where each other is right now, which is why we see these lines of scrimmage set up. The number 7 player out of Blitzergirl, the Outcast CPA squad, just holding lane 3 as a Bianca, not needing to over-aggress on the defending side. Virtus Pro being forced to make the moves. Hard finds Walker. Oh, Hard at the jump peak. Over Sandwich is going to get Fox.
2 early picks again here from Virtus Pro. Nemo to thread the needle. Spot set of ice. Shots ring out. Now the smoke blooms in the way here, and that's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Now, we've seen Walker press very far forward here every single time. Blitzergirl finding that pick on FMX from this flank, but I'd like to see him maybe mix it up just a little bit because it seems like Hard has his card here.
Sometimes it's not the hand of cards that you get dealt, though. It's what you do with them that makes the difference. 3 versus 3 in health on the board. Pablo's going to take out a teammate in Nemo, and Dreezy finds Blitzergirl, and Pablo's going to go down, feeling a little bit of salt in the wound. 2-0 Virtus Pro. Confident start. Not a surprise for us, though. This is what we expected out of Skybridge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the only surprising part is that Magic has 0 kills. This is the map that we saw Magic at 17-0. But I guess when you have to fight FMX and Hard for kills at the moment, it can be a little bit tougher. I mean, they're getting the job done. That's the most important part for them here. Now for the Outcast, well, how can they respond? I mean, they've got to find, I would say, at least 3 rounds on this defending side.
Plenty of time still to go. A couple of on the board. That grenade straight under the feet of Fox is going to delete him. I was wondering when that one was going to go off. That one almost hung for a second to give Hop a little bit of anxiety as he watched that one go off underneath Fox's feet. This position in VIP is gross on Walker as well. That smoke dissipates and Walker is going to be heavily exposed to the shotgun. Rask, also respecting it himself, though, is going to back off a little bit. You can kind of see through the edge of that smoke, actually. It's not quite fully covering VIP. Here he comes. He knows, he knows, he knows.
Beautiful job by Walker, getting low there as well. Rask was looking for that advantage. He gets back down and back up. Hard finds him in transition, though. The animation haunting Walker that time. Pablo posted up and ready here in this position. The device still hanging out in VIP. They've got the numbers advantage. Andreezy with a small bleed that shouldn't affect him too much at this point, but 50 seconds on the clock. We should see him start to move here relatively soon.
Move is exactly what they're looking to do. Off the site. Hard looking to give his body just to get that bomb down. Very minimal health left, but in a 4 versus 3, they can even afford to lose that player and still be able to cover post-plant as long as the bomb goes down, which it does. 40 seconds on the clock, and Virtus.pro have really good control of backside. First down, FMX for 1, Magic for 2. Virtus.pro just cleaning house. Now it's starting to feel a little bit more textbook from the Polar Bears.
I mean, this is their map. This is that home field advantage that we talked about. They are so good at this map, and it's tough to deal with them, especially on that attacking side. I mean, we often talk about how aggressive they are. They get great control of VIP. They're comfortable giving up a little space to Walker toward that KFC side, and they've been able to find him early, at least in 2 of these 3 rounds. So I think it's going to be up to Outcast here to make a little bit of a shift in the strategy and see if they can change something up.
Roll A, heavy A. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That nade towards VIP is actually going to clear out Rat, but it's not going to pick up a kill. Nemo gets one back on the trade with the util of his own. Nade out towards bench. Clear. Magic for 1. Takes out Pablo on the side. Rask doubled up against him on the shotgun. He's going to know both are here. You can see he's taking a bit of damage already, so aware of 2 now. This is where the shotgun does best. Play aggressive. Play offensive. Both tucked into the corner. All it's going to take is one big swing, and he might clean both sets of knees. But you know he's going for it as well. Rask smells blood. Angles tough, goes for the first. Second goes down, Fox holds his ground.
Magic finding Fox here. Yeah, I mean, they just so good at taking control of the area here. I mean, we see Blitzer Girl finding that pick on the Magic, trying to reel it back, but Outcast doesn't have a round on the board yet, Cracked. They need one here relatively soon.
Andreezy with a little bit of spray through the smokes, actually going to give the Outcasts or EPA members on that E-box angle a bit of pressure, but not until he re-swings. Got pressure from his teammate as well. Andreezy recognizes that space, needs backing up, and steps out from the other side of the headshot box off site. And then together, Virtus.pro clean out the round.
Yeah, and this to me was why it was so important for Outcast to win 4, because I knew they were going to have a tough time on Skybridge. My only fear is that if they don't perform a little bit here, it could lead to some troubles in Bay 5 if we happen to need Bay 5. So Outcast, again, they need to put a couple rounds on the board. We are hoping for 3, but you feel like at an absolute bare minimum 2 on this defensive side.
I'm not sure I'm as confident that there are that many rounds going to go in the Outcast's favor. Fox has got one. Rask can return. Response then matched by Walker. Double shotgun into VIP, and the Outcasts adjust a little bit. But there's 4 members of the Polar Bears here.
Oof.
Walker hurt.
Yeah, still some troubles though with that Enforcer. After having a nice game in that that previous one, still sitting only at 2 kills here. Hard taking some damage. It was Blitzer on a nice flank, but has been picked up here. So Hard will find that one. They have that player advantage, but the health for FMX and Hard isn't that great. But Andreezy says, I don't care. He finds Nemo, and now looks to toy with Pablo.
Pablo in a 1v3. Definitely not something that he'll be unfamiliar with, but is he going to be able to pull this off? Some of the toughest players in the world to do this against. It's Andreezy to close it out. Look at this scoreboard. 7-1 for Hard, 7-1 for FMX, 4-1 from Andreezy, and this is the Virtus.pro that we are used to seeing. This is the kind of action, this is the kind of dominance that we are used to them putting out on the pitch. Now, it does make you but wonder what it's going to look like on Bay 5.
I mean, I would expect Outcast to perform better on Bay 5 again. And it's a map that I really haven't seen Virtus.pro on a ton, so I don't have a ton of pool knowledge to kind of pull from for there. But they're just so good on Skybridge, and I feel like until someone can kind of slow this aggression down, match that pace, or find these early picks, it's going to be a bit of trouble. And Walker, though, this is that aggression they need. Steps forward, finds Andreezy, and the nade lineup takes out his teammate in VIP. Fox will find Magic, and Outcast will look to find the spark.
Problem is, there's still the pressure on the B site that's about to be cantered. There is a lurking B anchor towards the back of lane 1 and 2. Shots coming out from the backside now, find hard. And FMX is the last alive to try and save this one. Blitz gets herself a second on the B site after a good anchor position does work to her favor. But the Outcast EPA not only put one on the board, but a flawless round.
I mean, that's a good way to rekindle that flame, to look for that spark that we often talk about here. So Blitzer Girl up into 5 kills. Pablo, who was playing very well last round or last game, struggling a little bit here in Skybridge as well. I'd like to see them put Pablo in a position to find this first frag, rekindle that flame, and see if they can begin to power forward here. But needing, again, we talked about it, a bare minimum of 2, hoping for 3, which would mean they have to win out here in this half.
Good. Walker holds up and manages to avoid that one just before it goes off. Both shotguns come out swinging from Outcast. It's not a step out, it's a walkout. As they look to try and put pressure down with his aggressive weapons. Nate goes off with a beat of magic. He only takes a little bit of a tickle to the ankle. That's not the Achilles heel that we're looking for.
All 2 members still standing at the moment. Fox will put a couple through the smoke here. Rask beginning to shift around the other side. Fox will take a look toward VIP as these smokes begin to dissipate here. Gotta be careful. Spots Rask, shots both directions. Rask will take a little bit of damage here. Fox maybe looking for that jump over, but nobody home yet.
Walker's got one onto Magic. Walker's got the second onto FMX, and these shotguns are starting to really knock people over. Fox is responding with one of his own, not wanting to be left out of the equation as he claims the 3rd life from the Virtus.pro squad. Bomb down. Dreezy lurking towards KFC, and Rask still now kind of pincered out towards the hole. To play this one out. Nemo's holding up Andreezy. A little bit of damage both ways.
Andreezy on the scout, but it's Nemo to find them first, and Fox will get Rask as well. Outcast, they are slowly looking to trudge through the trenches here. It's now 2 in a row. They've come alive. They've awakened the beast, but is it too little, too late? I love to see these adjustments come out, and I'd love to see them take this final round of the first half, but things aren't going to get any easier once we switch sides. We talked about it. Virtus.pro, so comfortable on Skybridge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to be looking to our usual first couple of the second half of the game to really give us an idea as to whether this one is going to be done and dusted or whether we're going to have a close one on our hands here. I mean, Outcast still need to put the 3rd round home to really keep this in close contention. 6 and 2, as we've always said, as another nade from bench doesn't quite find its mark.
Andreezy nade lineup again, doesn't find anyone yet. Fox and Rask both finding picks in the meantime as we hear the explosion across the battlefield. Magic, a hailstorm of bullets through the smoke that won't find a home. Walker dangerously low here, as well as Rask, now in a 4v4.
Walker's not much health left to speak of. A couple of shots across. Rask is going to have most of his health taken away as well. VIP finds Walker in that prone position again. 2 out of Virtus.pro, knocked down 2 Outcasts. And it's a 4 versus 2 to take it back. 1 minute and 5 on the clock. Currently watching the 2 members jostling for position in the lobby. You see Blitzer Girl hanging underneath the escalators now, being held off by FMX, playing really defensively just to watch that flank. Great shots out of Pablo as he finds that headshot into Magic.
The device eventually goes down here. Pablo, Blitzer Girl. Card stacked against him slightly. But we see that long flank again. Blitzer coming from behind. FMX, though, a nice peek onto Pablo. And now on a 1v3, it's all up to Blitzer Girl. Not a ton of time on the clock to work with either. I mean, 30 seconds, you need 5 or 6 to defuse, 25 to find the kills. And so time slowly ticking away.
Shots out on that AK-12, just not quite going to get through what's left of that Enforcer. Rask closes it out, has a spear in his hands as well, so not needing to rely on the shotgun. Just 1 bullet to the head will do. Blitz goes down. Virtus.pro take the half 6-2. We move to the Outcasts attacking side.
Well, we were hoping for the 5-3. We said 6-2 was a bare minimum, but even then, it's going to be tough. You know, I feel like as Outcast EPA, they're going to have to come out, win these first 2 rounds, gather some footing, and then look to power forward. If Virtus Pro finds a way to take this first round or even these first 2 out of the bag, you can pretty much, I think, consider this one done and dusted.
Eyes on for the first attacking side. Where do we think they're going? Do you have your eyes locked on that B side? Because I know I certainly do. With the way they've played towards A so far, it feels like probably going to be a switch up off the rip. Most teams in the Arena Cup series so far have shown they only play one defending player towards that B side. And as the weak side is addressed, oh brother, how quickly are Virtus Pro going to respond to this though? Because there is somebody in VIP trying to hold it back. 2, 1 to jungle, 1 spawn. Walker finds a good pick.
Oh, Pablo. The nade on to Andreezy. Fox will put bullets through here, but it's Nemo to find FMX. Fox finds hard. And again, it's these plays where they put Walker on that lurk. He finds a pick over there as well, and really mixing up the strategy. I think it's a great decision to go to B. You talked about it. We always often talk about it. They only got 1 defender over here, and now this is going to make VP change their strategy up a little bit for rounds going forward. Are they going to opt to put 1 more on B just in case? It opens up the opportunities here for Outcast, but Magic will claim that one onto Walker.
It's going to be the only one he's going to get, though. It's consolation prize at the end of the round is 6-3. Gap is close to 3. The Outcasts start off their attacking side with a good, confident B-site hit and convert on it very well. Question is going to be, though, well, I don't think it's a question, honestly. Virtus Pro are going to adjust and restack that site, probably with the second member straight away this round, but can they still leverage the same success? Your eyes on the split.
That's what I'm
Virtus Pro are
looking for,
not. They're not sending a second player over there. Interesting, okay. Here we go again.
I mean, it's kind of the idea that, hey, they're not going to do it twice in a row. It's just for them to make us put a second defender over there. And so, you know, maybe Outcast calling that bluff right here. We see a very fast rotation already coming in through that mini map, though. And so looking to get a little bit more prepared here, but Outcast have taken up a lot of space on this site.
Yeah, so is Virtus Pro retaking in space as well. Berlin occupied, back maze occupied, deep red train occupied, Fox is smoking in space, making it very hard to do anything other than just hold here. You don't want to push through that smoke. Just looking to put pressure down for the plant. See Util going out towards the back of maze, Andreezy looking for a jump spot. Vice being planted, 2 swings from red, Andreezy finds 1 through the smoke. Bomb goes down. Fox almost.
So close on that jump over, holding my breath, but as he picks up the device, Hard answers back, finds him. Blitzer Girl, the trade comes in, but Rask is there to find Walker eventually on that flank. And now Rask from heaven looking to rotate around behind these players of Outcast. They don't have that device down yet. They eventually gather it here, but Blitzer Girl seems to be aware that someone is lurking behind here. Now, had trouble getting through the armor of the Enforcer in that previous round, so looking to maybe navigate some of those troubles here in this one.
Yeah, I have to try and take out the Enforcer if we want to rotate out and try and push the A site. Have to deal with the Enforcer, at least for pressure, to get the bomb down on B. Magic's going to pick up Blitz, and that's going to pretty much spell defeat for round number 10. Top of the train, Nemo looking for shots. Burst up in heaven, not going to find that one. Aggressive pressure from Andreezy. Nemo's not going to find that either. Andreezy closes it out. Virtus Pro move to 7.
7-3. 1 away from match point, 2 from closing it out, but I got to say, I'm honestly not that shocked at the moment here. I mean, this is what's to be expected from Virtus Pro, especially on Skybridge. I think once I saw Outcast win Fort, I was expecting to go to a Bay 5 here, but I think that's most likely what we're going to see unless Outcast has a big shift here.
Watching for the early util. 2 members rotated to the B site. Virtus Pro have stacked it. Outcasts again. Definitely playing the tempo on the textbook. They're playing this really slow to the A site as well to full sell B. You see that 4th member in hard, fully committed to the B site. You see Andreezy, though, starting to get a whiff of something's not quite right here. Moving back towards that jungle position. Out rotating up. one to watch out for right now is going to be hard on that flank. The timing on this is going to be really crucial. Here's Blitzer Girl looking to respect that.
Thought you were living in my head there for a second. My eyes were glued to Hard, that number 4 on the mini map. But Blitzer Girl often flanks a lot on this map as well, so I think is aware that that potentially could come in. Now timing not playing out in her favor
Oh
just
my
yet on
word,
that
look
peak.
at it.
And but Heart's going to remain patient at the moment, just because there's no picks that have come in toward the A site yet, so there's no need for that flank to come in just in case they decide to rotate away here.
It's 3 levels right now. This is one of the fights going on, and if any one of them breaks, that's going to be the point where the action kicks off. Walker's looking to try and find this double stack, just like they had done previously on their defending side. Rask got himself out of it by 1, and then a trade from a teammate, but Rask is going to immediately deflate that one. Hard's good for 2 as well.
Pablo picked up one in the mix. It was Hard that went down here as they pressure on Pablo. A 3K, but Andreezy answers back with 2 of his own, and any momentum gathered was quickly stifled by the Polar Bears. 8-3. They are now sitting at match point.
Honestly, straight trade for trade for trade for trade. Doubles on the back end of it as Pablo doubles down, and then Virtus.pro double the rest of the board off the table. Virtus.pro moved to their match point now, and they have 5 to close it out in, comparative to Outcasts 3 in the first. A much better performance out of Virtus.pro than what we saw in map 1 and map 2. This one to level the ties.
We'll see if Outcast can at least make it a little bit closer here. We dip in toward round number 12. Pablo and crew begin to pressure forward. Hard waiting patiently here. Do they spot him? Now they know he's here, but Hard finds one. Fox quick to get the trade back here at a minimum, and now they look to pressure on towards site.
FMX takes out a teammate, and Andreezy Blitz then finds Rask, and that's going to be more pressure for the Outcasts. Magic takes out Walker. Red Train under pressure now. The plant has gone down. Crucial before Magic is able to take out the bomb planter. However,
does Magic know there's one close? And did he spot the barrel there? Fox looks to return fire. I think they're going to try to pop a smoke and maybe get a little bit of a ninja defuse, but Fox has got other plans. He finds Magic. FMX goes down as well, and the Outcasts slowly but surely begin to whittle away at the lead.
Fox with a nice 3-piece pulls it back, 11-8, looking to contest that of the performance out of Hard at the moment, currently destroying everybody in his path at 12-7. Still 4 more rounds on the board for Virtus.pro to close it out. But with every single one that they let get away from them, you have to feel that Bay 5 is going to look ever that little bit more ominous.
I mean, both of these teams got me holding my breath here in this one and anticipation. Virtus.pro just needs one more to close it out. The Outcast playing for their life here with backs against the wall, and it's Pablo to find an early nade. I think Virtus.pro also has more team kills than we've ever seen from them in an entire playoff just in this series alone.
Yeah, it definitely goes to show how much pressure is delivered on the table when it comes down to fighting for the big bucks. 25 grand, not a small figure. A lot of this pressure towards the B site from Virtus.pro that's been sent across is being held by one member. See Fox. He's playing with the mind control right now. Magic getting picks on the other side, and the weak side is disgusting though. That's just huge. 2 quick picks immediately level the numbers. That bomb being planted on site is now under a very large amount of pressure. Magic does go down. Blitz maybe here to save the day. 2.
Oh, able to tuck in here as well and avoid all of that damage. FMX looks to pop the reload. Andreezy does find Fox in the meantime. Walker doesn't have a ton of health to work with here, but he's tucked on that site. Blitzer looking to hold down VIP. Shots exchange. No pressure from Blitzer out of VIP just yet, and looking to eat up this time now. Just 25 left on the clock.
Walker's on the ground. Andreezy didn't see him because of his scope. Now he sees him. First goes down. Andreezy gets one. FMX gets the other. And with 15 left on the clock, this bomb is going to be comfortably defused. Oh, man. It looked so good. Walker did a great job of playing his position on site. Did not lose a bit of health whatsoever on the first push from the Virtus.pro members. Managing to do a bit of chunk damage in return himself. But that was all as she wrote of. Walker gets taken out by a two-man push, and Blitz gets picked off by a great set of shots, but that is Virtus Pro's Skybridge. That brings them 1-1 in the head-to-head.
Yeah, they do it one round better too as well. I mean, we saw the 9-5 from Outcast on Fort, 9-4 on Sky, but again, it is their map pick. I think they were strongly favored on Skybridge. Bay 5 could go either way, especially if Outcast play the way they played on Fort. So excited to see how all this plays out here in our next matchup. Of course, one of these two teams will be going home after this, and I mean, you're looking at the back-to-back champions being in a position like that. It feels almost awkward to say, but it's just great to see how much this competition has grown.
9-5, 9-4. You could argue that they are two very similar maps in strength for each team for their own map pick selection. Starting to feel like teams are actually being able to get a hold of the map that they feel fits them best, play that to their advantage, which gives us great matches like this that are taken to the full best of three. We have to decide it on this final map. Now, give it to me real hot. Who is favored on Bay 5 in your eyes? You've had the pick of the day when it comes to predicting the matches in the right way this time. What's your feeling? How do we see this one playing out?
I mean, I think anybody would be crazy to say that Virtus Pro is not favored. They're the back-to-back champs. They consistently win, and they consistently do it well. But I would love to see an upset. I'm a fan of underdogs. You know, as much as I would also like to see the Polar Bears get a three-peat, because that's also something that's very elusive. I mean, I would love to see Outcast pull off a crazy upset here. And I think that they have the potential to do it on Bay 5. That potential is there, but it's what team that shows up and what kind of adjustments do they make? Because on Skybridge, we saw Walker press past bench up past KFC 3 or 4 times in a row. All 3 or 4 times, it did not work. So I want to see those adjustments maybe come out a little bit earlier, especially when playing a team like Virtus Pro, because we saw that work for them once they got to the attacking side. They went to B a couple times, mixed up that strategy, kind of changed or got Virtus Pro out of their comfortable play style. And so I think that's something that they have to look to do on Bay 5. Utility also going to be a big one here, but Nemo, Fox, Walker, a lot of these guys know great nade lineups for Bay 5. I'm sure that Virtus Pro do as well, but for me, it's just what team is going to execute better here today.
There's a lot of change to the scenery in Bay 5 as well. There's a lot of walls that allow bullets to pass through very comfortably now. A couple of pieces of scenery you might not expect, actually. There's a particular white box towards the A site that has a very good chance for the bullets to go through. It almost considered consistent. And if you know what that means, you know what it means for the people that have been practicing. They will be lining up some of these shots through scenery at a very consistent rate. So don't be surprised if you see a couple of people go down behind a bit of cover in the next game. We're looking forward to seeing which of these two teams is going to be able to take it home in our first match of best of threes on the day. It's Friday. It's finals day, the first of 3. We're Arena Cup Series Season 4, and we are so glad to be here. But we do still have to take a moment to take a quick peek at the highlights from the previous game and a small 4-minute intermission so we can get you guys all reloaded and ready to rock out in the arena right after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. If you're here to party, if you're here to enjoy the action, or if you're just here to collect a few free prizes, then we are here for it. And I tell you what, so are the teams. The first two maps that we've delivered to you so far for the Arena Cup Series 4 have been explosive. The Outcast.epa and Virtus Pro both taking their respective map picks so far in this head-to-head best of three. And now we're down to the decider. My name is Correct Wisdom, here to be able to bring you all of the Blast Gang action in Bay 5 alongside the man with the mythical mustache, Hort Sauce, on my wonderful digital right. Looking forward to seeing which of these two teams can take it home, Hort. I'm optimistic for the Outcast. I am, what should we say, very naive to believe this is going to be a walkover. But I definitely do think we might see ourselves in overtime here. I think this one could go all the way.
I would love for an overtime. Absolutely would love for that. I think Virtus Pro are the favorites here, right? They're the back-to-back champions. Up until earlier today, through 2 ACSs, they've only ever lost one map in the playoffs. They've already done that here today. So Outcast has shown that they are capable of toppling the Juggernauts. We all love a good Cinderella story. I'm a big fan of underdogs. Most of my teams in life are underdogs. So I would love to see Outcast EPA pull off an upset, but I don't think it's going to be quite that easy. They are going to have to come out swinging like they did on Fort, and they cannot lessen any of that pressure.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm hoping that everybody is locked in, ready to watch the next match, okay? I hope that you took your time in the break to go and get yourself a beverage so you can crack yourself a cold one, ready to be able to continue on watching this insane action. First of all, though, we've got to take a moment to say thank you to the partnership between Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, and Steel Series. And alongside of that, some of the goodies and the gifts that are being given away throughout this broadcast. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far from your PCs, because whilst we are live, we're going to be giving away a keyboard, a mouse, both courtesy of Steel Series and that partnership, as well as 10 of those USEC day off kits for you to be able to look super drippy during the endeavors, both in arena and base game. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't be swag without the flash drip in just one of two. Got to be able to show it off in both. And if you don't get your hands on one of those lucky keys, then don't forget to swing by the website where you can pick up one of those in the store, alongside maybe introducing a friend to Escape from Tarkov for free. That's right, for this weekend alongside the Arena Cup Series 4. July 18th to July 21st, 1400 BST. That's right, 2 o'clock in the afternoon BST, through till the same time on the 21st. Escape from Tarkov Arena is now free for you and your friends to indulge in. Get yourself into the arena. Try out some of that climactic battle action. And alongside of that, a series of quests just for you, exclusive thanks to the broadcast, and Hort, a real cool title to go along with it, right?
That's right. Best served cold. We talked about that revenge earlier, a dish best served cold. And well, we're going to see who can serve that up here in this one. Outcast, Virtus Pro, the final game for them. One of these two teams we'll be saying goodbye to after this. Virtus Pro starting off on the defensive side. Outcast will show what they got here on the attacking side.
Big tell whether this game is going to go the distance. Bay 5, just considered a coliseum of chaos. Attacking side favored? Probably not. Defending side favored? Probably not. Completely depends on how you play it and what your plan is to accomplish. Some teams like to move the defense, play 2 and 3 split, pull a rotation, isolate a pick, and then play off of that. Other teams like to spend the majority of the force towards one site and challenge either a weak side or a strong side with more numbers. This time, Outcasts are looking to form in onto A. 3 defensive players, including a very deep alley player that I'm keeping my eyes on. Pablo's good for 1. Magic with a response. Fox straight out for Magic. Hard's got Nemo on the response as well. We're looking at 3 for 2. Actually, not. Hard gets away with his life. Hold up a second. 2 for 2, and Virtus Pro are kept. This is just going to hold, isn't it?
Yeah, awkward spot here. It was plaid stripes for a moment. Now things slowed down a little bit. Hard had taken a lot of damage, but now dishing it out to Fox here as well. We can see him popping that reload momentarily. Smoke begins to scatter, and he takes the legs in one. Fox looking for the second one as well to continue to dance through the smoke. Here's that reload hanging on by a thread as Pablo will exchange some shots, but it's Blitzer Girl that goes down.
Brass tucked in, knows position the memory into the windows, and it's Fox with the smallest percentage of health. Can he make the play? He has to creep. in the right position. He's going to dip out. He's going to immediately get responded to by FMX. You can't forget how quick these players are to react. The Fox not with enough health. The right kit. I mean, the Enforcer's the one to try and challenge that, but less than 10%, that's a tough ask.
Well, I mean, they get the plant down. It was a close round, and so that's what you like to see from Outcast, because it was a little bit one-sided, I'd say, on Skybridge. But it's nice to see that that didn't affect that mental fortitude. They've come out swinging here early. But they just got to make sure they solidify some important rounds here.
Grenade in the hands of Blitz. This one's going to be looking towards that A site. You see a member, Virtus Pro Defense. It's Andreezy there, tucked towards the back of Silver. That office corridor with the windows that looks over across the A site from the attacking side. A match of pressure in Alley 2. You can see that Outcasts have got 3 members set up all the way down the angle towards the white van on the attacking side. HUD just hovering around Ice Cream from the defending half as well. Just trying to play as cautiously as possible. They don't want to overstack the wrong side here. Virtus Pro trying to keep at least 3 members strong. That may end up... Oh, there go. Shots out. Walker's barely got any health left to speak of. He does finally go down. Andreezy picks that one up. Fox towards Ali. Looking to try and take out Magic. Pablo takes hard. Fox has Magic. Rask kills Nemo.
I mean, the back and forth continues once more. Pablo trying to find Andreezy. Spots it home for a moment, but does shift back here now. Puts the girl to fall to FMX. Pablo in the peak yet again, and he can't find a way to take down this Enforcer. Andreezy standing tall like a brick wall, and now it's all down to Fox here in the back alley.
It's slightly super-powered Enforcer right now, though. Spear in hand, no longer the shotgun. Good bullets to go with the good protection. The prone position now, the member on the right-hand side here is the most dangerous. Rask on the corridor is going to be pressured out. Fox going to have to swing, and there's FMX from the window. The sneaky blighter not required.
Oof, 2 in a row now for Virtus Pro, and this is that point where we talk about Outcast needing to make sure they respond, needing to make sure that they put a round or 2 on the board, and not allowing Virtus Pro to kind of run away with it in the first half like we saw on Skybridge. So these are those big moments that we often look here for Outcast. Can they show up? Can they show out?
An aggressive push out the Outcasts towards Forklift on this one. Complete B-side switch up. Rask has got a big job to do on the door here. Jumping in is Fox, and he's going to be immediately deleted. Rask almost caught him like a baby in the arms.
Yeah, I was hoping that maybe somebody would have pressured through with Fox there and try to at least get that trade, but Fox going in alone does result in a 1-for-0 pick here for Virtus Pro. And with that, we see maybe a subtle rotation now from the Outcast back toward their spawn side, lingering toward mid now, and with the potential to go to A. But you take a look at all these members they've got stationed back toward Harbor.
Shots out to top mid. Nemo gets himself a great double kill there through the top of the container. Look at where Walker's going. He's all the way in the back line. Magic finds a disgusting shot onto the dome of Nemo.
Well, things slow down here a little bit more. In a 3v3, Walker being patient, spots one, shots ring out, but it's a little bit messy as Magic finds him on the answer back. It was a good attempt. Magic barely escapes with his life here. Low pressure forward, puts her girl from behind, almost looks away, but eventually recollects and claims the kill. Now on a 2v2. They look to get the device down. 15 seconds on the clock. Magic finds Pablo. Blitzer girl onto him, and now in a 1v1, they have about the same health. Blitzer girl trying to W key forward. I love the aggressiveness and the attempt. Unfortunately, it doesn't go their way. It's been some very, very close rounds. 3-0 not doing it justice. But at the end of the day, it is a 3-0 now that favors the Polar Bears.
I mean, it's 4 for Magic as well in the round. Magic starting to cook a little bit after a quieter game than what we maybe would have looked to on Skybridge. Not necessarily that Virtus.pro didn't get it over the line, but just a case that the kills were being swallowed up by FMX and Hard in that one. But Magic really, really cooking on this now. 4 kills in the round, 5 and 2. 3 down, Virtus.pro look comfortable. Oh, okay.
He said, oh, okay. I mean, that is Virtus.pro, right? When they are clicking, they are just clicking. But Pablo will play a little bit of whack-a-mole with Magic there as he pops up and immediately goes down into the dirt.
Yeah, a little bit of overconfidence. Pablo converts on that one. A smart choice. Revenge for the teammate that went down hard. Also feeling like he wants to get involved in the scrap. First as Walker gets knocked down. Shots on these shotguns clash again, and Rask has the better of Fox. He's had the better of Fox a couple of times over on this one. FMX takes out Blitz. Pablo gets Andreezy. And it's all down to Pablo.
Well, he's found one, but he's got to get through 2 more here yet. We see him on that mini-map beginning to shift through mid back toward the other site. Rask will look to heal up a little bit. Is missing that leg and has a fracture here, so we'll slowly begin to move forward here. We see Pablo rotating with that bomb toward the B site.
No reason for Rask to make a move here. Pablo is a good space to be able to take this, but time is not his friend. He has to find this kill to be able to plant on the B site. Rask's not going to give him time. Rask's just going to play nice and low and slow. Down he goes. Virtus.pro move to 4. Feels very Skybridge, man.
I would say the only difference here than Skybridge is that we see a lot of these rounds being very, very close. And if you look at the overall kills for everybody on the board here, I mean, you have about the same amount of kills on each side. It's really come down to 1 or 2 standing in the final of each one of these rounds. So yes, the scoreboard does look a little bit like Skybridge. I would say these rounds are much closer though for Outcast, but they just haven't been able to find that final push, that final extra oomph to be able to solidify some of these important rounds.
Nade again, something that we were looking to previously. A bit further in this time. Sight box cleared. Fox in. Off of that timing as well. Outcast APA have full A sight. That's a good thing. Pablo onto Hard. Look out to Ali. Fox and Walker together do manage to find that member out in the back alley. Magic goes down without picking a kill up this time. On board, the man himself.
Rask finds a way to answer back, though. Fox quick to pick up on him, though, and that's an important trade back here. They keep that 2-player advantage. 40 seconds on the clock, and Nemo from behind puts Andreezy down. Blitzer Girl will find FMX, and Outcast find their spark. They get their first round, but can they put them in succession? That's the most important thing here.
Quite a game from Walker so far. A5 not one of those places that you can pull off as much sneaky stuff because of how the map plays. It's all tight corners and corridors. Everybody that plays Bay 5 very well is well aware of everywhere that you can tuck away in, and that makes those sneaky plays that the Enforcer succeeds so well in a lot more difficult to execute. You have to find sick timing and just be that next level of game aware. Hey, up backside, Andreezy. I want to watch you back in a second. Never mind, he's just going face first into Fox as Magic picks off that and Walker too.
Virtus.pro, they're just so consistently good, and Rask being patient. Here's the audio cue, pops up, finds Nemo, who had the better of him last time in back alley, but Rask says, not this time, pal. Blitzer Girl puts shots through back the other direction. No real damage done just yet as Pablo begins to shift forward, and an opportunity here to maybe catch one off guard. But you take a look in the background. I mean, we see Andreezy through the box, but Magic is actually holding this angle here for him as well.
Absolutely well pointed out that Magic is respecting the cross. He's more than enough confidence that his teammate on site is going to be able to hold Plat. And in doing so, he's got his back covered. Otherwise, there would be space for Pablo to work this. Time on the clock. Pablo fits a disgusting shot again. Both are found. Sight goes down. 2v3. Door shots from Blitz don't find a home. Reload. In and out, and FMX takes down the bomb, and Pablo, that's going to be the round in Virtus Pro's hand. The final one closed out as Rask does finally kill Blitzergill, but a good effort nonetheless.
Yeah, they began to battle back in that round. Blitzergill, unfortunately, maybe popping out a little bit too early before that reload animation pops. But again, I mean, the cards certainly stacked against them. The numbers not in their favor. And VP showing why consistency is so important. Even when they drop a map, they continue to go on and do what they do best, and that's dominate. 5-1 at the moment. Everybody putting up some kills on the board. And I mean, they can just trust in each other to hold these angles, to find these picks, and often win their gun battles.
That is good towards that A site. Again, there's nobody home. Fox is in again. This looks... Oh my word, Rask is going to be in a great position, but 2 kills come through as the Outcasts do manage to push through. I thought Rask was going to be good for a 4 or 5k there. That looked scary. Great shots as Hard coming in. Re-entry. Deny. Bomb is planted.
They've got the numbers here as well. We hear the screams in the background on this battlefield. Outcast fighting to stay in it. Walker going down here, though. Andreezy doesn't have a ton of health to work with. Maybe something that the Outcast can take advantage of. The spray through the wall doesn't connect here, though. Pablo Blitzergill showing great patience with just 25 on the clock.
Pushing in. Pablo's going to pick up one. The second is now closed off. Andreezy's got nowhere to go. There's a 2 versus 1 on site, and it's going to go in the favor of the Outcasts. 5-2. Gap starting to close a little bit, and the Outcasts looking like they have woken up to some form of comfort. But it's still from a numbers disadvantage after the first clash, though.
Yeah, I feel like they need to win this final one. We talk about Skybridge, you know, being kind of an attacker map. I think Bay 5 can probably go either way depending on your playstyle, but I would say it does favor the defense just a little bit more. Early nade that is dangerously close to finding a home, but VP will avoid that damage there, and it does look like all the action beginning to mount toward this A site here.
Another one that's been rolled a little bit further over. The airburst over the top of site, just in case position's been adjusted. In come the Outcast, straight forward, taking site. Magic's good for 1. He's barely any health left, but he's done his job, and he's held off this aggression for teammates to turn up.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? Buying that time. I mean, not only do you buy time for your team to rotate over, but you find a pick in the mix of doing so here as well. Pablo answering back on toward Hard, though. His Outcast will fight with everything they got here in this final round of the first half.
Warming the site. The Outcast looking to just push round for pressure. Nemo starting to work on a flank. Outcast going to hold there. There's pressure towards the office. Nemo finds an angle. Fox. Company inside. Everyone watching on from the bench. Fox just hoping that one of these 3 members inside the office is going to go down very shortly. Walker's going to swing with that shotgun. Rask is the first. There's so many of them in there, Hort. It's a nightmare tunnel. Blitz has got one on the end.
Oh, the Nightmare Tunnel has been chopped down to just Andreezy here in a 2v1. That's a little bit more health, but the numbers stacked against him. He's got this bleed to deal with as well. For now, we'll back off. I don't know if he heard that bomb beginning to rotate the other direction. We can see, I believe that's Pablo. No, that's Blitzergill back there toward back alley, beginning to kind of have a presence over there as well. And so they've got control of the site. They should be able to pressure in, maybe look to get this plant. And now Andreezy will step forward.
Pablo's going to be fully took for this. Blitz holding off from the back alley. Pablo just needs to stay on side and not move. Blitz swings, and that's going to close another one. Gap now shortened to 2. And a good attacking half at the end from the Outcast sees it saved from despair. 5-3 we go into the half. And now it's to Virtus Pro to attack. And oh boy, this is about to get real fierce hot.
Yeah, I mean, this is exciting, right? A little bit better than they did on Sky. We talk about that 6-2 half. And even though it's only 1 round, for whatever reason, 5-3 just seems to be extremely more manageable for a lot of these teams. So for Outcast, if they can allow this late first half success to spill over into the second half, they certainly could have a lot of success here. But again, these first couple rounds are going to be incredibly crucial for them to kind of get themselves established here, here on Bay 5.
Rask is on a tear so far. His scorecard at 10-4. The only person currently topping that is that of Pablo, 11-5. Relatively even matched scorecards down both of the teams. Walker having a rougher game, as is Fox on that shotgun, but See a similar case for Andreezy not necessarily being able to keep up with that at the top of the scoreboard. Definitely Virtus.pro having the better favour on the overall score. 2 in the lead and looking to pressure B-Site in the first round.
Virtus.pro slowing it down here on the attacking side to start. Just trying to maybe find that first initial pick and then build off the back of that. They are a very explosive team, though, and once they decide to pressure somewhere, it's usually all W key.
You can see the 2 members in the back of Hell just trying to pull some util. Try and make sure that it is fully safe for the bomb to be able to pass through without getting naded. FMX out towards Forklift, flash in hand, going to look to try and create an entry. Flash goes out, 90. Nemo probably a little bit blinded from that, but not fully. Shots from Rast take out Pablo.
Virtus.pro has set themselves up with a player advantage once more. They're trying to work in toward the site. The nade doesn't flush anybody out here, and Fox will find a nice headshot on the Rask. They bring it back to a 4v4, but FMX finding Blitzer and Dreezy on the Nemo, and Fox will finally put down Magic, but so much damage has been done. Hard finds Walker. Fox all alone in a world of hurt, and Virtus.pro will continue to put rounds on the board.
First attacking round from Virtus.pro goes exceptionally well. You see them get a lot of space towards the com boxes to BCom. Maybe given a little bit too much space for free. We saw how heavily well they were respecting any grenades being thrown over towards that pass-through under Hell. Interesting. Which way are they going this time around? Same to be again, that spawn nade from Andreezy is going to find a home. Fox goes down and Andreezy gets himself on board with the utility. Another one, that's looking pretty good too. That aggressive push is just past it, actually.
It was close. And they often say close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, but not this time. Not close enough. This VP will work with the player advantage. Rask in his prone position. Magic walking over or watching over top as Rask does pick up on the Nemo hard. Now Walker on the trade back, but the numbers favor VP once more.
This smoke is about to dissipate, and it's going to be all on Pablo to make this play. He's going to be able to creep past the guys, and Connie knows the bomb's back here. He sees one in the alley. Has to go for the second. Goes down to FMX. He does pick up the bomb, though. Walker's there to push the aggression from the other side. He's the last left alive in a 1v2, but relatively good position to be able to pull it off. Rask is not currently paying attention to where he's at. Surely they don't go to rotate here. Bomb collected. Moving towards site. Couple of shots onto Rask. All he has to do is deny the plant. And he goes down. FMX closes it out with some great shots. They're not even scared.
I mean, I don't know what Rask is rocking here today, but his Enforcer kit has just been eating every bullet they throw at this man. I might have to cop that kit after this.
Yeah, that's the Enforcer, baby. This is the kit that I ended up building mine off of to begin with. When the original Vulcan meta was a thing. Having a look at the shift and grip, making sure that you've got your stock on, making sure that you've got your recoil down as low as possible. Because that thing, when it rips, it really does rip.
Virtus.pro certainly feeling very confident at this point. Outcast right now on a 2-2 split with one shifting through mid here, but Virtus.pro has great mid control at the moment, looking to pressure toward B. They've got control. And now Rask finding this pick onto Fox is only going to open up the opportunities. Pablo, though, quick to trade it back, and that was a much-needed frag here from the Outcast.
And you hit the nail on the head as Fox hit his enemy on the head, but did not manage to get through that helmet. Fully concussed is Rask, but able to shake it off. Nemo takes Rask out of that composition. Virtus.pro not fully committed to this B push just yet. Looking to maybe rotate through mid. Slow creeping green. Top mid position out of blitzes. Actually looking towards con side. Oh man. Andreezy with the bomb. Playing a defender cosplay as he's tucked in between Walker's sandwich, and that's going to be FMX picking it up.
I mean, Outcast still have the numbers here. They just have to solidify this round win. Someone's popping out a nade. That might be Andreezy. He's dangerously low, but he still puts the nade on a silver platter to the feet of Blitzer Girl, who goes down. A 2v2 it still favors Outcast here. They've got the help to work with. Andreezy hanging on by a thread here, and Nemo, I think, is aware that somebody is lingering on the other side.
20 on the clock as well. This plant now committed to the A site, and their way to rotate for the time being. Pablo looking to just deny. Peeking out on the left, Nemo and Pablo looking to swing together. Time is going down. Pablo does find the bomb planter, but not until after the device goes down. FMX gets one. Nemo!
Oh! Let's go. Nemo does it. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna need a new chair after this. I am just sitting at the edge of my seat, jaw on the floor. Outcast hanging on by a thread, but they are not ready to go silently into the night. They close that gap here now by 3. If they can find a couple more here in succession, it would be huge for them.
That was the crucial round there to be able to pull back, and every single one of them is going to be for the Outcast at this point in time. Virtus.pro have put themselves in a phenomenal position. That important, ominous position we talked about. 7 successful rounds, 1 away from match point where mistakes are no longer possible if you're at that disadvantage. Outcast close that gap again to 3. Virtus.pro are going to look to stack towards this B site again.
Like these subtle rounds where we get a moment of silence where you can almost hear a pin drop across the battlefield, and then shortly after, the beautiful chaos ensues, and it's chaos for Nemo as he's put down early in this one.
A shotgun or a sniper at that kind of range, that is insane. Rask looking to rotate, not just into that B site, trying to keep it less predictable. Now looking to put pressure down towards Harbour. You can see that the Outcasts are not unaware of this play potential. Pablo sitting deep towards spawn. Oh, he's going to rotate out, and the timing again is against the Outcasts. It's like a game of cat and mouse in the backline right now. Both lines of scrimmage just content to let the guys on the edge of the map just play it out. Pablo's going to get deleted by Rask. Wow. Blitz is there, though, and this is the cat and mouse, and what is going on? She's in spawn.
Certainly not expected there. Comes up with a big one. Walker from behind. Puts her another one, and Walker's on a tear. And Dreezy goes down hard. The last member standing for Virtus.pro. They were so close to closing this out. And now Outcast looking to whittle their way back in it. One more kill here in this round to make it a 7-5.
Oh, okay. Hard absolutely removes Walker from his spot and wrap position. Time has completely gone, so there's not going to be saving this, but it's just an insane performance out of the Outcasts on the other side of the map. And I have to be honest with you, that, to me, that felt very much like I had got thrown for a moment back to my coaching duties with the Epic Fails esports team. That was a decoy. And the action all the way back in the cat and mouse and the spawn was merely just a distraction for the shotguns to start causing havoc on the site. And I mean, we're going to end up pulling that round back to, I believe, 7-4, 7-5. That would have been. We'll get confirmation for that for you guys at home in a second. But I mean, it's getting close, Haw. I'm not sure that they are out of the hole just yet. They're not out of the dark just yet, but it's starting to look closer. Like the Outcasts have a potential here. I'm hovering because I'm like, no, I don't want to jinx it too much. It's good play out of the Outcasts. Virtus.pro have definitely woken up now, though.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, I think Outcast has to be happy with their performance here. They're fighting back. They're giving us a great series. So I say regardless of the outcome, both of these teams should be incredibly proud and happy with how they played. But Outcast showing that life that we wanted to see. Even after being down 5-3 at halftime, we talk about the mental fortitude of some of these teams and how something like that can haunt you a little bit as the day goes on. I think both of these teams really displaying great mental fortitude from game to game here today. And Outcast showing that they have what it takes to battle back in these tough situations against one of the best, if not the best, to do it. So I love the life that we're seeing here from Outcast. Can they just, take that inch and go the extra mile is what I want to see here in these final couple rounds. But I mean, 5-3 half, now 7-5 within 2 rounds. They've gotten themselves kind of in striking distance, and they do that all while keeping Virtus Pro from reaching match point. So they still have a little bit of breathing room here.
14-6 for Rask, 12-6 so far for FMX is a really strong performance out of their two leading fraggers when it comes to the game on the day. Obviously, every member of the Virtus Pro lineup has, in multiple instances, shown us how good they are individually, but given the stats from the performances so far, it is FMX who has been that leading force, and then Rask who has been second to the mark when it comes to showing that they are not going to give their body for one, not for two. No, they want to be a 3-kill or better player every round, and that kind of mentality is scary in itself. I'm just catching back on my right-hand side the kill that Rask just got, and I'm like holding myself, struggling not to be sick again because I just watched Pablo get absolutely folded like a letterbox. It was crazy.
Yeah, Virtus Pro is so good, right? We know how good they are, but the fact that Outcast has really given them a run for money. I mean, they had their own dominating performance on Fort. We saw that shift in Sky. We were a little worried at the beginning of Bay 5, but I love this final stand, if you will, that Outcast is making. Now, I hope that this small timeout doesn't affect the momentum that they have gathered here in these last couple rounds. I don't think that it should, but it is a possibility for them. And I mean, Virtus Pro, I think, you know, they are those kind of, it's a good problem to have situation where anybody's popping off. You know, last week it was Magic. This week it's FMX and Rask, you know. And so that's something that I think has allowed them to be such a good team, because if there is a member that maybe is having a slightly off day, you have such a talented and deep roster that often those other members are there to pick up that slack.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's two ridiculously strong teams coming with everything that they've had prepared for a whole week. These two teams have been able to look at each other's matches from last weekend's performance in the group stages and try and develop a recipe for success. You look to the likes of Andreezy, the likes of Walker, they go to the grenades, the utility and chess gameplay almost, that 3D, 4D meta in the back of your head as to how you can really leverage an advantage without needing to bring the gun to bear. And then you look to some of your, your top tier killers, your Foxes, your Blitzer girls, the likes of Rask, FMX, Hard. I mean, even Magic, who has, in bits and bursts today, shown us, or I guess this feels really awkward from EPA, but it feels like Magic has been able to deliver when called upon. It's not like he's not performing. It's like he's not been required to perform, but when he has, it's been consistent.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that crazy clutch on Fort where he kind of shifted up through that smoke, found both picks. We saw something similar here on Bay 5 as well. And that's, again, the thing that we talk about. The consistency is king. And Virtus Pro, time and time again, just plays consistently well. And I think that's where they shine in these playoff settings, because if they happen to drop a game, that's okay. I mean, like I said, in the last 3 ACSs, they've only dropped 2 games now in total in these playoff runs. So they're comfortable. They're confident. They know that if they do have a mistake here or there, they can build off of the back of that. They're okay to go on and win. And that's what they've shown time and time again. So for me, I'm looking to one of these other teams that says, no, that's not the case here today. I think, it's going to be one of these other teams that has to snatch that from the grasp of the fingers of the Polar Bears.
Yeah, absolutely. This one still going on. I'm going to be looking to settle ourselves a victor very shortly. Right now, Outcast.epa took themselves a 9-5 victory on a first map here on Fort to take the lead in a best-of-3 head-to-head where we did tote. They need to be 2-0. It didn't happen. Virtus Pro steamrolled themselves a comfortable 9-3 in response on Skybridge, and that brings us here to Bay 5. We are 7-5 in the favor of Virtus Pro, and we're right back on into it.
7-5. It's been Outcast taking these last couple rounds. They've kind of rekindled that flame that we talk about, but we'll see if it can grow even higher, even hotter. They need 2 more rounds to tie it up here, and Virtus Pro continues this quickened pressure.
That's the utility we've been looking for as well. Virtus Pro now starting to find the mark of some of these grenades. Early damaging use of strength actually sees them 2-1. Blitz finds one in the background, but it's Rask that's still shredding members of the Outcast.epa defense.
Yeah, Rask has kind of been the enforcer out here, I think, today. But Blitzer Girl finds a pick onto Magic. And all of a sudden, this 4v2 becomes a 2v3, something that's a little bit more feasible as Fox picks up on the Ras. The device is planted, and they've got 30 seconds to work with, so time quickly trickling away.
Smoke towards site for maybe some form of ninja. Blitzer Girl working her way in. Not caught information, remember backside. FMX is currently fully hidden. Shots from Rat. Blitz finds that shot in the jump peak. That's huge. FMX is cooked. Fox is on it. In on site. Blitz has to look to trade. He's going out the door.
Time. It was a good attempt. Some nice kills from Blitzer Girl. I would have liked to see him maybe play just a little bit closer to Fox on that defusal so that they find that trade at a minimum. But again, it's just great situational awareness here from Virtus Pro. They realize how little time is left. He knows he just has to shift in, deny that defusal, and a big play here from Virtus Pro. What could have been 7-6 is now 8-5. The Polar Bears at match point. Their chance to close it out, go on into the playoffs, and send the Outcasts home.
That's just well played out of Virtus Pro, honestly. All in, all out. It's an exceptional bit of patience. He didn't sprint up to Fox defusing the bomb on site. He didn't rush it. Just walked up close, made sure the shots hit. That's a great nature Nemo to defuse some of the pressure from Forklift. Fox for the second. The third goes down as Magic and Hard respond for two. Sight swings, Magic out for three. Fox goes down. 2v3, the Outcasts now have to try and save this one.
So many slow rounds. It's an explosive one for the Polar Bears as they plow onto the site. They're looking to claw their way to victory here, but Walker, Blitzer Girl, they've got other plans. Can they find what it takes here to extend the longevity of this series as Blitzer finds hard? It's back to a 2v2.
Bomb is planted. Backside is controlled by Magic, though. And it's Andreezy on the shotgun. It has to be one of these two picked right here, right now. Stepping out of Connor's a death sentence. Blitz has a nade. It's a flash. This could be the play. Out towards backside. Steps in. Given. One goes down. It's Walker in a 1v1. The captain to save the round. Jumps. Doesn't quite make it. Andreezy puts him down. And Virtus Pro take the first best of three. 2-1. 9-5 on Bay 5.
I mean, I got to give him credit. Had he hit that nasty jump shot, it would have been an absolute clip of clips. A great attempt from Walker and crew. The Outcasts, they put on a phenomenal showcase here for us today, but they fall just short. They take a game away from the Polar Bears that hasn't been done in the last two seasons here in the playoffs. So a great job by them as we bid them farewell. And a great couple weekends. Love to see the growth over there, but we've got to congratulate the Polar Bears. They hang on, and they press into that upper bracket for tomorrow.
Did look for a second that it might be possible. Walker took to the skies in hopes of dreams and a stairway to heaven, but it wasn't today. It wasn't to be, and instead, all he found himself was a mythical polar bear that just slapped him straight back on down. It's a good attempt, but you've got to do better than good to take down the best.
Yeah, I felt like maybe just too little too late on Bay 5. We really start to find their own swing of things. But again, I mean, they 9-5 the Polar Bears on Fort and shows everybody they're beatable in this playoff setting. I really like the growth that we have seen from the Outcast over these last couple of seasons. I kind of said it before we got started here today. I don't think the Outcasts were quite ready to topple some of these teams like Pandaric that we talk about. I think that's going to happen in the next HPL, but we got to wait a little bit for that. Virtus Pro taking the dub, advancing on here in that playoff bracket. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to the Outcasts, but we hold them in high honor because they put on an absolute cinema here today. We've got another best of three on the cards yet today, though.
Yeah, oh yeah, we have. Oh yes, we have. We've got tons more action for the folks at home. We've got prizes. We've got amazing content. We've got great sponsors and great partners, as well as a great viewing audience. A big shout out to everybody in the chat that has come out to come and claim all of those goodies and get yourself involved in the expansion and growth of Escape from Tarkov Arena. It's great to see y'all in the chat giving that viewership where it is thoroughly deserved. Players coming out from the CIS and the EU region to battle it out on the stage for you folks at home to decide who is going to be crowned the Arena Cup Series 4 champion. Right now, Virtus Pro looking to continue as they have done the last two visits to this tournament.
Well, speaking of some of those goodies that chat has come to claim today, we've got some more, and we already thanks to our partners over at Steel Series. So if you want to get in on the giveaway, exclamation point Steel Series. We've got two coming up here shortly. We're going to be giving away that Mouse Rival 3 Gen 2 from Steel Series and that keyboard Apex. So our first winner will get that mouse. The second one will claim that phenomenal keyboard. Again, huge shout out to Steel Series, of course, Hunt Premier and Battle State Games. So exclamation point Steel Series for your chance to win some of these amazing prizes.
I mean, who wouldn't want to get their hands on a brand new mouse or that keyboard? I mean, the keyboard touted to be the fastest in the world. All right. I mean, the actuation points on the keyboard and the ability to customize that is just something that's out of this world. And it's the reason that the Steel Series keyboard has been breaking all the headlines from its amazing performance. Alongside of that, guys, Aqua Barrier technology. Who doesn't want to protect your mouse from a casual, accidental spillage or a little mishap? We all have them from time to time. Us gamers, we like to quench our thirst whilst gaming away with your normal energy drink or maybe a glass of water if you're feeling a bit healthy. But whatever the case may be, Steel Series got you covered. Make sure exclamation mark Steel Series in the chat. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, you do need to be present to be able to claim your prize. You've got to join the Discord. You've got to create a ticket and get in touch. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, exclamation mark Steel Series to get yourselves involved in that amazing giveaway to have your chance. The first winner will get their hands on this amazing mouse that you see on screen, the Gen 3, the rival with that amazing sleek design and super cool, smooth handle.
And that is one slick looking mouse. And I think I'm about in the market for a new one myself. Again, exclamation point Steel Series. We've got two wonderful winners coming up here in just a few moments. But man, that first series was just about as good as it gets. We talked about we've got one more on the day as well. Pandaric and Sicario, the two EU teams that have been clashing for quite some time now. But man, I'm just absolutely ecstatic. And a reminder as well for the giveaway, guys, I do apologize. That has to be put in the BSG or the Battle State Games Twitch chat. So make sure you got both Hunt Premier and Battle State Games open, but you do want to head over to BSG's chat. Make sure you put exclamation point Steel Series in their chat if you want to be entered in the giveaway.
Yeah, absolutely. Some amazing equipment. Just two of the beautiful products that we got to display thanks to that graphic from Steel Series at the beginning of the broadcast. And folks, if you weren't here to be able to tune into that, then maybe take a moment to go and check out Steel Series on their website. Swing by our sponsors and pop in, tip the hat to them from us here at the Hunt and Battle State Games, and go check out some amazing things they've got on offer. Alongside of that, don't forget to check in on the channels and the socials. Ladies and gentlemen, below myself is a QR code that'll take you with a fast pass all the way past those queues to be able to go and check out all the information you need to know. The Escape from Tarkov website, esports competitive scene, the rundowns, breakdowns of what's going on with all the teams and everything inside and outside, base game and arena, all found thanks to Battle State Games on their page. And as well, if you're feeling really into the competitive stuff and you want to sort of immerse yourself a little bit further, go check out the Wikipedia page. Actually now actively being updated daily to keep that Arena Cup Series 4 up to date for you guys, so you can follow the brackets, you can follow the teams, you can familiarize yourself with the names of the players and the countries they originate from. Maybe even you want to find out which caster it was that was doing the group stages and you don't recognize them. Well, listed below as well, the likes of, for example, Kirk on the Lurk, who, although not able to join us for the finals day, was able to help you guys cruise through those group stages last weekend. A tip of the hat as well, like we said, shout out to Kirk, who provided some of those amazing weapon statistics that we would be able to bring to you earlier on in the broadcast. And I think we've got to talk to that extent, Hort. First best of 3 of the day, that fulfilled what we expected out of the weapon picks, right? That really did match the tone.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see that for the majority of the day. The Spears, the MCXs, the Sagas, it is a staple. But if you guys are like me and you like free stuff, well, make sure you hit that follow button because that's a free way to help out. But Arena is free right now throughout the weekend. Gather up your friends, get out on that battlefield, have some fun. There's some new quest lines. I know I just also created or finished my Pantheon skin. There's a lot of fun stuff going on in Arena right now. Make sure you get out there and take advantage of it while it's free. If you're not sure if you want to dip your toes into that scene, if you enjoy it, make sure you head over to the Battle State Games page, or even the Epic Store has it available for you as well for download. So we'd love to see you out there on the battlefield. And you know what else is free? The Battle Pass. So many free skins GP coins, Lega medals, all the important stuff that you could also use when a wipe has recently happened. So take advantage of all the resources that are there for you. I know I am. Love to see you guys out there as well.
Yeah, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you get involved, and to get involved fully, you can drip yourself out thanks to those amazing quest lines that have been dropped both last weekend, finishing tomorrow for that ACS Graffiti White Paint the Arena Pantheon that Hort is very proudly talking about as he smashed his out this week during the week. Alongside that, Best Served Cold now in game, currently allowing you to complete this to earn yourself the limited edition Grenadier tee. It's a tactical battle tee that'll help you drip yourself out in the arena just to look that little bit more suave whilst you're slamming your opponents. Battle Pass experience, Battle Pass currency, and GP coins, League of medals, all things for you to get your hands on. And if you're new to the game, folks, this is a great way to help boost building some of those all-important custom kits so you can personalize your experience while playing Escape from Tarkov.
Well, Cracked, with that being said, we do need to take a short break, which means we get to bless all of you wonderful people in chat with the crazy highlights from that last game, followed by that short break. So stretch those legs, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Arena Cup Series action.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series Season 4. That's right, we are here for Finals Friday, the first day of 3, where we're going to decide which of the 8 teams that were initially brought to the Cup Series are considered the champions. That's right, Virtus.pro have already succeeded on their efforts in the day with a 2-1 victory versus the Outcasts.epa, knocking them out and continuing on throughout the rest of this weekend. Now we're going to look to our second matchup of the day to entertain us further. The Pandas and Sicario going to be going head-to-head for another fight at that spot to be able to step up and challenge in the next stage of the playoffs. My name is Correct Wisdom here, joined by Hort Source in the booth to bring you all of this amazing action alongside the partnership from Battlestate Games, Hunt Premier, and Steel Series. Hort, Steel Series have been spoiling us last weekend and are continuing to do so now.
They have been spoiling us with all kinds of amazing products to give away to those in chat. As you can see, !Steel Series, the giveaway has closed, and we are ready to announce our first winner, that amazing Gen 2 mouse that we talked about from Steel Series. And of course, that second one will be the keyboard, but our first winner here, maybe a little drum roll. Who's it going to be, Cracked? Who is our lucky contestant of the day that gets to take home the wonderful Gen 2 mouse?
I am going to be really honest with you. There could not be a more fitting winner. Could it have fallen out of the sky, gifted from the heavens? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a base game fan, then you'll know you've been hit too many times by a Mosin Man. Well, congratulations to you, sir. Mosin Man, you have claimed yourself that amazing Steel Series mouse. Make sure you get yourself into the Discord. Create a ticket or with the mods, and then we're going to get that amazing product shipped right out to you. A congratulations and a W to the Mosin Man in the chat.
Mosin Man. God, I love that song, bro. I'm going to be thinking about that all day as Mosin Man has, well, got some nice little peripherals there to take home and maybe step up that gaming a little bit. But we still got the keyboard to give away here as well. That Apex 3 keyboard from Steel Series. One more phenomenal winner in chat. Of course, we've got some more giveaways a little bit later today, which means you need to stick around for the entirety of the day. All the wonderful drops, but Cracked, our lucky winner number 2, Guinness, baby. Let's go. Get some hype in the chat for our winners here today. We've got a cinema of action. We've got some phenomenal winners, Mosin Man and Guinness.
Oh, my word. You said you've got what? Okay, cool. Swiftly moving on to that. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, if you managed to get the W in the book, congratulations. Then those Steel Series prizes are going straight in your basket. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations again to our 2 victorious chatters. And that's not all, ladies and gentlemen. There is 10 more amazing prizes to be given away. That's right, the USEC Day Off Drip coming to a chat very near you shortly. So keep your eyes peeled if you want to be there to claim some of those prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an insane and exciting day so far for the first of 3 to close out the Arena Cup Series. Myself and Hort have been here to drive you all the way through it. But this is not something that could run with just our 2 beautiful faces. That's right, there's a heck load of hard work that goes on all behind the scenes. That's right, there's even a man on Mythical Keys that kicks it cool, calm as a cucumber. That's right, Connor and all of the rest of the Hunt Premier crew that are doing a great amount of work in the background to keep the tournament rolling, as well as those and their counterparts in that partnership from Battlestate Games, of course, the likes of Applezor, Garfield, and many, many more. There are hundreds of names that could go down that all get involved in making this amazing, and they definitely deserve a tip of the hat for their effort and courage in this endeavor. Inclusive of that, final thank you to Steel Series as we slide on into the head-to-head for our next matchup.
Well, Pandaric Apex taking on Sicario Esports. These 2 teams have been going at it back and forth. It wasn't until the last ACS that we saw Pandaric Apex topple Sicario and then go on to win the HPL. Bakizi, Crank, that Ace, Codex, and Rapid looking to get it done one more time, but you better believe Sicario is hungry for revenge.
Yeah, everybody inside of the EU scene knows to fear the sword, or they definitely felt the wrath by the back end of Season 3. Season 4 did not see them so favorably strong, but definitely did not show them weak, not considered inside of the conversation for the Arena Cup Series. Sicario Esports having a slightly less strength and performance than what we're used to seeing. They've still managed to make themselves look like they are able to meet the mark of their competitors throughout this tournament. Kyoshima, Luki, Zaki, Furlex, and Goes, as you see on screen, they're going to be the 5 stepping onto the table for them for today. But they're going to have to put a humongous feat out on the table if they're going to beat the likes of Panderic Apex. Like you said, Hawk, Panderic, they took the top of the table in Season 4 of HPL EU for a reason, and that's because they have been playing out of their mind at the moment. You've got to talk to the effect of that ace, that consistent Bolty, and the 2 players that we've seen go through a couple of phases. You've got Codex that, onto that shotgun, saw a new lease of life, and then Furlex that, when coming off of that TRG, had also seen a rapid amount of success when moving into the SR3M. So we take to look at the maps.
Well, Sicario says, no thanks for Iceberg. They immediately get rid of that one. Panderic Apex. We've seen them been putting more time on Bay 5, but they're going to go ahead and ban that away as well. So our first map pick going to come from Sicario on Bull, a map that Panderic has played very, very well on, but it's often Cacao that is anchoring down that B site. They don't have that here. Lately, it's been Crank kind of filling in. So maybe something that Sicario could look to try and exploit.
Couple of interesting choices. I mean, Bull, Fort, Skybridge. Flow of picks and play there is quite interesting in the sense of the short range versus the long range map dynamics. You consider Iceberg sort of that middle ground, Bay 5 and Fort, the 2 CQB boxes, and Bull and Skybridge have a little bit more length to them to play around with. Who does Skybridge favour in your mind? Because that's the one I'm looking to here. I can see both teams taking their map pick, but I don't know which one of them is the best on Skybridge, actually. I think that could be another really close game.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, it could go either way, especially without having Cacao in here. You know, I've been going cuckoo to see Cacao back in action, but you know, often we see him playing that enforcer, holding down the VIP, and again, maybe that's something that Sicario could look to exploit. I think that we've seen Kyoshima have some really crazy clutches on Skybridge as well, and so I would love to this go, you know, for this to go to the decider, but I don't know why I just feel like Panderic Apex could take it into, but then I keep thinking, well, Cacao's not here. And so it's really going to be how well is Crank performing on the day?
Good question. Honestly, we've seen Crank pull out a couple of very, very top tier, high skill level highlight plays. But as you mentioned too, and as we talk about quite a fair bit, consistency is one of the things that gets some of these top tier teams over the line when the matchups are very close together. And we've not seen Crank be able to pull off the same level of consistency as that for the likes of what we've seen from that ace or Codex in recent times. We look to the captain, Bakizi, to continue producing gold dust out of the textbook. I mean, it's called the Bakizi cookbook for a reason. There's a purple background because it is considered an elite item. It's not just your basic book, all right? It's not just your average wish.com, throw a couple of eggs in and make yourself some pancakes. It's not that simple, all right? This requires a little bit of pizzazz and a little bit of flair. So we're going to talk to this to one effect, and I'm going to talk to you about Skybridge. There's a position on the B site that is known very well for its place because it is named after a certain member of this Panderic squad. That is Bakizi. That lane 3 box on the far side, playing the tempo, playing the discipline, very well known for it. In addition, also, that aggressive push through cannons on Fort. You know it. I know it. We all love it. It's something that some of the teams, including my own, have even started to move more towards, looking towards, to try and help fight a weak side or a strong side defending team. Are we going to see the same explosive approach from Panderic here? Or do you think they have to weather themselves a little bit to be able to pick Sicario apart?
I mean, I think they just, you know, continue to do what's been working for them. And so I don't think they need to make a shift until Sicario forces them to make that shift. And Codex, you know, kind of stepping into that enforcer role now that Cacao is doing some other things at the moment. And so I've been surprised. They've been able to shine even switching in these roles, which I think is an important thing for them. And so I was a little bit worried initially. They show that they've been able to get it done even with Crank. And so it's just about showing up and playing consistently well. And so far, Panderic Apex has been able to do that. But I felt like Sicario has started to kind of find their footing again. It's been some struggles recent times for them, but it feels like they're starting to get back to that Sicario squad we're used to seeing.
So here we go. Match number 2, map number 1, Panderic taking on Sicario. Ball starts off with Panderic on the defending side. Furlex on the attack is going to pick up Rapid for the first kill of the game. That's a great first blood for the likes of Sicario.
slow it down after that first initial pick here. Sicario beginning to work toward that Jhin side. One at A plat, and it looks like that's Lukey back there just kind of holding or anchoring down, waiting for that potential flank to come into play.
Jen just feeling a little bit of pressure. Bikizi trying to play with the audio a little bit, moving back and forward, just looking to maybe pull a grenade out his way. Couple of shots through the scenery on the side there. Now to the change, you hop up and Tetris. You can actually wallbang through and pick up a member maybe tucked behind the scenery if you get the lineup right. You can see both teams have put the extra hard work into leaning into some of these new map changes. Bikizi has to get so much here, man.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because he's got help. It's Codex for 2 and that ace for 2. Can he find the final one, though? He says, I see your 2, and I'm looking to raise you a Lukey. Pressuring on toward the side. It's Lukey to find Codex, though, but half health remaining.
Wow. Well, you know what they say about some of the best leaders? One of the best skills is normal delegating. Bikizi let all 4 kills go down with somebody other than himself. A good effort from him, but the time is completely and utterly gone off the clock. There's going to be no saving this round. And, well, I mean, we looked to Bikizi to maybe produce something because it looked like everybody was pressuring him, but no. He stands his ground. The team holds their angles well and defend the captain. And, well, you want to see an attack fall apart quickly. That's it right there.
There's one thing that has been haunting Sicario in these last couple times I've seen them play on screen from multiple different tournaments, and it's their time management on the attacking side. From Skybridge recently to a lot of these maps, they just always seem to run out of time, or they don't have enough time to find that plan or get all the kills. And so something that's still haunting them a little bit here early. I'd like to see him address that here in the next couple rounds, and maybe this explosive push on to B could be that.
Definitely a change of pace, change of tempo. There's 0 audio towards that A site for the defending team, though, so they are going to start to restack towards B. You see an Apps player nice and high offside, trying to keep their position relatively safe and reserved. There are 3 members looking to stack towards that Apps corridor, though. 1 down, 3 now out towards yellow, 2 coming in off top site. Crank is going to have to make a big play. Chances for 1, chances for 2, goes down, 2 trade for 1. Lukey, Furlex, and another go in. Great kill out of Saki to finish it off as 3 for 1. A great entry from Sicario.
Able to take advantage of that B site. We talked about it, Crank often over there alone, typically where Kakao does play. That ace looking to check all these angles here. A quick shot, it was close, but no cigar. Zaki finds that ace, and it's all down to Rapido.
Pixel waits, Pixel peaks, and unfortunately Pixel peaks favor that of the right-hand side. Rapid going in on the left. Not going to have a good advantage into that one. Tough fight to take, and sides are leveled with Sicario 1 apiece. A good adjustment to that B site, and Hawk, I mean, you asked for something. How quickly can they change how they play into this Pandemic team to force them to have to adjust as well? And how quickly in response are Pandemic going to find their own solution?
Well, you know, it's nice to see them find that quick response, but they have to make sure they consistently do it well. And I talked about it. I mean, we saw it in the group stages in a previous tournament as well. Sicario on the attacking side has lost several rounds due to poor time management. So I think the fact that they're looking to take advantage of Crank on this B site looks to show that they have done some research and they're maybe looking to exploit this setup. And Crank has other plans. He finds a nasty little 2K before the flame is snuffed out by Goes.
2 for 1, though. And that ace is going to be back in position to fill that space that's been taken very quickly. It's not going to be an open gap for long. The question is, do Sicario want to challenge this? Do they want to think about the rotation? Rotation looks good right now. That ace to top Apps. Sicario not feeling it. They want to take this site by force. Down goes the bomb. Down goes the bomb as he drops off top Apps. Bikizi finds the second. That's a great little shot out of Bikizi from the site to find top ramp.
So you could find that play on page 2 of the cookbook. Big plays here from Bikizi. A nice double. And it leaves it all down to Goes. Codex has that audio cue. Does hear him drop off. Call out comes over toward Bikizi. Now the game of cat and mouse continues. It's Rapid to find Goes. Pandemic Apex back on top by 1.
2 kills out of the captain, 2 kills out of Crank. Couple of features we were both looking towards in the pre-game to see Panderic continue their success. Sicario, only 1 round behind for now and very early on into this game, but pacing feels about what we would expect.
I mean, this is what we're here for, that back and forth, the game of tug of war. We love the close-knit competitions between all of these incredibly skilled teams that have made it into their playoff run. But after today, we're going to say bye not just to Outcast, but to one more team here at some point. Crank locking down the B site. Panderic has put a little more members over toward this side as well, but it's a big split here for Sicario this time. Woo!
Night. You shall not pass. 90, not allowed. Oh, look at the position that Crank's rotated out of. Again, you see so many teams getting that first early kill out towards the 90 and then just dropping back for pressure. He's on this ramp here as Lukey's looking to try and pick up a revenge. He has the revenge in his hands. Lukey claims one back.
Ooh. That ace hasn't really connected on a lot of these shots in rare form, but Lukey does get the pick back. Rapid Furlex and Furlex for 2.
Does feel a little bit like both teams are warming up here. Slightly slower pace than what we had from the previous game, but it was all all atmosphere in the previous one as we were very close to a massive upset. Similar scenario here, but Keezy's going to find the back of Zaki. Device being planted. He gets onto site to take out the second as well. The bomb is down, but he's got more than enough room to just get on this and full hard commit to the defuse. And he does. Pros don't fake, baby. Get psyched out.
I mean, that was a round that, again, Sicario should have won. They had the numbers. Keezy steps in, finds a beautiful little 2K. And as you said, pros don't fake. He just goes for it. Comes up big here for Panderic. And they get to extend that gap just a little bit. Now up by 2 here on a map that has been kind of considered a little bit more on the attacking side when you have great use of utility. Sicario needing to fight back here early in this one.
I know there's a Hellcat somewhere in the world that's screaming at the monitor right now. Yeah, I did that. I did that. It's a great play. Maybe a little bit of inspiration taken from the Panderic squad for some of these Div 2 teams that have been impressing people. Even the likes of K3 that made it to the ACS off of the back of being victorious in that ASPL challenge. Felix finds the first one to Rapid. As we open up round number 5, Panderic are 2 in the lead, but Sicario looking to try and take some pressure towards this B site whilst the bombers tucked over at A.
You can hear some shots ringing out. Lukey going to find that ace. Now with that, they begin to shift toward the Jin here. Kiyoshima finds Bikizi. Crank answers back for 1 from the side, and it's Codex to find Furlex. And now we'll get a second one as well. Kiyoshima goes down. Goes, looks to thread the needle. He can't quite hit the shot. Help begins to rotate that way, but Zaki able to pick up this onto Codex. They'll find this plant, and it's going to come all down to Crank here in the 2v1.
I mean, this is exactly the kind of scenario that we've seen Crank excel in. Being able to pull out these clutch scenarios, 1 versus 2, definitely not going to intimidate. The good positioning out of Sicario sees them both back off towards curtain side. It merely takes an extra 10 seconds for Crank to close the gap to clear all his corners safely. You have to know they've almost gone off curtain here, but you can't just risk and gamble for the bet that they're not tight on site, tucked to the right-hand side here, or even out towards Shark.
20 seconds on the clock. Crank knows he's got to quicken the pace here, but he's got so many angles to clear, and I think he's maybe just going to try to go for it, but the pressure will come shortly after. Tries to fake it. Zaki quick on the trigger. He finds the head of Crank, and Sicario will slowly work back in it.
Good post-plant pressure. Both of them move to thoroughly reserved positions. Don't overplay it. Wait for the audio on the defuse. Both members step up to deny the defuse this time. No pros don't fake twice in a row. Not going to have people committing the same mistakes twice. That's why some of these teams are considered the best in the business. Adjustments very, very quick to effect. Normally, round after round. And that's why we see each of these 2 teams going 1 for 1 in the scoreline so far. Panderic had the gap close to 1, but they were ahead by 2. That's a great bomb out of the cookbook from Bikizi. Zaki goes down, and this pressure is going to come thundering to be 1 man weaker.
Keezy Has a couple nades in the pocket here as well. Goes is going to let the smoke sing over the top. The pressure most likely about to come to the B side, but that ace will find his footing once more. The master of disaster snipes downfield, but Keezy on the Lukey and Goes responds with a beautiful nade of his own.
Bomb down, Goes. Okay, hold up a second. That's a second. And the snap to the dome. It just sent one of the Sicario hopes a little bit higher up. It's just so much to have to do here. The bomb is not in a great place. It's out in the middle of no man's land, and there are so many long defensive angles that Panderic can hold it from. Goes just almost has too much to do. This is the play. Go on, find the one. Nearly. He's done enough.
That device. Yeah, I mean, he's going to shift over to the A site. Nobody's here, so that rotation is going to come in eventually, but should be able to get this plant here at a minimum. He's able to snag up on the wall here. You hear that cue, maybe press forward. He tries to bait him out, but doesn't find the pick.
I mean, 22 seconds left on the clock was a good time to fake the bait and plant, try and get a pick off of it to reduce the numbers to at least a 1v1, but smart. Panderic do not swing into it this time. Bomb does get planted. And the 1 versus 2, they're actually playing into him, re-peeking this. You can see them both waiting, trying to call that he's going to make that aggressive play. He's holding that pixel angle, shots out, not quite finding a home. A little bit of a tap onto Rapid as he is hurt a little bit, but Keezy's creeping up. This is the play. Either side goes on the right, goes on the left. 2 from the side of sight. Keezy plays it slow, but Keezy plays it wide. Goes just killing the time. 20 on the clock. Keezy, the captain, claims the crown.
The spear is so good, but that's where it can cause some trouble. I mean, I think Bakizi aware of how many shots was being put down range there and just not enough in the spear to find that final pick on the Bakizi. Bakizi hears that reload, pressures forward, finds an important pick for a triple kill on the round, gets the defusal, doubles the lead. Panderic up by 2.
Yeah, the best leaders lead from the front, not from the back. The captain looking to try and do that. The most justice, 7-3, even outpacing his adversary on the other side of the half with a 7-5 scoreline in Furlex. Keezy currently king of the court when it comes to kills and the KD. Good dodge of the grenades. Furlex having some insane reactions to be able to read that and get out of the way.
Furlex will creep forward. Rapid has taken a little bit of damage. We see him playing very far back here off of maybe even giving up toward tower lane. That's going to be that ace that begins to shift back this way, but with smoke in the way here, that'll allow Sicario to pressure forward just a little bit. There's 2 tucked on toward the site that they're going to have to deal with.
You have this really cool line of scrimmage we see sometimes on ball where both teams align horizontally rather than vertically along the helicopter. And you see that creeping member, Adaluki, is going to just pause the distraction for Furlex to pick up 2. That aggression towards Generator forces Lukey to step up and out into the member of Crank. Bakizi and that ace, 2 left, last alive, and not a single Sicario member has fallen. Down goes that ace. It's all on Bakizi again.
Yeah, 1v5. Pretty rare that we see a 1v5 clutch. It does happen from time to time, but Kiyoshima says, not today, Bakizi. And with that, Sicario will again just tighten that lead a little bit. Now within striking distance, 1 away from a tied half here as well.
Second half of the first game. Going to be a good indicator as to which one of these 2 teams is going to take the lead. This is only the first map in a best of 3. But putting the best foot forward definitely helps to strengthen your chances. It gives you essentially 2 maps worth of games to play about and to convert with, but you drop the first one and then momentum feels favoured for the other team. So I like to see most teams taking the first map, close it out 2-0. That ace is going to pick up the first. Lukey goes down.
Lukey often a shining star on this map. I always kind of flash back to the time he had 27 kills, 27 headshots, but takes an early lead here in round number 8. Zaki on this TRG as well. We hear some shots being exchanged over toward that ambulance side as Rapid will give a little space here.
Love to see some of the nostalgia blasts in the chat with people making comments towards old kits that they miss. The only thing I miss more than a PKO 6 was wearing a TV110 on top of a Gen 4. Back in the days of the funky armor, how far the game has come. It's insane to see. Both of these two teams fighting tooth and nail for this last round, and the Sicario attacking side. That's ace. A rare miss actually ends up in putting him down. Furlex finds the Balti.
Yeah, I feel like that ace has been struggling just a little bit here today. We've seen him miss a couple shots now and then, which is, you know, usually don't see him miss much more than once. But Furlex, we talked about it on this SR3M. This change has been great for him. He's going to find Rapid, which is a really big pick. Crank in a bit of a tough spot. Does find Kiyoshima up top the swing, but not enough rounds in the mag. We'll have to dip back as Bikizi will apply some assistance.
Oh, Crank gets taken out from behind as Goes turns up at the best time possible for his team. Bomb down in the 90. Goes actually has pressure of this right now. There's not enough time. It's irrelevant. It's now down to a team fight. Can the final kill be found before the time goes? Furlex looking to try and hunt down his foe, but no. Clock runs out. Pandemic take their first half 5-3 on the defending side.
Yeah, you said something again there. The clock runs out. The same issues that have haunted Sicario here, even in some of the group stages, I think continues to do so on the attacking side. And so at least they put up 3 rounds. I mean, that's something that is manageable heading into the next half. But, you know, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, as I always do, these first 2 rounds are going to be so crucial, really, for either team, whether you're looking to solidify that win or mount this comeback.
Does feel almost comical a little bit that the Sicario squad maybe have forgotten that they're playing Escape from Tarkov Arena and not Apex Legends. It feels like at times they're almost waiting for that drone overhead to give them a call out of where the enemies are to be able to push in, and it's just not coming. There's no drones in Tarkov. You have to figure that stuff out from audio and challenging people, all quick peeking, jiggle peeking, jump peeking for that info. Standing still only goes so far in a game of Tarkov. You've got to challenge, got to be able to take ground. Right now, like you said, time management absolutely crucial because Pandemic will not give you unnecessary fights if they don't have to on the defending side. Now on their attacking half, though, it's in their hands to do something. Making the difference is that ace again on the opener. First blood. Zaki goes down.
Yeah, that ace. Early success. Nice to see them getting right back into it here, not looking to miss a stride from half to half. Maybe finding their footing once more. A lot of this action lingering outside the B site here, though, and Sicario has seemed to maybe read this play for the time being. We see Lukey sending some over the top as well. That ace on a quick peek doesn't find anybody. We can see goes, over prone toward that A site where Bikizi is beginning to press forward.
Ooh, you can see that angle almost over the top of Apex coming out. Oh yeah, the one tap in the background. Ghost fires a single round out of that MCX, and that finds the dome of Bikizi. The captain silenced with a single shh as he gets put down.
Ooh, nice snipe from that ace. Rapid taking out a teammate, though. We'll see if Goes can channel his inner Mr. Dr. Evil over here and maybe have a whole bag of shh. But nope, that's not the case. Crank, that ace, they combine for 2. And now it's all up to Kiyoshima.
Yeah, I think they're turned into a somebody stab me right now because these guys are going wild with it. Let's talk about some Battle Pass synergy. Well, we've all donned the mask, that Tier 3 mask, thanks to the Battle Pass the first time around, and I've enjoyed doing so with great delight. That beautiful demon green smile on your scout class as you're running people down is a great piece of kit, a wonderful addition to the game. Here, that ace holding a very tight angle, waiting for the step. Kyo. Oh, that ace looks to try and pre-fire it, but just baits him into the crosshair of Rapid. Pandemic, 6-3, looking very comfortable on map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's so crazy, but those first couple rounds in that second half, I mean, now we see them extending that lead. They double up with an opportunity to really extend it here, and 7-3 is just something that's so hard to come back from. So hopefully Sicario can find a way to get a couple more rounds on the board here. Look to see if maybe they can build with that momentum going forward. Furlex already into double-digit kills, but Kiyoshima, who's often a monster for this squad, maybe having a little bit of trouble here today.
Early offensive nade out towards Yellow Van. The second comes out on the corner of the Apex, just in case the players played back, now playing up. Kyo for 2! The timing is so good. They've seen this one before. Wait out both grenades, and then Keo perfectly manages to slot into the gap between that and the push. Picks up a third. Keo, king of the court, king of the killers. He's crowned himself with 3. Furlex is going to rob him from the other 2 because that looked like it had Keo Ace written on it all over. But that is a Sicario stomp nonetheless. The 4th of their favor in the 10th round goes convincingly to Sicario. Furlex is on 14 and 6, by the way, Hawk.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we wanted to see, though. I literally just mentioned it before the round got going. Kiyoshima had only 2 kills through these first 9 rounds. So we see him more than double that there in that round alone. And that is what Sicario needs. They need every single one of these members clicking, firing on all cylinders. Furlex, he's been that glue. He's been holding us together, but now it's time for the rest of the team to shine.
No surprise to me that Panderic recognized that the B defending side is way stronger for Sicario than the A defending side is, and that explains why Keo's not had too much kill participation. His side of the map has been very quiet all the way up until that round. I mean, the second they go there, it works out in their favor. Codex has got one with a shotgun. Furlex goes down, a crucial pick on that. Lucky takes out Codex. Crank for Luki, goes for Crank, and trades are going left, right, and center. Goes is going to fill the kill feed with red, and suddenly Panderic are feeling very dead. It's just that ace on the Balti. Flash in hand, and a 1v3. I mean, it's doable. It's possible, and we've seen it before, but I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. I mean, that ace has had a couple 3v1 clutches. I think back to Fort where he finds the 2, gets a jumping no-scope and the defusal, but easier said than done, especially against a team like Sicario here. So many angles to kind of clear, but he does dodge a bullet, or a few of them rather, here coming out from Zach. He pops down, looks for the no-scope, can't quite hit it, tries a second time, but it's not there.
He knows full well one of the other 2 members is going to try and third party at some point. Now Sicario playing it smart. They don't send the third party, so that ace hasn't got a second member to rotate to turn to pick off whilst he's got that member trapped in the corner. Actually really smart from Sicario there to leave that deep tower player on an island. The second you start bringing other members behind that ace and try and surround him, he is the kind of player that will make that work to his advantage. Whip 180 one of those players and then make a gap to slip out the net and suddenly start turning that to his own favor. So good work from Sicario. I know it sounds like he's selling a teammate, but in that instance, that's actually probably definitely the right play. Works out for them this time too.
Well, down by 1. We talked about it, within striking distance, and now maybe looking to put some of that weight or that pressure onto the shoulders of the Pandas here, as they have a much slower approach here in this round.
Just impressed with Sicario's response so far. It was a tough first half for them. Going 6-3 is very much on the precipice of finding the game really in a doomsday scenario. The 7-3 really is dangerous. 7-4 doesn't sound so bad. 7-5, you're more than in with a fighting shot. So Sicario put themselves within touching distance of closing the gap and keep themselves relevant for the game score in map 1. Full retake.
Very slow. Yeah. I mean, I'm pleasantly impressed. I mean, this is what it takes sometimes, though. We talk about mixing up that ebb and flow in a game like Tarkov Arena. We have all of these explosive rounds. Now just slow it down drastically. Maybe see if Sicario will get overzealous somewhere, push up, maybe give you an early pick that you're looking for, and then play off of that pick. Get yourself a player advantage. So I like to see Panderic mixing up the strategies here a little bit, but with only 40 seconds on the clock, I bet they're about to say, you know, enough pitter patter. It's time to get at her here shortly.
There he goes off. Second comes into sight. You can see the members dodging away. Oh, good shots from Kodak. Finds the pixel onto Luki, prone on the floor. He didn't think he'd be spotted there. Furlex aware though. Furlex flying. Furlex fragging. 2 down. Dead on sight. 3 for 3. Left alive. Bakizi has one. He's the one that's going to close down that killing spree off of Furlex. Shots onto sight as Rapid picks up goes.
Oh, Zaki finding Rapid here though, but Crank's going to pressure forward, and unfortunately not enough there to get that plant down in time. So it was actually looking really good. I'm not sure where that fell apart here for Panderic, but Kiyoshima on the back line, still standing here, 6-6. They've done what they need to do to tie it up. Now they just got to go that extra mile.
I'm astounded. The bomb was being planted. It was probably about half a second, maybe 3/10 of a second short of being fully planted there before that clock went, but right on the edge of it. And interestingly so, Panderic fall prey to something that Sicario has struggled with a little bit on Bol. The slight mismanagement of your time.
Mm-hmm. Happens to the best of us. How about how we overcome in the following rounds here? And that ace again from downtown hits him with a Kobe. It's good for one, but he's looking for more. Furlex has been an arch nemesis with this SR3M, but Lukey says, let me get a piece of that pie, and he takes down Crank.
That's an aggressive push up the side from Codex. He's going to find one. That shotgun's going to start screaming at the people that are holding sight. Lukey shuts him down by keeping his distance. Actually realizes that distance plays into his advantage and backs off towards Headshot. That ace is the last left alive, but with a spear in hand and that marksman rifle on his back, many tools to play with.
Well, that ace will spot one, shots will ring out, and for that, that'll be all the intel that Sicario needs. But you take a look at where this device is down as well, and that just makes things a little bit tougher here for the squad. Two in front, one on the pincer play. That's going to be Kiyoshima from behind, and only 35 seconds to work with.
Zaki not moving as he's picked that bomb up there has actually done him a real good job. In fact, he's going to let him through to the headshot angle, not even going to challenge. Lukey picks up the killer's headshot, gets swung, but Zaki was tucked in, lying in wait, just in case that all went south. Good round out of Sicario, and they take the lead.
Yeah, they've weathered that storm, and we were looking at a 5-3 half. Panderic went on to get that first round of the second half, double their lead, making it a 6-3, but it's been 4 decisive rounds in a row now from Sicario that has put them back up on top with 2 more needed to close it out. Panderic's got to come up with something here soon.
Again, we look to a push towards the B site. Slightly slower, though. Panderic trying to not telegraph too much of that audio. You can see a member towards Generator running up, making a lot of audio distraction here. But Sicario are not falling for this one bit. Bakisi's going to have to get his hands dirty before he's going to be able to sell this push. A grenade gets thrown back towards Generator. He gets a kill on site. A second gets picked up by Crank. And now the plan might just have been spoiled. The bomb almost by this double success on either side of the map. He's kind of confused as to which way it should be going. Are we going A? Are we going B? Team seems to stick towards that plan towards the B side, but now with a picky the side, Bakisi's been given the task of calling out that A site being open. You see Sicario rotate. The bomb dropped on top. Perhaps it causes distraction, and that ace finds the pick.
That's going to be a big pick for them as well. They double up here as far as players go, but Furlex sitting at 17-9, Lukey at 12-8. They've got 3 picks, but they still got the toughest 2 members to get through here. And now shifting around, that ace not aware of Furlex being up here into this position, finds an easy pick and begins to bring it back a little bit here as Sicario.
Where is Lukey? That's exactly why he's working his way from that A side from Split. He picks off Bakisi with a one-tap ski. That puts him down. A site open. Crank and company gonna push on. Lukey's here, ready for it. There's the first, there's the second. Lukey good for 3 to finish off the round. Sicario moves to map point after struggling a little bit in the early half. Lukey comes alive to help out Furlex, and it looks like that might just be enough for Sicario to get this done.
Yeah, I mean, so far the underdogs have been able to win game number 1, even though it feels weird calling Sicario an underdog. They're really, I wouldn't say that other than the fact that Panderic has been the team that has recently toppled them in the last 2 or 3 of their meetings. But Sicario getting the job done here today. They need 1 more round to solidify this dub, and it would be a huge start for them here in this series.
Similar split and spread from Panderic on the attacking side again. And Sicario have more than read this now. They're very comfortable playing 2 weak side A and maybe even 1-man weak side A. The 4-man hold towards B. This time, though, Rapid is going to be the one to put their name on the board first. Kiyoshima taken out. A pretty crucial positioning. Now the B players are split. Both B-plat and that reserve pixel angle. Massive gap in between the 2 of them for now, which is why you see Lukey rotating towards CT spawn to try and come and reinforce. Matched rotation. Panderic feeling the similar thought process. Also looking to move towards the A site. See that Sicario spawn player playing really deep now. Oh. Crank gets himself one. Bakizi gets himself one. Rapid gets himself one on site. It's just members dropping like flies from Sicario. It felt like for a second that the Sicario squad had got themselves stabilized, but stable is definitely not what to describe for this one, as the Panderic squad clean house with a flawless one.
1 round away from overtime. We have been calling upon the Tarkov gods to bless us, and well, maybe it's these two legendary teams to give it to us here first on our first day of playoffs. Panderic, it was looking a bit grim. Now they have an opportunity to extend this one into overtime and see if they can find a way to reel it back and get a big dub here on their map.
Where does this last attacking round go? Bakizi not pushing down towards ambulance this time, playing more in A-flat position. 2 aggressive defenders from Sicario on the A site, a 4-side A site stack. Sees Sicario and Panderic split halves of the map. A side, Sicario favored. B heavily in the hands of Panderic if they're able to execute. Felix finds one, Captain goes down. Rapid trades back. But does that telegraph? Not yet.
Goes just trying to find something from a distance here downtown. Kiyoshima has been locking down this B site, has had some nice flanks as well, but a spot one toward Van, cautious of upper ear as well, and Kiyoshima will continue to exchange some bullets, but Valdes again with the nade, and he has been on fire with those.
And it's like this is the trigger to move the play the other way. B site, pressure comes in, nade finds a kill, and then Panderic flood back towards A, but goes looking to try and outplay the read on the rotation. Hides himself by old Hop Up. Tucked in, one down. Luki actually finds the kill. Crank for the response to 2. Crank goes huge. Zaki goes down. Rapid nails him, and that is overtime, baby. Let's go.
You know, it's nice to see Crank coming up with these big plays as well. We talked about, you know, him filling in for Kakao, and does that affect the squad? Is that something that Sicario could exploit? But Crank is having one hell of a game here today. 12 and 12, just below Bakizi. That clutch there, those couple kills, huge for them as well, in finding this overtime. And, well, now that they have what it takes to push that extra little mile and find the dub late in this one.
Keep a close eye on the kits. This is the kind of point in a game where you see somebody maybe throw something a little bit weird out of the bag. They pull out something that's been saved for later. And this is what I was expecting. Nothing too dissimilar, but Zaki is on the Balti on the attacking side. Be aware, Zaki is going to look to trade with that ace. They are looking to challenge this fire with fire. This is a what you can do, I can do better mentality for sure. Line of scrimmage expected from both sides here. Aggressive pick from Zaki on the Balti.
Oh, Kiyoshima with the nade as well. And this is a map that Zaki always plays the marksman on as well, at least one of the halves. He likes it with that monster scope, the little 2-time. And already finding that early pick. That nade from Kiyoshima was huge. And now they've got this 2-player advantage on the attacking side nonetheless, where they've had some issues with that time management.
Yeah, 1 is good, but 2 is so much stronger because it makes that gap to close so much harder. Now Luki, with free space to roam, finds himself a pick from the nose as the flank starts to get a little bit eager to rotate, bearing in mind the numbers are dwindling. Crank holding that split position with Rapid are the last 2 left alive, and they're going to have to pull off an insane defensive side to be able to find this. That's Rapid down. Keo moves in from top med. Crank's left feeling like it's pad the KD a little bit as best you can. So on a 1v5, this is near impossible.
Yeah, especially when you only have 40 seconds to work with and you need 5 or 6 of those to get that defusal. But Goz says no free kills for you, Crank. We'll put him down. Now Sicario back up on top by a round here in overtime. Of course, they need to win 3 of these 4 rounds to claim themselves victors here on Bull. But Sicario starting off on the right foot.
Even spread across kill feeds again. Felix and Luki, the 2 shining stars, or the kill leaders at the moment, 19, 11, 17, and 10. Really putting some heavy work in. I mean, we've seen Luki at the end of rounds for Sicario popping off a couple of times now, multiple times to save it. So great efforts Sicario take the lead 1-0 in overtime. Remember, for those of you fresh to overtime, it's a best of 4 rounds. First of 3 for success at the end of the 4. 2 attacking rounds per side, 2 defending rounds to split it. Lukey finds another one. It's a first blood this time, though, and it's that ace the Balti that goes down.
Yeah, that ace certainly has been struggling here in this one on Bull. I think 4 kills in total. Rare form for them. Bikizi and the rest of the crew trying to hold it together. Another very important round. They look to close out the first half of overtime. And Zaki finding Codex. Kiyoshima with the nade onto Bikizi. And the troubles continue now for Panderic.
Oh, Furlex is going to re-swing after the jump from Gen. Takes the aggression for the first set of shots. Magazine runs low. And Lukey finished off the Panderic squad for their second round successfully in overtime. Both attacking rounds go to Sicario. Now Panderic have to do the same to extend overtime. Either one of these rounds goes to Sicario, and it will be a victory for the Sicario squad in map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, typically where they have had a few struggles was on that attacking side. So I think to open up with these first 2 rounds is going to be huge for them. And they kind of get all of that extra weight off the shoulders now. I mean, I think all that pressure gets put onto Panderic. It's up to Panderic to find 2 consecutive round wins, to find another overtime. Or if they don't, it's going to be backs against the wall for them. And they might find themselves taking an early lead here from the Arena Cup Series number 4.
We normally say that it's the harder job to put home rounds on the attacking half in overtime than it is in regulation time, purely because you've both gone through the motions already. You've both done 8 attacking rounds each, and you've both seen how each other plays. And normally the adjustments have been made already, and it's about executing or finding that crucial extra piece of utility. Codex going to find one onto Zaki. Yellow van open. Top apps. Big, crucial fight. Keo for 1, Keo for 2.
Around and around we go. Crank up top. Kiyoshima on the jump over, and he still hits it. Crank goes down, a bullet to the brain, and Kiyoshima looking insane. Lukey finds Bikizi, that ace, all alone in a 1v3, and he needs all of them here as Sicario closes out game number 1. Are the Pandas in trouble?
Interesting scenes in the arena. 11-8, the overtime goes the way of Sicario. We asked which of the 2 teams will be able to put the rounds together at the crucial time. The answer for map number 1 is that Sicario were the one able to take it. 20-10 from Lukey, 20-12 from Furlex. And it's a 40 bomb between them combined. That is a lot of kills, Hawk.
Yeah, and almost everybody into double digits. I mean, Zaki just 1 away there as well. And on the other side of things, I mean, Rapid consistently finding multi-kills at 8 and 15. That ace, 11 and 15, he really began to pick it up. But I felt like that ace had some early struggles there as well. And now all of a sudden, if they lose 1 more, they find themselves out of the tournament.
And it's not that the kills are too unfairly spread, obviously. One team has won and one team has lost, so there's going to be a disparity between the kills and the deaths, but it's the deaths that are the deciding factor rather than the volume of kills overall. For me, you see the 2 players in the Panderic squad not succeeding as much on 13 and 15 deaths respectively. Just goes to show how well Sicario did have been able to keep their life when they were getting the kills. I mean, how many times did we say Kiyoshima got himself 1, 2, 3, and then maybe then some to be able to pull a round out that shouldn't necessarily have gone that way?
They made the proper adjustments, and again, we have to tip our hats to them for that, because it's not always easy to do, especially against a team that you've been struggling to beat, in your last 3-4 altercations. So not only do they come out and get it done, but they get it done in game 1. And so again, you get a little bit of that breathing room to play with. I think you can kind of play more of your play style here on Fort, kind of force maybe Panderic to do something that they're not used to. But we've got to see Rapid popping off again. We've got to see that ace consistently hitting those snipe shots, because if they don't, well, they might just be going home.
Might just is the right words, and I don't like to curse things. And I feel like, although Sicario have done a great job map 1, Panderic have also shown us they are more than willing to rise to a challenge. Was the reason they were so successful in the Arena Cup series. On the third outing, do I think that it's going to be easy for Panderic in the next map? No. Do I think they can win the next map? Yes. Do Sicario have an equal chance to win the next map? Also, yes. Do Sicario need to win the next map? Definite yes. In my mind, if Sicario let this one slide here, Panderic will redo the damage done from game one and will find themselves comfortably in an even matchup in the final deciding game bare minimum. And as we agreed before we started this, I think that puts them at an advantage going up against it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think if unless we see that ace and Rapid kind of stepping it up here in the next one, I think that's going to be a big difference maker. Sicario was very very good at Skybridge as well, and I don't know how many crazy clutches I've seen from Kiyoshima on this map. So you do worry a little bit for Panderic after that first performance, but they did take it to overtime. They did reel it back. I think, we take a look at our first series where Virtus Pro lost 9-5 and then went on to win 2 in a row. So I'm not too worried for Panderic just yet, but Sicario is looking really good here today. I mean, you take the likes of Kiyoshima, then you look at both Furlex and Luki, who are already absolutely on fire. You've got to find a way to slow some of these members down, all the while picking up some of those members that were struggling on your side, like that ace or that or Rapid. So some big changes to be made, but Panderic very, very capable of it. Just because they lost this first map doesn't mean they can't go on to take the next two.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest issue out of all of what we've seen so far has been that slight difference in being able to adapt to pressure when it comes to honing in on the final blow. The rotation out of Panderic in the first map was very good. On multiple occasions, we saw the minimap being matched top side heavy or bottom side heavy, with Panderic being ahead of that rotation tempo. What we didn't see was the authority of getting that to convert to site pressure. Yes, it moved the defense, and yes, they matched the tempo, and yes, they had the position, but you've got to win that 3v1, 4v1 in a situation that leaves you still up. I mean, we saw too many plays, one out of Goes, one out of Kiyoshima, on opposite sites where 3 to 4 members challenged one and got doubles, triples, or more. So, as we're going to see in the highlights, we've got to look, as a Panderic fan, to adjustments to be able to find success. For Sicario, if you're a fan in the chat, first of all, spam those emotes and let us know who you're supporting. But second of all, you're thinking more of the same. It's a good outing on the first map.
Yeah, good outing indeed. And
Hello and welcome back to the first day of the finals weekend for the Arena Cup Series 4. We are here back on the Battlestate Games channel, live on Twitch, partnered up with the Hunt Premier Twitch channel, also live over there to bring you the action thanks to that partnership and our sponsors in Steel Series. Today, we've got to witness two best of threes. We've already concluded one where Virtus.pro were able to topple the Outcasts.epa in a 2-1 victory to take themselves on in the tournament. Now we are battling out between our other two teams for the day, Panderic Apex taking on Sicario. Sicario have the first map and the advantage for now.
Yeah, they just got to get one more and they'll be sending the Pandas home, which is something that they've struggled with in their last 2 or 3 meetings. So that sweet revenge is on the docket here today. Going to be up to the Pandas to battle back on Fort to try and press it in towards Skybridge, where they'd still need a standout performance. And right now, with the way that both Lukey and Furlex are playing, if I was the Pandas, I might just be a little bit scared.
Absolutely. Scared is the right word right now. And the Pandas might be quivering in their bamboo. Maybe needing to build themselves a new fort up after having themselves knocked down a little bit on the first map. They have got 2 more maps to potentially contest, and potentially is the right word. If they are not able to see themselves over the line in map 2, then sorry, but it's au revoir for now. It is a goodbye, my friend. Until next time. It is a first of 2 in the best of 3. They need to make it happen right here, right meow, or else they're going to be climbing their panda ass out of the tourney.
Yeah, they're going to be sitting from home just watching everybody else fight for the higher prize pool. 25,000 euros on the line and the bragging rights. So we'll see if somebody can eventually topple the Polar Bears as they punch their ticket into the next day. And only one of these two teams are going to be able to do something similar. We will say goodbye to one of these two teams at the end of our day here. And well, for Panderic, it's them that are hanging on by that piece of bamboo there, clutching with the grasp of the claws, and Sicario just looking to saw that little piece off the edge and wave goodbye over that cliff as they fall to their demise.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing which one of these two teams is able to take it home on the next map, as well as the people grabbing their hands on some of the amazing goodies that have been given out throughout the stream. A little shout out to our 2 victors of the Steel Series giveaway, our Mosin Man and Schlongenus. Schlongenus, that's right. You heard it right. Guys, if you're in the chat, don't forget to jump into the Discord, create a ticket, get in touch with the mod to be able to claim your prize. But ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, off we go. Game number 2 for Panderic taking on Sicario.
And look at this aggression from Lukey. Kiyoshima's going to find the first pick onto Bakizi. Now peeking out, it's Rapid. Nice headshot here as Codex finds Zaki. Zaki and Lukey down. Furlex beginning to shift forward. Frank finds goes, and it's a stampede of a round here for Panderic.
Early opener. Quick. Definitely comfortable for the Panderic squad. Bomb planted, last on site, actually able to pick up the kill. He gets off the bomb and puts the last member down. Sicario swept off a fort in round number 1.
Great start. I mean, a great start here for Panderic. We see Rapid already putting up a triple kill, already having a ton more success than we saw in that previous series. And this is what you want for Panderic here. So, but it's only round 1, right? It's not a lot to look at. Sicario was able to really fight back tooth and nail. I mean, it was 5-3 at halftime in that first one. They came back to win it in overtime. So it's hard to get too excited off one round. I want to see this consistent, decisive action here from Panderic.
Gotta watch out for Rapid. That's 3 quick early kills out of the young gunslinger on the Panderic side. Definitely one of those highlight players to keep your eye on for making huge impact. Kiyoshima for the first is actually going to be the one to take down that member in Rapid. Big swings. Kiyo's feeling himself, and he's feeling for 2. He's been looking good since the back end of Bowl, and now continuing on that kind of aggression. That ace is going to continue to consistently knock people over with those painful pinballs of death. Bat Ace is there on the backside as well. He's not knocking down the statue. He's knocking down the Zaki.
Nice to see him firing on all cylinders early in this one, getting it done with the nades and the snipe here, as he has found his spark once more. It's a 3v3 though, and Furlex finding Codex brings it in their favor. He picks up on Crank, trying to get out of Bad Room as well, and now it's all down to that ace and another 3v1. Wish I had $1 for every time I've said that here today.
Yeah, you're starting to save up a college fund at least, so that kind of rate. Ulti out. Looking to just try and find one of the first. That shot's clean. Takes a second for it to steady as well. That ace starting to look a little bit more settled than what we saw on ball. Something we normally expect this man to be good at is being consistent. A slightly quieter first game. Haddo's concerned. Looking like he's starting to come alive now. A good timing on the swing from Ferlex, though, takes his weaponry to the advantage. Balti has to be slow and decisive. Quick swing with that SR3M puts him away.
It's just a tough spot to be, when you have to kill multiple people in a close quarter combat situation. I mean, Sicario does exactly what they should do. They play that buddy system so that even if that ace hits a crazy no-scope, you've got that reload animation with the bolt. You're able to find that trade. It wasn't needed because Ferlex puts him down early, but a great job by Sicario to make sure that this one doesn't get out of hand. They find themselves tied at 1 and now chopping at the bit to take the lead.
Couple of consecutive rounds together would need to create themselves that gap. Codex and Crank together find 2 apiece, but one of them is a teammate. Ends up stacking that kill feed with the third. Some good shots towards that back angle. Don't go in the way of Crank, though. Lucky able to take that one down. Good step from Ghost. Finds the response. Rapid goes down as well.
These nades we talked about. That ace has had a lot of success with him here today. Doesn't find the mark on this one. Now looking for something on the snipe yet again. That device down in just an awkward spot here as Codex tries to make some audio cues, but it is Ghost to find that ace, and now in a 3v1 that favors Sicario yet again.
Codex stuck. Tough spot. Goes out. And goes down. Close round. Cleared out now. Sicario level what numbers were relatively even. One after the other by a couple of decisive individual plays. The step from the headshot box was pretty good to see. You almost feel like Panderic lost the first player, and then the rest of the team was kind of left reaching to try and almost make up the pieces for the mistake that was previously made, and ended up falling a bit like that domino scenario we talk about once in a while.
And Eric down by 1 here, needing to fight back again. Sicario has been playing very, very well together today, and just great decision-making all the way around through these first 2 maps. Zaki on the peak spots 1, this time on the Enforcer class, looking for them toes, but no bodies just yet as Lukey will eventually find Bakizi here.
Zaki just laying in wait on the corner. Hopping backwards up onto that box, just change the angle of elevation. Crank slowly getting pinned in this corner. Swing to lobby. Shots for the first and the second don't register as they would have liked to from Lukey. Not quite able to find the headshot on either member. A little bit wayward both on the left and the right of the shoulders of both members he tried to convert.
That ace just trying to make something happen up close and personal. And even with the TRG, still able to get it done. Does he know there's one more to the left? Well, he does now, and that's something that can drop an Enforcer. That ace putting Zaki in the dirt once more. And now they've got that player advantage, but not for long as Ghost puts Rapid down and Crank as well.
Yeah, that ace just about had all his ducks in a row, but then the rest of his squad started to fall like geese. They don't fly too well, unfortunately. We see a lot of dead bodies all littering this A site. The bomb currently surrounded by 2 of them, 2 more from the opposite side, lent up against the wall. It's a graveyard out here, and it's about to become a lot thicker, filled with bodies. That ace almost manages to bury the jumper out of that cave position, but with damage down in the Balti and toe, bomb planted. They've given themselves gap. Codex, got to watch off for this member on the flank. That's going to be the most important pick. Codex finds him. 2v2 and Panderic have good pressure on site. The second comes out. The Balti swings and comes to bear. 2v1 Panderic looking to tie this one up.
Yeah, and Goes, unfortunately, does not have very much health to work with. A quick sneeze would put him down here on Fort. Free fire through the wall, maybe trying to bait out that ace here, but just being patient. Steps into the crosshairs of Codex, who's cracked the code. He puts Goes down, and Panderic still in this one as they find themselves tied up yet again. I have a feeling that we might see this tug of war throughout the entire series here. And honestly, Crack, I'm just hoping for another OT.
I'm going to say don't put any early night plans in place just yet. You might find yourself selling off to a third map with us very shortly soon. I feel like the way that Panderic are playing this, that they are setting themselves up to do something that Panderic does quite consistently and has done throughout Series 4, as well as Season 4 in the HPLEU, and that is getting themselves to a position where they're 5-5 and then they convert. Codex jumping right to left, hops up like a magic missile into bedroom, deleting the member in front of him.
Furlex posted up at mid here. The device beginning to shift forward. Kiyoshima around towards site here as well. Furlex spots the one. The shots don't hit the mark, though, and Codex will cheat forward a bit, finding Crank here at mid, though, and that's another big pick for Furlex as Codex does find Kiyoshima.
Oh, Furlex gets one, gives space, takes space, gets another, gives space, swings back in aggressively and looks to put pressure down. Codex knows he's only got a limited amount of time now before his back's exposed. He finds his respective kill to remove that forward pressure. Now with cover from that ace across site, he's going to have himself room to plant. That ace finds the kill onto Furlex after some great work is finally shut down. Zaki left last as a 1v3. And this really dangerous position in Palace covering him off is the biggest problem right now. Respecting it, he tucks deep. We're going to try and find that ace in dark. Couple of taps from the shotgun, waiting, baiting, respecting that angle. Zaki looking to try and make it count.
He's been playing very well, but early struggles on Fort will find his first kill here on the Enforcer class and needs 2 more if he wants to find the clutch. But what a headshot! Zaki popping heads and getting bread. He's going to send that ace home. Codex, though, looks to run all the way around. The game of cat and mouse continues. There's enough time for the defusal. He's just got to get on it, but 7 seconds on the clock, and now Codex there, waiting patiently. Well played here from Panderic as they clutch up a very important round.
I had to wait. It stunk. It stunk. Something fierce up in here for a second there. Oh, boy, was that close to slipping out of the hands of the Pandas. You might have felt like that was a bit of a slippery lily pad from the pond instead of a nice old bamboo root, because that did not feel like it was gripped well. The end there, that looked like it was so close to sliding away, but somehow, and I think thanks to some smart play of just getting distance, just running away at the right time, closes it out. The Panderic squad do inch ahead 3-2, but only barely. Oh, Rapid on a tear.
Yeah, this is what you need from Rapid, too, to find these picks onto Furlex, who's kind of been in that monster mode in these first couple games. It'll make your life a little bit easier here. Codex hitting out some nades toward cannon side. We can see Luki Kiyoshima in the background here, and there is a bit of a lurking flank in play. That's going to be Zaki way back there. You can see on the mini-map posted up just outside the A site.
And this is Panderic playing really well into their own predictability. They know that B cannon's push as 5 is very strong and very well known now. So they wait, they bait, they push in, they get kills, they wait for the grenades to come back, and then they rotate away for Codex to convert on 2 more out in cannons. Goes, picks up Frank. Big step out of bedroom, just gets instantly put out of place. Almost disrespectfully, the Panderic members look at that guy dropping out of bedroom, asking, "What are you doing there, son? That ain't here for you. You can't park there, mate." Zaki takes himself one as that ace does go down, but in a 1 versus 3, this is all but said and done for.
Yeah, I think he hopped out of that and said, "This is not where I parked my car." But Zaki all alone in a 1v3. We saw almost a crazy clutch in that previous round. He's going to get a second chance opportunity, but it will be stifled very quickly here by Ol El Rabito. Panderic Apex, they stumble a little bit here in the early moments of Fort, but they've found their stride. They've doubled that lead, and they look to lengthen it a little more here in the first half.
Rapid a little bit of hot and cold between rounds, though. We've seen 2 rounds where Rapid has had 3 kills, which means the other 4 rounds he has died without participation. 3 assists to his name as he's getting involved, but I look to see Rapid really start to push. You know, when he starts to put those triple kills together in back-to-back rounds, that's when the Panderic squad starts to fire on all of its cylinders. That ace putting in a good performance, 7-4. Bakizi, the only person not to be able to find himself some good dinner in that breadstick. The only one holding the donut for now.
Oof. Rapid. Big pick on to Luki, though. Codex, Luki both go down in the opening moments here. Furlex continuing to flirt with disaster. A little dance of death. He spots one. The shots are exchanged. Nobody goes down yet. The secondary peak not quite there. And Furlex We'll back off here momentarily. They've got set up on site as we see Panderic trying to find their little crack in.
Oh, that Ace and Felix have been juggling that fight for so long, and neither one wanted to give it up and back out to be able to reload. That Ace just continues to step. Felix steps into him, and the Balti puts him down. Panderic find themselves up a member. Util now going out towards site. That nade to 90 has been consistently thrown from Panderic. It's not found to death yet, but it just confirms that that part of the site is clear. You can see what they've executed towards. You can see how this player has been built by Panderic in the practice zone, but executing it on the day, starting to come through full force. Zaki now caught.
Well, Panderic again working off this player advantage. Goes maybe a little jiggle of his own here. Waiting to spot a single pixel, but unfortunately doesn't find anything just yet.
Current positioning, both teams going to have to fight their way to get that site space regained. Shots out, shots in. Left side swing as Rapid does take down Kiyoshima, and that will close out the round for Panderic. 5-2. They find themselves one short of a perfect half on the attacking side. If you're looking at it as the perspective, trying to convert that 6-2 scoreline is that all-important critical position to put yourself in with the best chance to confirm that success with enough rounds cushion to get it home consistently. Of course, 8-0 is a perfect half, but in the worlds of reality, it's very rare we see a team on an attacking side in Escape from Tarkov Arena ever put home an actual 8-0 convert on the attacking side.
6-2 though. Anything extra is nice for Sicario. Same difference, but Crank finds the first one. Zaki will eventually collect the bread of Rapid. Codex back on the Furlex. Plaid Stripes in the kill feed for a moment, but then Bakizi shuts that down with a pick on to Zaki. Look at the collective health between Bakizi, Crank, and that Ace though.
I was going to say exactly the same thing. You took the words right out of my mouth. As for the last three members of that Panderic squad, bar Codex could stitch themselves a single person together with some form of Franken combo. Crank's going to be able to crank it right up to the max to knock Goes out of the equation, and it's Kiyoshima to have to pull out, honestly, probably one of the easier 1v4s he's had to look at in a long time. This one member's worth of actual full health, but in a game like Tarkov where TTK is very short, anything can happen. Down goes Codex, but he ain't going to go down to the death. He's going to go down to the floor, only for that Ace to finish the job.
Panderic Apex looking to say, hey, we can get it done without Kakao too, guys. Have a little bit of faith in us. Codex, Rapid into double digits. That Ace not far behind. And I think the fact that we see that Ace and Rapid playing so much better together here on Fort certainly has been a big difference maker. So it maybe took him a little bit longer to ignite that fire. It seems to be growing hotter and higher at the moment, though.
I definitely feel like the attacking side out of Panderic was well built. When it comes to Sicario, on Bowl, they showed a similar level of ability to attack. What was poor was their time management. Here, that is what we're going to look at from the commentary booth to decide whether Sicario can pull this back or not. We know they can do good attacking play, but it's being able to convert in the right amount of time that has really eluded them so far this ACS. Shot out from Rapid as he pushes. Wait, Rapid on a shotgun? What?
Right? Furlex eventually putting down that Ace, but I think I was equally as shocked. Kiyoshima eventually finding this kill on the Rapid, but Panderic comfortable playing multiple different roles here, and Rapid trying to showcase some of that talent here.
There's a swap up, so Codex is on a spear, Bakizi on a spear, Crank. No, never mind. So Codex and Bakizi are both on MCXs. I'm blind, deaf, dumb, and confused all at the same time. They're sliding on smoothly from that, though. Rapid on an Enforcer. Now, this is something we've not seen, and I am really excited to watch this one develop. Nothing changed from the side of Sicario, Hort, so the matchup is still very similar, and they haven't gone for two Enforcers. They've just swapped the player it's on.
Yeah, basically Rapid, Codex, kind of swapping that role here a little bit, but it's been working for them early on Fort. Will it continue to do so? This opening round for Sicario on the attacking side is going to be huge. We talked about that time management. Bakizi able to find that first, but Furlex, great decision, quick snapshot. We'll find that trade at a minimum and keep maintain that player advantage.
Crank needs to be careful coming out short here. The angle doesn't favor himself on the left-hand side. Lukey gonna pick him up. Got to be careful peeking out of short. You've got to get to that headshot box before the angles start working in your favor. Goes nearly rips the head of Codex off there as he pops out of Colt. Codex last alive. He's got to try and kill all three members here within 35 seconds to get this bomb defused. Steps in, out, goes, trying to juggle with him. Codex for the first, goes, draining that magazine, starting to get really low. Close to that reload, you can see on the bottom right on that HUD. Very few bullets left, but it's enough to get the job done.
And a decisive job done at that. Sicario 3 standing tall. They'll cut that lead in half and slowly but surely begin to chip away at that big old bamboo tree that the Pandas have climbed so high up on here in Fort. But it's all about getting the job done in these important moments. Pandaric, they had a nice lead. They can't allow it to slip away. We saw it in the first one. It was 5-3 at halftime when Sicario began to slowly reel it back through the trenches. And, well, they're looking to do something similar here, but Pandaric has looked a bit stronger on Fort.
Codex cooking at 11-3. Great step out. Lapid gets deleted by the spear. Codex does respond. Kyo closes him out. That ace has another trade, though, on Furlex in a separate part of the map. 3 members left alive on both sides. 1 minute 35 to fight for. The bomb is tucked in a very deep position off towards the A site. And this is leaving me wondering, how on earth did it get there? You know what that is, don't you? That's that ace swing from Garden that's hit a bolty shot all the way through Showers, which is disgusting, by the way. That angle is very tight, both height, vertically and horizontally. Bomb collected, now working its way back over towards B. Crank is set to defuse this hort if it goes off, if he's going to be able to contest from top mid, but both Pandaric defending members on that A site are not looking to move at all.
I mean, patience has paid off for them in the past. We will see, I believe that is that ace beginning to rotate around here on the mini-map. As you mentioned, Crank posted up here through mid. Most likely we'll hear that audio cue relatively soon, but it has to be careful above. Goes, waiting patiently.
You know, Palace is dangerous. The most likely place somebody's going to be tucked. Crank gets a bit of damage knocked off of him by his goes. That ace steps out and under, actually. Whilst he has pressure, they're calling to Crank to just hold that Palace position so that Ace can try and make the play for it. Goes as far enough back that the angle isn't possible. Oh, Goes playing this so well from Bedroom right now. Palace even step up. That's one down. Bakizi, there's no way.
They really needed Bakizi to find that one. It's a quick double take, but unfortunately not quick enough to find the no-scope. That ace goes down to Zaki Kiyoshima, picking up the kill just before that, I believe, onto Craig. So Sicario, slowly but surely, yet again, one round closer each time. They cut that lead down to 2 and all of a sudden become within striking distance.
And apologies there for the mixed comms. I always get them 2 rooms mixed up. You've got Bedroom on the left-hand side with the vault box that drops out to the donut. And you've got Palace that is from the catwalk that drops out the back onto Colt. Let's get the 2 of them confused. They've both got a little bunk bed in them, but by the by, Bomb actually this time, again, pushing 3 strong towards the A site. Matched 3-3 on this side. Ooh. Pandaric think they've read something here where that floating captain is moving towards B, and this A site that was evenly matched is now weak side for Pandaric.
Zaki beginning to shift toward mid. I thought Bakizi was going to look to take control, but he's actually going to shift back toward the A site here. So Zaki maybe hearing that audio cue through the wall there as well. I mean, we see 2 shift in toward mid and maybe looking for a pick here, but they've got a little time to work with. So again, they can be patient on this attacking side for a little while longer, but they have to be careful because we've talked about it time and time again. That time management is something that has haunted them.
You see exactly what they're looking for, and you called it out absolutely perfectly. That audio that they made from Zaki's positioning, they look to just try and suffocate Bakizi out of that top mid position, but instead it's the Pandaric squad that's activated. Crank, Rapid, and Crank together for 3. Zaki does find Rapid to close one down, but Codex that activates out of dark, picks mid, and Pandaric have 4 alive with Sicario looking to Lukey to find more than he needs realistically. In a normal scenario, he has 1, but 3 more on the board. Bakizi's the second down. Hold up.
Ooh. I mean, Lukey was putting in some work, certainly not for a lack of trying, and you love to see that never say never attitude, but that ace, Codex standing tall, almost everybody getting a kill in that round, minus Bikizi. I think Crank picked up the double, but a solid round for Pandarich. Now one away from match point, an opportunity to double the lead, give themselves plenty of opportunities to close out fort and send us off to Skybridge.
Oh, you know we're ready for it.
So ready, baby.
Chat, if you're feeling a Skybridge decider, I see some Skybridge hype in the chat. 7-4, Pandarich sit comfortably in a bit of a driving seat when it comes to playing for fighting for that third match. But Sicario were also in a similar position in map number 1, and they made that one theirs. Can they do the same here?
All 10 members still standing here. Zaki cautious of that spot that we often see Walker hanging out in, but nobody home for the time being. Rapid lurking just on the other side. Shots down the field. Rapid able to find the first one. It's Kiyoshima. Now Zaki on the peak. The Enforcer's about to go head-to-head, but Zaki will back off momentarily.
I mean, Rapid's already 10-5. He's put his kick on, and then the big boom squad comes through. They trade 1-for-1. Rapid does manage to get the first in the big Conga squad, but it's a 4-man stack that slams through into mid for pressure.
Zaki on to Bikizi. I mean, at least Rapid was able to take 2 out before getting put down. Codex will find Furlex to maintain that player advantage. And now Zaki on the jiggle, looking for something. Swaps the shoulder and finds the head of that ace.
2v2. Bomb down in mid. Pandarich on the defending side, so way in the favor right now. Pandarich need to realize and respect that this bomb is in nowhere. They need to get themselves as far away from this action as possible until they really need to threaten sight. 25 on the clock. That bomb is in such a terrible place for them to be fighting right now. And you can see them playing to that mental mind state. Look at the step back from both members, giving that space, retreating off towards short. You've left Codex here to challenge for it. They are going to get to the site and plant. Now looking for the retake. Codex for the first over. The Arch has got a great positioning. That deep reserve position allows them space to retake. And now it's a 2v1.
Nice pick there from Crank. They've got the advantage. Zaki, not a ton of health here as well, but Zaki certainly capable of fighting that clutch. Now on the swing, the shots sing out. Zaki finds one, but it's Crank to solidify the dub. He's been the sub here over the last couple weekends, but he has been showing up and showing out when possible. That's a big round for Pandarich. They're now sitting at match point. We talked about it. 4 additional opportunities to close this one out. And I'm sure chat like us, Cracked, is ready for that map number 3.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you see the Pandarich squad at the end there play that really smart into the shotgun. The worst thing you want to do, and it's very counterintuitive to normal Tarkov gameplay. So normally you would call somebody to stand on your shoulder and swing in a buddy system. But when you're swinging into a shotgun, if you put the legs together, you put yourselves next to each other or close enough, it leaves for a free pick. Hold up, we're going to talk about this in a minute because this is going to be quick from the Sicario squad. You see 4 into lobby. Down they go. That ace has got the bolty to defy. Furlex finds one onto Crank, but the swing from Zaki is good. He's through. Headshot's clear. It's going to start taking quick, short pressure so that this plant goes down extremely fast. Bomb on site, fully planted, and Sicario have put themselves in a great spot to bring this back.
Codex will find the pick on the Furlex. Rapid will look to pressure on through, and he does find Zaki, who got Codex. In the midst of that battle goes Kiyoshima, Bikizi, Rapid, a 2v2. The device has been planted, 30 seconds on the clock, and Rapid is going to let the Saiga sing.
Ghost finds one. Bikizi on the backside. Down to the captain to finish the game off, and that he does. The final kill goes to the Pandarich captain. Pandarich will defuse the device. 5-6 seconds left on the clock there. Game number 2 goes to Pandarich. We are all tied up in our second best of 3 on the day. 1 apiece.
9-4. I mean, that first one, obviously a little closer. 8-11 in overtime. I think for Pandarich, this is a great way for them to bounce back, regain that footing, and now pressure into Skybridge. So something similar that we saw from the Polar Bears versus their match with Outcast. We'll see if Pandarich can get it done in that final map. It was Codex 16-7 in this one, but Rapid, that ace, picking up that pace from that first map as well. And again, I think that was a big difference maker here for them as they clutch up map number 2. We've got an overtime. We've had 2 map 3s here today as well. I don't think you could ask for a better way to start out the final weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of fans in the chat there that are very, very happy and grateful for a Panderic victory, but looking to try and support their captain and inspire him to some more success. You get a comment coming in from Feta there saying, Bakisi needs some milk. Needs to get a little bit of hydration and stamina increase up there to be able to pull some of this off. Maybe even send him a Red Bull or a Tar Cola. Maybe a Rat Cola, actually. I know you'd be on for that brand of cola, wouldn't you? You'd be a Rat Cola enjoyer all day long, but there was no rats inside of the fort, was the Hort?
I mean, honestly, Bakisi must have found that milk because in those last couple rounds, he turned up, found that final kill there in the final round to clutch up a very important map for them. And again, they do it pretty decisively here. So even though they had a tough time on Bull, they get a big, astounding win here on Fort. It builds that momentum, that confidence back up in their corner as they get set and ready for Skybridge. But honestly, with the way the day's been, this game realistically could go either way. I really don't know where to put my chips all in on this one.
I don't think there's a betting point on this one. I think we're just going to look towards probably another overtime. And the one thing I am a little bit hesitant for is we did see overtime earlier, and the problem with that was it did not go the way of the team we thought. Not necessarily a problem if you're a Sicario fan, but if you're looking at facts on the paper, and we normally tend to look to the results to align with what we expected in the day, that did not align with what we expected going into this, and we are thoroughly here for it. What I am interested to see is which of the two teams is going to be able to start off better on this next map. We've seen Sicario be good in advance. We've seen Sicario be good on the back end of a map. We've seen them convert when they are good in advance. We've seen them not convert when they're good in advance, and they lose a deficit that really doesn't seem to be something that should be lost. But we've also seen them recoup a deficit of a large fashion in a similar sense as well, and be able to pull that back also. For me, that shows that both of these teams are able to adapt. It shows that Sicario, though under the pressure a little bit more, shall we say, due to lack in recent results, they are looking to try and make the difference. It does make me ask the question, where is Kakao? Crank is putting in a great performance, but as a Panderic fan right now, you've got to be wondering, where is one of those star killers that normally helps get it over the line? I've got my faith and my hope. Crank is an exceptional player. It's no disservice to Crank at all. But Kakao's name is known in the scene for a reason, and that is because of how consistently devastating he is to people's lineups with his individual performance. So, curious. Yeah. Good to see that Panderic can still put it home without him, though.
I have to agree. I mean, they're playing well. Crank is doing a phenomenal job stepping in and filling that role. But I'm a little sad, a little disappointed that we don't see Kakao out there kind of leading that charge. And I mean, I think that's why they had so much trouble on Bull, because Kakao is a very big anchor on that B site. Added with the fact that it felt like things just weren't clicking for the Pandas in that first map as well. I mean, I've never seen that ace miss that many bolty shots in a series. I've never seen Rapid at the bottom of the kill board, I feel like, in a series. And so I think they made the adjustments that were necessary, even putting Rapid on the Enforcer for Fort. They knew what they needed to do to get the job done, and they were able to do that. So that gives me a little bit more faith in them heading into Skybridge. I mean, we saw a 5-3 half that favored the Pandas on Bull. We saw a 6-2 half that favored the Pandas on Fort. So I think if they can continue doing that, they should come out on top. But it just kind of reiterates that it's only one round, but that 6-2, that 5-3 can be a huge difference when that magic number is only 9.
We call it a magic number for a reason, and that is going to fall in line with it being a magic time to take ourselves to some all-important and insane highlights. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far, because whilst I pull the pin on our proverbial grenade to be able to throw it to the break, you guys are going to get a small amount of time to go and get some snacks, refreshments, and those all-important seatbelts so you can lock it in for our third game in our second best of 3 on the day to decide whether Panderic or Sicario are going to continue their run. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for the final time today, but not for the final time this weekend. That's right, you're here live on the Battlestate Games channel, partnered up with the Hunt Premier Twitch channels to be able to bring you the amazing Arena Cup Series 4. Thanks to our sponsors from SteelSeries, we've been able to slam out the action all day long since 3 o'clock this afternoon, including two best of threes, the head-to-heads where Outcasts.epa and Virtus.pro went at it to begin with, resulting in Virtus.pro with a successful 2-1 victory. A great first map from EPA. Did show some positives and potential hope for an upset, but not to happen, not today, not just yet. And as our wise man with the mustache, Hot Sauce, so accurately said, maybe towards the next season of HPL, but that's to come in the future. Our current matchup right now being decided is the one that we are locked and honed in on, as it has managed to also go the distance for the full best of three, drawn up one map apiece between both Panderic and Sicario. This sees us smoothly segued in and sliding on into our final deciding map of the day. Hot, it's all to play for. Both teams have put cards out on the table. Both teams have dropped the ball a little bit. Now it's time to clean it up and really go at it.
Time to lay it all on the line, and this time it's on Skybridge. Will we see Rapid back on the Enforcer, though? That is the big question. I mean, he was a shining star in that last one, but I feel like he's been a staple on that rifle on maps like Skybridge. So I kind of expect him to be back on that rifle, but I said it before, I am good at being wrong. I'm happy that it comes down to game number 3, though. I think, you know, both of these teams sending it all the way to game 3, it just reiterates how close the competition is. Outcast EPA should hold their heads high. One of the first teams to beat Virtus.pro in a playoff sitting, at least take one game away in the last 2 seasons alone, only one. So big shout out to them on a job well done. But honestly, this one could go either way. And I think these first few rounds are going to maybe be one way or the other. But Sicario has kind of battled back in each one of these. They were able to do it on Bull. They fell a little bit short on Fort, but I don't know. I mean, I truly believe this could go either way here on Skybridge.
It's a map of two sides. It's a map of two halves. It's where we've seen EPA see some success being comfortable playing that B-side, even straight out the gate, throwing a B-side attacking round down. And it's something that we have spoken to so many times, is how malleable are both teams when it comes to being able to adjust the approach. It's okay having a great A-side attack, but we also know how good all of these teams are at being able to adjust within a round. The second the code gets broken, you then have to have that backup to the B site. Even if it's a fake B to still plant on A, you have to have some form of we can match that changing gears to be able to keep it competitive. So that's what I'm really looking to from both of these teams here. Skybridge is a map that has been around for a fair while now. Both teams have played on it competitively multiple times too. So, which team has gained the most with their time playing this map and with their opponent? We've seen both teams play on 2 maps now. They've played against each other twice on 2 differing styles of map as well. A long-range map in Bowl and a close quarters map in Fort. How is that going to play out in the head-to-head going forward?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's who has that more diverse playbook. You know, we're all big fans. I mean, we see it with Virtus.pro on Skybridge. If it's not broke, don't fix it. But what happens when all of a sudden it's not working? You have to have that diverse playbook. And I mean, Bakisi's got his own spot on Skybridge. So, you know, you feel like maybe it does favor Panderic a little bit just because they are the team that has been consistently beating Sicario here in recent times. But Sicario has shown some great adjustments. And I think if we see Lukey, Furlek, some of these members popping off very early, you know, turning that snowball into an avalanche, then they could take it away from him. That's why I'm ecstatic for this last match. I truly believe it could go either way. I'm hoping it comes down to the wire. But again, regardless of the outcomes here today, every single one of these teams should hold their heads high. All 20 of these individuals have come out here and just put an absolute banger of a start to the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got 2 more days worth of exciting entertainment to go, and it's going to be a blockbuster final day with many maps to play. So I'm looking forward to much more of that in the future. But for now, we've got a frenzy of action to be finalized. It's Friday. It's the first day of finals, first day of the elimination section, where teams are no longer given a second chance. There's no more survival for now. It is fight or take a ride home. I was going to say flight, but I don't think anybody's going to be flying anywhere after some of the beatdowns we've seen today.
Yeah, I mean, do or die, win or go home, backs against the wall. These are these big moments that really matter, especially in these playoff situations, these finals. I mean, it's what kind of deciphers the insanely good players from the best of the best. And so, any given Sunday, either team capable of it, the talent goes deep with both of these rosters. Who can execute better on Skybridge, do it consistently well, round in and round out. I got to tell you, I am so excited for this one. I'm trying my damnedest not to scream into the mic right now.
It is set to be a barn burner. I can't imagine either of these two teams really letting this one go too far one way in the snowball effect out of the gate. I do think we're looking to a second half scenario where we're going to see it separated by maybe 1 or 2 rounds. All right, okay. Let's pitch a wild one. All right, let's throw a curveball in there, okay? If we see a real crazy match here, if one team's going to walk away with this, Codex, Rapid, both on a shotgun, that ace on a TRG, and 2 spears. I think that would be the code that would just completely and utterly upset the entire rhythm, because they've shown they have this in the bag now. They've definitely shown that they play 1. Have they got that full depth where they have a strat where they can go into 2 enforcers? Because that second enforcer really changes how you go about playing the attacking or the defending side. And let's address that side of it too for a second, because it's not just one half of the card this can be played on. This can be chosen to be played attacking side, chosen to play defending side, or both. You can't guarantee what they might go for. I mean, that defending side goes from being drastically reserved with 1 shotgun or less to being, we're getting in your face. Like, we have built ourselves to actively get in your face, and to not play to that would make life hard. Same for the attacking side of things. There's a massive gap here of dynamic gameplay that is not going to get answered until we actually get into the game and see the kits as to what way both of these teams are going about it. What pumps me so much is it's like so far down the complexity chart now, Hort, right? We went from like min-maxing kits to making sure we're using the right guns to making sure we're using the right stims. Now we're kind of like correct ammo for gun for stim and really maximizing that meta score alongside the maps where we're like so far down pivoting and baiting flanks that teams are having to 3-man respect a deep position that's just holding you hostage. I mean, we saw Sicario playing some great discipline in their fort rounds they were successful on by backing out and retaking space. Similar for Skybridge, lots of those angles.
Yeah, for me, and this is just a personal opinion, but I feel like 2 enforcers is much more viable on the defensive side than the offensive side. But maybe that kind of revolves around my play style as well. But I think it's something that they could make work on the defensive side. I think Rapid on that rifle, especially when you're attacking, you utilize a little bit more of those long ranges. You're trying to push down the lanes, whether it's B or A. And so there is more of a direct route, whereas the enforcers, you can kind of lock down and just hide in VP. You can tuck in on site and make them kind of push into your close quarter combat. So we very well could see the double enforcer on defense, but I would be a little surprised if we see it on offense just because of how deadly Rapid has been on that rifle. But to your point, he did struggle with a little bit of the rifle in map 1, swapped to the enforcer, had a lot of success in map 2. So maybe that's something that he is considering here.
And further into that complexity, as well as how both teams have gone about working into each other's lineups so far, where we've seen them approach a map a certain way, we've also seen a couple of players be isolated in how the matchups have gone. We saw that the Outcasts.epa squad made it their first map's objective to try and take Andreezy out of the equation, make him have a quiet game, and that one worked to their favor. We saw map 1, Panderic's That Ace having a similar sort of difficulty through a bit of murky waters where, again, Sicario was using that shotgun to get in the face of that ace, to get in the face of Rapid, and to stop some of those highlight players really having that space to be able to pop off. So the response is, okay, we're going to take the shotgun kit, which had us both reeling outside the back of statue, and put it on that player. If you're going to bring a shotgun to me, that's fine. I'll give one of my best skilled players on my team the best current meta kit in the game when it comes to TTK, and I'll allow him to deal fire with fire. So here we go. Map 3, Skybridge, Pandemic taking on Sicario for all the peanuts, man. For everything.
All the
Rapid,
marbles. That's
Rapid.
Rapid! 2 off rip, and it is the MCX this time. Already the early kills come in. And I think this is going to favor Pandemic a little bit because they get a start out on that defensive side. As long as they have at least a tied half, that next half becomes a bit easier. That ace able to lock down toward the B site here as well, and it's a good start for Pandemic.
Today might just have to be the day you buy lottery tickets, sir. Because today you might just have to love being right. Not only that, the weapon choice is calling out all the shots. We call him Hawk Wisdom in our spare time, folks, when we're chinking a glass. But Crank's looking to chink it up a notch as he knocks himself another one down. Shots into VIP from Kiyoshima. Looking for a trade back. Doesn't find the foe. Goes, however, does have the better of Crank. Crossfire from the last 2 members of Sicario. Looking to take out 4. Rapid is going to find Goes. And that's going to be the end of everything as Codex has that shotgun this time.
I thought they were going to stick Codex in that VIP. I mean, he's been playing so well on the Enforcer. Rapid showing that, yeah, maybe he had a little bit of a struggle in game 1, but he doesn't really miss a beat. Got all of the flame he needed in map 2 to regain that confidence. A nice start, a quick triple to open up. And I mean, that's a great thing if you're Pandemic, but it's a lot of early momentum. So for Sicario, they just have to find a way to stifle it early by winning one of the next 2 rounds.
And I love the fact that Rapid is immediately back on this MCX because it's the do we don't we scenario now. Now they've got the dance. The next half, they can even still pull that dance and they have to kind of respect it might be possible. Speaking of respecting possibility, Codex is a probability when he's in there first, but Lukey is deciding to deny. You shall not pass in VIP. That is not the swipe we were looking for. 2 down for 1. Lukey favors Sicario for the time in round 2.
Sicario's got that player advantage. We can see Kiyoshima beginning to shift forward here. Waiting for that smoke to dissipate just a bit. Akizi still tucked over toward that B site. Maybe considering a flank coming in or just to peek and see if that rotation is there. But all of these members right now stationed outside that A site. Back and forth we go. Kiyoshima's going to find that one on the Crank. That ace, though, the snipe to the dome, and he finds Zeki. That ace denies the plant with milliseconds to go, and Kiyoshima trying to press toward this TRG, trying to take advantage. But not on a 2v1. Bikizi there as well, looking to use that buddy system. Spotted, though, the peak, the swing, and Kiyoshima with a headshot.
Light work. Well, that can't be said for the last in the 1v1. I mean, we know Kio's got this in the bag 9 times out of 10, but when you've got that ace on the other end of the spectrum, the only thing not favoring him is the angle. It's right hand versus left. Kio going for a defensive position, actually looking to try and pick up a second weapon. That ace on the far right-hand side, 9 on the clock, and this is going to be all said and done for. There's no time left for this one. Pandemic take another round and put that one on the board. Back-to-back 2-0. This is a great start.
And that ace, again, despite all of those early struggles on Bull, has found his way. The stars have aligned once more. And, I mean, great shots there, great decision-making. This is what we're used to seeing from the Pandas, and especially on Skybridge. I mean, this is a map that they're very, very comfortable on. It's a great start for them. For Sicario, just don't let it get out of hand. I mean, we saw you come back from a 5-3 half. You almost did it from a 6-2 half. So I think you just kind of weather that storm has been the key there for them, and then coming out on the other side. But it could be tough with the start the Pandas are having.
Bomb flying through the top of heaven right now, alongside 2 battle buddies. Sicario trying to test that B-side pressure like we spoke about. A good B-side play can help to stretch that defense thin on Skybridge. Across goes Codex, and down goes Kio. Down for 2. Piranha snapping at the heels. That ace has got himself one as well. 3 down on the Sicario side. 4 down as that ace brings the bolt to bear again.
That ace back to true form. Zaki, a bleed to deal with, but it doesn't matter because Codex is lurking in the shadows from behind, and it's been all Pandas here in these few opening rounds. I mean, 3 rounds in, and they've got 5 kills as a total combined on the side of Sicario. Some early struggles for them, and they need to find a way to reel it back soon, or the Pandas might just run away with it.
keen eye on the defending side for this one. How do they match the adjustment now? Always look to the first round after a team shows a B-side push of some form. Normally a successful one for more of an adjustment, but even so, still to respect it. This time, Panderic's speed player is all the way up, actually. Rapid for a first entry frag is going to take down Zaki as the action's popping off on the A side. That's Ace with a grenade onto Goes.
Ooh, Rapid, though. Right back in rare form here, fighting that headshot onto Lukey. Rapid already 5 on the board. That Ace is 6-0. Codex 5-1. You want to talk about some members popping off, but speaking of popping off, it's Kiyoshima. Put him 6 feet in the dirt with that shot. Furlex gonna sing out here some rounds downfield as well. They don't quite do what they need to, but Rapid has taken quite a bit of damage.
Tucked out towards Hall, Furlex, and Keo. Have to try and shoulder up together now and find some space to be able to reclaim the bomb. Furlex for one, Crank goes down. Keo challenging into VIP. The shotgun does not find the mark this time. Rapid is going to get removed by Furlex. 2v2. 2v1 now as Keo converts onto Codex in VIP. That fight, most crucial for position over post plant. However, where is Bakizi and how much does Sicario know about him? Because right now, that's going to be free.
Oh. What's crazy is he denies that plant there right at the end as well. So Kiyoshima going to have to gather that device. Now Little Peak comes out. Bakizi looking for that re-peak. Has the pre-fire. The device eventually going down here, though. 1v1, Kiyoshima, not a ton of health to work with.
This is the one to really turn Bakizi into some momentum. That's the kill that Bakizi's looking for. He doesn't even go into the scope. He just hops it, hooks it onto the hip, and hammers it home. Bakizi, brother, he might have been having a quiet day so far, but that might just instigate some destruction. Holy, what was that?
4-0. What a start here for the Pandas, and it just seems like everybody is firing on all cylinders at the moment here. The Pandas look strong through the first 4, but ironically, there's enough time for Sicario to battle back in this first half still, but it's going to have to start right now.
I mean, Bakizi's been doing his job as the IGL of the team and the captain and leading the charge, but he's not necessarily had the better end of the gunfight so far. That's absolutely one to be writing home about, and a phenomenal shot to close out and clutch out a round. Rapid, that Ace. It's not even Rapid that gets the kill, it's Codex on the shotgun that's going to claim it.
Rapid takes a little bit of damage, but we see Lukey Furlex now goes down as well, and Codex again on this Enforcer class has been a menace. The Pandas looking to be the arch nemesis of Sicario, but Kiyoshima, he's got other plans. He's found one, but he needs 4 more after the Kobe from that Ace.
And it might have been a completely different round where both teams ran headfirst at each other and fought fire with fire, but it's obviously not going to be a miss. The rudimental, that Ace grenade just casually knocking one down. Finishes it off with the Balti and Panderic start on their defending half with a 5-0 flawless performance so far. Sicario are absolutely sinking in the deep end at this moment in time, and they need to start finding something now.
Panda keeps this up. They may just bench Cacao at this point. Too far? Too far? Maybe. I don't know. Derek up by 5, though. Sicario, man, they desperately need some rounds here. Rapid already in the pre-fire, and he takes the head clean off of Furlex. The troubles continue here for Sicario.
Cacao who? Who needs him, apparently? Bakizi doing the Bakizi thing! Bakizi! Oh, you gotta hit the shots though, brother! That's one, there's 2. Everybody's ignoring him! What do you mean? Behind you! Keo! Okay, first to Bakizi as he goes down. Goes gets Bakizi afterwards. Somehow, after he shoots at 4 members and only gets 1, Goes takes out that Ace, and suddenly we're in a 3v2 back end of the train. Crank has got the better of Zaki. It does not stop. Bomb took close to sight. Codex in red train, having to try and remove some of that pressure that's been pushed forward. Codex gets the kill, and it's done for. What is going on?
You'd think Bakizi had a ghillie suit laying down in the bushes of wood somewhere. I mean, they just didn't see him, and it was great initial trigger discipline. Now, we won't talk about the hectic shots that maybe didn't connect from Bakizi, but eventually able to get one. The damage was done, and They find the trades at a bare minimum. Pandas 6-0. You talked about earlier how rare an 8-0 is on the cards, but Pandas, they're looking to do it here on Skybridge.
I mean, you made a joke that put my jaw to the floor, and then that round just hit me like a limit breaker, unhinging both screws on either side for it to fall through the crevice in the crack into the void. Oh my word, what is going on? Shots out of Rapid's going to take out Zaki again. When are people going to stop challenging Rapid when he's on the tear? Lukey does manage to take him back with the Battle Buddy system. That ace on the grenade again is consistent. Codex for Furlex, Lukey for Crank. As members drop one after the other on site. Some great push out of Lukey, takes that ace out, but again, it's traded. Codex has got the back of his teammate. 2v1. Panderic sit again in a better position after the dust settles, and everybody is in the Colosseum for chaos right off of the rip. Nobody wanted to waste any time. We're just getting our hands dirty. The knuckles hot and the fists are swinging.
Yoshima, they know exactly where he is. Unfortunately, he's got to deal with the enforcer. That is Codex, and almost everybody from Pandas seems to be a raid boss at this point. 11-3 for Codex. That ace is not without me or not. 11-3 as well. And even though Rapid 7-3, the rest of these crews 3-2, 3-4, they've had some big shining moments, some really big kills that has allowed them to take every single round here at this point on Skybridge.
I may be eating my words. Earlier on today, I was like, it is nearly impossible to put home an 8-0 half. Attacking half, admittedly so still kind of right, but an 8-0 half nonetheless, either way is crazy. Into VIP goes Furlex. That's the kind of aggression we need to see out of Sicario, and success. Rapid is through again for one, though, but he is going to get deleted immediately as a response. Crank takes out Furlex. Trades are still good. Plaid stripes in the kill feed, keeps the action going as Goes knocks Crank down. 2 versus 3, Sicario finally have a numbers advantage.
Now they just have to make sure they close out this round. They need at least one on the board, and even then, it's going to be very tough. But Lukey finding Bakizi, the 11-3, that ace, and they're looking to put one more notch into that death column. They've got the device planted. Time is on their side, but that ace, the jumping no-scope is good for one, but one is all they'll get. Sicario, do they have what it takes to bring this one back? It's a 7-1 half. It could spell disaster, but we know they're not ready to go silently into the night, as we like to say. I mean, this is also a team that has that never say never attitude, but they have got to really dig deep here in this second half.
So hot. How do you like planes in Brazil?
Hey, I love planes and I love Brazil.
Well, we're 7-1. We're right there, baby. This is the curse scenario. This is the Ledex lament. This is the one situation that you do not want to be brought back from, because it will be remembered. The last time we saw a turnaround at 1-7 was over a year ago now, and even then it was outrageous. To see that out of Sicario right now would be insane. I'm down for it. I'm just not sure that Panderic are ready to buy that ticket just yet. Zaki, however, has got thoughts in his mind to put the question mark down. Codex is the first.
Oh, Rapid, though. The quick peek. Kiyoshima. Lukey for the 2K. And Sicario looking to reel it back. One kill at a time. One round at a time as Bakizi. The peekaboo jump shot doesn't connect. Zaki looking to take charge of VIP. And it's all down to Crank at a 4v1. He shifts around, but he finds the first.
Good adjustment on the crosshair placement. Manages to find the lower angle on the crouch member. Second swings out. Furlex finishes him off. And that's going to be another round in the favor of Sicario. The side swap and the Panderic attacking round. First in the favor of the defending side. Skybridge feeling like a very defensive favored map so far.
Ooh, you have a feeling that Panderic should be able to gather at least 2 rounds at some point here throughout this one. But you always say, hey, if they can do it, certainly we can do it too. And that's what we talked about, that one kill at a time, one round at a time. Sicario has kind of found their footing here, but can they continuously do it now for 5-6 rounds in a row?
You put it like that and it seems impossible. You ask your team to win just another round, it starts to seem a little more probable. Fight inside of the red trainers. Goes and Codex dance back and forth. Moves like Jagger, who's got the swagger. The blue suede shoes from Goes are going to see the move successfully. Knocks down his adversary. Furlex finds the fold onto Bakizi in the backside. The captain crumbles. Sicario swings strong on the back of the train, but it's going to be the ramp that sees the bed set for Zaki. Rapid puts him down. Crank has Goes in the response too, and we're starting to look more evenly squared, except from the health bars.
Crank on site. That smoke begins to dissipate as Lukey finds Rapid in the background. Now a 2v3. The hop over doesn't connect, and Crank will look to relocate around here as well. They still got a minute to work with. The pressure in behind, but it's Kiyoshima jumping into the face of Crank and putting him in the dirt. That ace all alone. Yep, you guessed it, at 1v3.
Wait, that ace? Last alive in a 1v3? No way, man. Shots down low. Felix is found just underneath. The line of sight from Felix actually better than that of that ace when his elbow's in the way. Nothing you can physically do, I guess you could say. Got to cover off all the angles. You start the furthest, work your way back to the closest. That B4 position tucked right underneath Hell. One of the best places to be able to counter Heaven from, but very hard to get into. Post plant as an attacking side, as you have so much ground to retake back up from site in lane 2 to be able to get into the drain.
One round at a time. They're doing it. Now up to 3. Got a lot more work to do, though. Can't get complacent early. Nate Zaki almost caught off guard. It's Rapid to find the first. Rapid to get the second as well. He's a multi-kill master. And Rapid's going to find, yeah, you guessed it, a third as Kiyoshima will put that ace down, but the numbers now favoring the Pandas.
That's crazy, that. It's almost like just after we made a comment about that ace being left alive in a 1v3, it's like Rapid got himself a triple kill. Wild scenes, things we've never seen before inside of the arena. Kiyoshima killing people time and time again. Another unspoken of occasion happening just miraculously inside of the gameplay. Jokes aside, and copious amount of sarcasm all over the floor. Kiyoshima seems to have slipped on the joke on that one, it looks like, as he gets put down after some great shots. Rapid now on an SR3M is a new weapon choice. Interesting. I wonder if that's been acquired from a dead body.
Well, the plan is down. The number is now favoring them. It's going to be up to Goes to work their magic, and this is a solid Stame to clake that match point here. Goes on the hop off, will be caught by Rapid, and just like that, Pandaric now at match point. They need one more to close it out. Oh, it was an ace from Rapid. Blink and you'll miss it, I guess. Holy crap crack.
Holy Krabby Patties. That man just hit himself with a full 5 stack. He went for the full 5 guys and collected them all into one basket. That is a knockoff masterpiece right there for a full ace out of Rapid. 15-6, and he's leading the charge for his side. I mean, you're right, Blink and you'll miss it. Sometimes that's just how quick the action goes down in Arena, but Rapid managing to rampage all over the scene. He's going to claim himself a full stack. Can they convert? Pandaric have themselves at that point, Horton. This could just be the end. The voltage rings out. The Keezy sings for one more. And wait, hold up. Zaki for 2. He looks good for the third. Runs out of bullets in the chamber, though.
That barrel's red hot, too. The jam not too far away. Kiyoshima's going to find Crank to reel this one back. It was a nice start to the Pandas, but Sicario fighting tooth and nail here. Looking to grit this one out, but Keezy will shift silently forward. Goes in the background, laying prone like a snake in the grass. Now up close and personal, but Keezy steps onto the side. He finds Zaki. He's got help in VIP as the smoke begins to dissipate, and this should allow him to get that plant down.
Well, VIP is good. You're absolutely right. That pressure will allow the bomb to go down. Kiyoshima does swing at the time that Codex steps away, though. The captain gets caught whilst teammate is making the rotation. 2 versus 1 now. Codex has to try and regain some of that space. Jumps off the side, which is hard. Pressure out from bench. Codex finds one.
Such a big pick from Codex there. On the back pedal, he gets to safety. And now the pressure onto Kiyoshima. He's got to bait out the plant. Pros don't fake, though. And now there's not going to be enough time for Codex to get around there.
Oh!
He's done it!
Not quite, he doesn't. Oh, my word.
Beautiful job by Kiyoshima. The Counter-Strike days playing full effect. Pros don't fake.
The headshot came up on the kill feed the second the bomb hit the defuse. That was as close as it could get. I'm going to be honest, we might need to see a slow-mo replay on that one. That was insanely close. He hits the headshot second bullet as well. I wonder if that first one goes straight through the helmet, if that knocks off the time just before the defuse goes off. Either way, on the paper, it went to Sicario. What a ridiculously good defuse and well held.
Early pressure yet again, and they're not aware Codex is up so far. Kiyoshima got one, Goes as well, but it was Codex and Bakizi to find 2 picks of their own.
going to be the difference maker. Is that the ignition? Hold up a minute. There's a fire on site as Rapid's going to find Lukey through the smoke. Rapid looking to really make matters fall into his own hands. He takes 2. 2 versus 1. Where is Zaki? Oh. Okay, he has an MCX at least. He has some range in the kit. This Enforcer with a shotgun there would have been nightmare fuel. He has something to be able to duel this range and close the distance. 35 on the clock, Hort.
I mean, and it looked good for Sicario. Now all of a sudden they're at the disadvantage here. Zaki 5 and 11. He has the capability of finding these crazy clutches, but with each second dwindling away, with the sand of the hourglass beginning to trickle down, it's all up to Zaki here on a 2v1.
Almost gets his first. He's going to run straight on into the adversary. He is to get the reload in time. The second with 10 on the clock. He needs to get down and talk. He just has to commit to it. 5, 4, 3, 2. He's not going to get it in time. Rapid is there to close it out. Panderic take down Sicario and take the series 2-1, 9-4 on Skybridge.
History repeats itself. I mean, just like in the first series, the victor goes to who takes those second 2 maps. It was Virtus.pro versus Outcast, and this time it's Panderic Apex. A double up on the 9-4, once on Fort, now on Skybridge, showing they are the real deal. They can get it done without Kakao. Crank, that Ace Codex, everybody coming up big. Rapid 18 and 7 as well, and the Pandas punch their ticket into day number 2.
The edge of my seat is definitely a lot softer from today's action. I'm going to be honest with you. Even that one there felt like just for a second, Sicario had the beginning of that round to begin to start to build that comeback. The round before and the clutch on the defuse was exactly what they needed. Just like you said, the timing. I mean, you could split these teams in some of these maps exactly like you could have split the difference between the defuse going through or the kill going through at the right time. It is millimeters, mere fractions of a millimeter separating these teams at sometimes. And Panderic, this time around, they brought the heat to Skybridge. They do manage to close out a tough match versus Sicario and the best of 3, 2-1.
Well, as we claim our winners for the day and they punch their ticket into that day number 2, we're going to be looking for some winners out there in chat as well. 10 keys for the new USEC Day Off drip that you've seen down below. The new outfit's also available in the store. If you want to get in on the giveaway, exclamation point drip for that flashy drip will get you in. We're giving away not 1, not 2, not 5, but 10. That's right. It's not a typo. 10 keys to give away here in just a few moments. So make sure you hit exclamation point drip and get in that giveaway.
Yeah, absolutely. That giveaway going to be set off for you guys very shortly. Keep your eyes out in the chat. Like we said, exclamation mark drip. Remember, it's the USEC Day Off gear. This is some of the brand new t-shirt swag to just let that little bit extra drippy whilst you're putting your opponents down inside the arena, or even whilst you're just slinging words. Depends on what your flavor of the month is, whatever you enjoy to spend your time on. As we cruise on into the sunset for the close out of the day, we are going to have a reel of insane highlights for you from the last match of today's play. During that, then we will see you guys getting your votes invested in the chat to be able to get in on that giveaway. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the day goes 2-1 to Panderic. After, I mean, that second map was probably one of the better ones that we've seen all day long. Overtime, you love to see it. We're never, ever disappointed in some overtime, and some great plays all around from many a player today. Rapid in that last one for me. Probably MVP from the Panderic side, but there's a couple of good plays out of a couple of different people to make some crucial rounds really convert.
Absolutely. One overtime. Both went all the way to a best of 3. It couldn't ask for a more phenomenal way to start off the playoffs of Arena Cup Series 4. Quick reminder, if you're getting in that giveaway, exclamation point drip, it does need to be done in the Battle State Games channel. So make sure you hop over there as well. Exclamation point drip will get you into that giveaway. 10 lucky winners here in just a few moments. And if you were lucky enough to win one of these Steel Series prizes earlier or one of these USEC drips, make sure you join that Hunt Discord to contact us on the side, create that ticket to Mod Mail, and make sure we get that gear over to you as quickly as possible.
That's it, absolutely. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it would be a great time to say a massive thank you to all of the people who put their time and effort into the hard work that goes on in the background the production, the team at Hunt Premier, the team at Battlestate Games, and the team at Steel Series that have stepped up to sponsor this awesome event would not be possible without all of their hard work. So it's time to take a moment to speak and shout out about some of those awesome hard workers in the background. From the Observers, Preppy, Raging Snake, the Turbo Bear, the crew, Cynthia, Step Sherpa, Miss Hellcat, and Boosh. Production, of course, Connor on the keys, and Klish in the background, and your beautiful casters for the day, of course, myself, Baldy, and on my wonderful right-hand side, Mustachio. We would not be here to entertain you guys without your amazing comments and banter all over the socials and inside of the gameplay, so keep it coming. We love to see it, we love to hear it, and we're ready to fight just as hard back. Fire with fire is the way we like to play, so if you want to bring it, you better bring your A game. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody that's been here today has done that exact thing, and Hort, we've got a whole load of highlights to be able to show the folks at home to be able to display that action, right?
That's right. A ton of great highlights for all of you. And of course, a big thanks to Philbo as well. Maybe not on that list, but we all know Stepdad Philbo over here, always holding it down with a hashtag blame Philbo. None of this possible without them as well. But as Crack said, so many wonderful people in the background. We appreciate each and every one of them. Highlights coming up here in a few moments from that final game of the day, and not a ton of time to get in the giveaway. So please enjoy the highlights, but make sure you're spamming that exclamation point drip in that chat so you can get in the giveaway. 10 lucky winners coming up here very soon. Again, you need to type that command in the BSG channel, though, so make sure you've done that as well. And, well, good luck to all of you out there.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, exclamation mark drip, get that one a rolling. And whilst that one's cooking, let's take ourselves a look at some of the highlights from the final game of the day. It was a burner, Hort. This one wasn't a successful round from that ace, but that jump shot is something to feast your eyes on. Some phenomenal shots. We see him there cleaning up with the secondary. Obviously, the Bolty, not just the only weapon you can pack on that kit. They spread your meta score into a bit of flexibility. Codex on the shotgun.
Yeah, this aggressiveness from Pandas when they were on the defense, I think really helped them. Bikisi, again, just great decision-making overall from the Pandas, and it's just a lot of blue in the kill feed here, especially through these first 5-6 rounds. That ace, snipe, secondary, grenade, it doesn't matter. Wrap it in toward VIP, and this one was great as well. I mean, I love this from Bikisi. It's unfortunate that the shots don't ring out in his favor, but somehow they don't see him tucked into the corner here.
I've still sat shaking my head at that one, wondering how on earth that all expired as it did. Codex ends up causing Kiyoshima to expire inside of VIP with some great shots there. We saw Rapid towards the end of this game just let loose as well. Not like he was held on a leash, but it was like, okay, we're happy with you playing consistently as you are. Now go get some. And it just sort of unleashed the Rapid that we know so well for tearing people apart, regardless of what team they're on. And here we are, we're going to see two of those insane kills there as he steps into VIP, converts into the third just because there's too many angles to have to respect from Sight and Sicario. And then at the end there with the SR3M, just as much destruction. This, Adazaki had me reeling for a second. I thought we were going back the other way, but not this time around.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Sicario again begin to battle back, but it was almost too little too late at this point. We talked about how devastating that first half was. And, you know, it was a 5-3 on Bull, that they were able to come back from. But then we saw that 6-2 on Fort, which it just wasn't enough. It only got a little bit worse here on Skybridge. But, I mean, again, Sicario put on a banger of a series for us. I think they should be proud of themselves. They should hold their head high, and we certainly thank them for putting on such a great series here today. But at the end of the day, we do also have to say goodbye to the legends of Sicario. We wish them the best on their next endeavors, or maybe the next tournament that they're going to be into. But we've got to give a big congratulations to the Pandas as they punched that ticket into day 2. But I really don't envy them because it only gets tougher from here on out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's rest in pieces, Outcast.epa and Sicario. Goodbye for now. We shall see you on the next outing. But congratulations to Virtus.pro and to the Pandaric Apex squad on succeeding to continue on their run. For everybody who is looking forward to joining us tomorrow, don't forget to book the time in your calendar. We're 2 hours earlier than we were today. We started off at 5 p.m. British Standard this evening. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. in the afternoon, the kickoff time. And here, for you folks at home on screen, is the bracket, so you can see exactly how the rest of that playoff series is going to play out. After today's results, Virtus.pro Taking out Outcast.epa 2-1, Pandemic Apex the same 2-1 versus Sicario. They move on into the bracket to play off against Tarkov Help for Virtus.pro and XP Academy for Pandemic Apex.
I am so